2023. And we will start immediately with our first session. This is the fireside chat, leading with purpose. As you can see, this is the theme of our entire event. And our speaker is Mr. Puneet Ranjan. He's the chairman of the board SAP SE. He'll be virtually present with us, and he'll be in conversation with Mr. Ambarish Dashgupta, Senior Partner, Intuary Consulting LLP. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat to conduct this very interesting fireside chat, leading with purpose. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Ambarish Dashgupta. And on the other side is Mr. Puneet Ranjan, and I hand over the session to you.
Hello. Good morning, good evening, Mr. Ranjan. Mr. Ranjan, first let me check. Am I audible, visible to you?
Yes, you're audible and you're visible. Am I audible? Am I visible?
I'm sorry, just hold on for a second because your voice is having a huge echoing effect. I think they are trying to fix it. Okay, let's start. Hopefully, over a few minutes, it should be fine. Mr. Ranjan, thanks very much for taking the pain to be here so late in your evening, and we're really very grateful to you for having you with us at these odd hours of yours. We will have the next 30 minutes with you, but your name and the topic, and particularly the fresh winter morning here in Calcutta with a cup of coffee, people are so charged. They have so many questions for you that we can consume your entire night. So I have to be really strict in controlling the questions from the audience. Just as an introduction to the subject, people who have been here, they may not need the introduction, but since you are not here, in the first 2 minutes, that what is the expectation from this discussion? This seminar, which started yesterday, is very much laden with thoughts on the purpose of the corporates in today's world. Interestingly, a few weeks back, there was another seminar being done here, which is navigating the business here, the challenges to the board, the intersection of morality and materiality. And so therefore, that's the question which is very much going around in this part of the country based on that. And now today we are continuing in this also, that is the shareholder primacy, the profit, the growth is now slightly taking a backseat with the stakeholder capitalism, the new things that we are thinking of, hearing from the impact economies, the Gen Z millenniums, this purpose, ethos, the new style of the defining a corporate's goal, how that is to be handled, seriously boards are taking this. In fact, there are quotes like Friedrich Nietzsche who mentioned, "He who has a why to live for can bear all how." So this why is now becoming so quite important here. And questions that are coming up also, and that is where we will be looking forward to an answer from you, at least from the CEOs, CIOs here in this part, is that, is the definition of the purpose quite embedded in just doing some CSR, in environment, in sustainability, in handling employees better, or it goes beyond that? It is something more that we need to do to fulfill the ambition of a purpose, which presently the impact economy investors or the Gen Zs and the new shareholders are asking for. With this, let me go and start asking you some of the questions which have in our mind. But Mr. Ranjan, please feel free to go beyond our questions also if you have more thoughts on this subject. But to just set the ball rolling, my first question to you today is that what are the challenges that today's global boards, I mean, you have been in the top boards, you have been in the Deloitte board, in the SAP board, and many such global boards. Now, what are the challenges that the boards are facing now today? I mean, in this VUCA world, with a new definition of ethics, purpose, morality coming in, with so much of demands from these new generation people, investors, advancement of technology and the ethical adoption, what types of challenges are the boards now facing today and they are discussing? Or are they thinking that these concepts are faddish, it will come, it will go, we will stick primarily to the regular handling of the board matters as we have been doing in the past?
First, it's great to be with you. I wish I could be with you in person. Is my voice coming across okay now?
Yes, yes, it is coming.
So I wish I could be with you. Kolkata is one of my favorite cities. But this I think will have to do. I will touch on your introduction around purpose, but let me answer your question first. Boards and corporates are increasingly faced with some of the geopolitical challenges that we have. The war in Ukraine has certainly had a tremendous impact on the global economy. It has been a horrendous impact on the people in Ukraine. And certainly the war in Israel and in the Middle East is having a profound impact on business. So from a business perspective, that is certainly top of mind. Some of the geopolitical tensions between the United States and China play into that. So geopolitics and the impact that it has on conducting business is one key area. The second key area, which is a opportunity, is AI and what is happening with digitization. What we are experiencing today with digitization is profound. It is going to change the way that we work, that change the way that we live. I've been in business for over 36 years. I've experienced re-engineering, and you seem to be about the same age as me. You may remember re-engineering, but I experienced re-engineering, Y2K, the internet, .com, and frankly, what we are experiencing today with digitization is a more profound and a longer term secular trend that companies need to address. That is a second key trend that boards and companies are facing. And then the third one, and I could go on, but the third one is the expectations that we have from our employee set. Gen Zs and millennials think of the world differently than you and I did. And so that is certainly weighing on the minds of boards as well as corporates. One other thing that I would suggest to you, the pandemic that we went through in 2020 and 21, again, fundamentally changed the way that we conduct business, and it had a profound impact. Inflation is one such example, the supply chain disruption, which was an opportunity, a great opportunity for countries like India. And the decoupling, or the decoupling is the wrong word, but trying to get other places where manufacturing can be sourced away from China is a result of the pandemic. So geopolitics, digitization and AI, the expectations that Gen Zs and millennials have, and finally, the post-pandemic world.
Thank you. That was really pretty succinct, the 4 expectations which you are seeing from the board now across the world. In fact, yes, I can see just behind you the photo of another upcoming Gen Z. He must be your grandson or...
No, he's my son.
You just, oh, yeah, okay. So he's just, no, on your left-hand side.
This fellow? That's my son when he was
when he was young. Okay. So he may be another Gen Z now. So we're very much surrounded with their expectations and aspirations of this Gen Z even in our home. And therefore, many of our people who are sitting in the leading boards, their thoughts are very much influenced also by the Gen Z that they have at their home, be it their children or their grandchildren.
Yes.
My next question to you will be that why this purpose?
I'd like to go back to what you started with this whole notion of purpose. And you laid it out actually pretty interestingly, where is this different? Is purpose all about social impact? And I would say I reject that. The focus on generating a shareholder return hasn't changed. But I think what more evolved businesses have come to realize is that when you have a purpose-driven organization that focuses on the entire set of stakeholders, your chances of success are much greater. Let me give you an example. I retired recently from Deloitte, where I was the CEO of Deloitte. Deloitte had $65 billion in revenue, 400,000 employees, about 100,000 of them in India. 85% of these 400,000 employees in 100 countries are Gen Zs and millennials. And we used to survey them incessantly. Invariably, the answer that I got back from these Gen Zs and millennials was, what does Deloitte do beyond its core profit motive? What is Deloitte doing to address the climate issue? Now think about this for a minute. If, and as you said, motivating Gen Zs and millennials, 85% of the 400,000 are Gen Zs and millennials at Deloitte. If I want to motivate them, I must have a credible response to the issue around climate, around what we do for the communities that we live and work in. And because we had a credible response, Deloitte, in my time, became the #1 firm in revenue and profitability. Now, can I draw a causal link between what we were doing with purpose and the results, the bottom line results? Probably not, but I can draw a strong correlation. That is why purpose is not just something good to do, it is the right business thing to do. I'll give you one more anecdote. Every year, Deloitte and SAP hire, tens of thousands of people. I speak at a number of top business schools. When I go to business schools, that's the question I'm asked. What does your organization do for the betterment of society? If I want to hire the best, I must have a credible response. That is why purpose is far, far beyond just doing good. It is good business.
Right. We get your point, and that's where, yes, there is this divergence coming in the mind of the people in the boards also, like the famous economist, corporate practitioner, Thomas Friedman. He had the view that the companies will only have one objective and one purpose, that is to enhance the shareholders' profit. The shareholder with their dividend can do whatever community building, whatever CSR they would like to do. That's not the purpose of a company. I think we have moved away from that. It's now no more. I think any corporate will actually dare to really say, or even not a question of dare, they will rather want to say it in that language, that our only purpose is to generate more money for the shareholders, and whatever they now want to do, they can do that. I'm really happy to have that. Then, same views from you. Now, question to you therefore is, when the boards that you sit in are now focused on why we exist, the purpose, I mean, whatever we are doing right now, how aligned that is to my long-term purpose? What am I going to do for the posterity? Is there a measurability to it? Are they fixing KPIs? Are they really fixing performance measures? Are they allowing systems to come so that the message percolates down? Because not for SAP or not for Deloitte, but there are many organizations who are being alleged to have a good purposeful statement, but that is only a PR positioning. That's only for their branding. Otherwise, they are really continuing to do whatever they have been doing in the past. So how such leading boards will actually give a measurability governance to the why part of it, the purpose of their existence?
Well, that is increasingly happening. I'm in London speaking with investors next week, and I'm going to be asked about sustainability at SAP. The long-term goals or the goals of the executive is certainly around generating appropriate shareholder return, extraordinary shareholder return, but it is also about issues around climate, around sustainability, around employee engagement, around customer engagement. So it is a full stakeholder view. And frankly, they're all interrelated. Happy customers buy more products and services. That leads to greater revenue and greater profitability. Happy, engaged employees provide you the competitive edge, whether it is in innovation, whether it is in competing with your competitive set. They're all interrelated and linked. The example that I gave you around the Deloitte example, the 400,000 employees and the questions that they're asking, that is important to them. And if we have a credible response, we engage them. You have a more engaged and happy employee, and therefore a more innovative employee, a better product. So they're all interrelated. And the KPIs are certainly there. It's a basket of KPIs.
Perfect. And you are very correct. I mean, a strong purpose communicated from the leading persons, the chairpersons like you, and how that will be also looked into, watched, observed, binds the entire family, employees, the buyers, the consumers, the suppliers, the entire ecosystem around the corporates also together. The purpose can be a strong binding glue. It could be much more binding glue than a product also. So it's a strong communication of a purpose from a company can really bind the whole ecosystem around us. Now,
Suresh, you said another very interesting. Am I pronouncing your name right?
My name is Ambarish, but go ahead. I mean,
Ambarish.
I can understand that you are
Yes.
referring to me in whatever way you say.
Yes, but I think you made an interesting point. You said it in passing, but I want to underscore it. And that is, you said, why do we exist? As human beings, you want to be associated, and you can check me on this, you want to be associated with an organization that is doing more than just generating a bottom line results, that is actually creating an impact. Isn't that the case? I mean, you want to be associated with an organization where you can answer the question, if I was wiped off the face of the earth, people would say XYZ Corporation did the following. That's another reason why a compelling purpose that is unique to the organization, that defines why the organization exists, is important. It is important because it is the North Star that transcends leaders, it informs the strategy, and it motivates the employees.
Absolutely, and so right you are. I mean, and it is not just a motivating factor for the employees only, it's a motivating factor even for the customers, even for the suppliers, if that message could be conveyed. And also it could be conveyed that we are serious about the purpose. The purpose is not just a PR positioning or just a branding statement for us. That binds the whole family and makes it a very happy family, that ecosystem. Now, coming to your organization, SAP, like your predecessor, I have the Christian Klein, I was going through him, he mentioned the purpose of the SAP, like the greenness, the sustainability, therefore the software that you produce will also enhance the customers' reporting of that sustainability. So mainly focused on the greenness, the sustainability. Now, has that stayed like that, or has the purpose has changed, evolved with you coming in, others coming in? So how is SAP maintaining their purpose, and what is their purpose?
Christian Klein is the CEO. He's an excellent CEO. I will be succeeding Hasso Plattner, who's a legendary icon, who's the founder of SAP and has been at SAP for 50 years. I think the chairman for 25 years. I may be wrong, not precise, but 23 to 25 years. So I'll be succeeding him at the next annual general meeting. I'm the deputy chairman today. A purpose, as I said, transcends leaders. A purpose doesn't change. SAP's purpose is around the notion of the best run. The best run companies run on SAP. And so, and that purpose, whether it is around the software that we produce, the customer interaction that we have, the employee interaction, or around sustainability and how we are helping in the communities that we live and work in, will not change. One of the wonders of SAP and what Hasso and the founders have done is that they have built a fabulous sustaining organization that has sustained for 50 years, and I'm confident will sustain into the future.
Thank you. Mr. Ranjan, you are the Deputy Chairman. Soon you will be replacing Mr. Hasso Plattner and you will become the chairperson, and the board, the MD, the Christian, all will be reporting to you and working with you. I mean, whoever your board and your executive management will be. SAP is primarily being looked at as a strong technology company, a digital company, and they are ushering in a new era for a corporate's processing, a corporate's AI, digital, and everything. Question that is also coming up is the ethical adoption of technology, the future of the digital thing and their ethical adoption of that. Any technology that you will be producing that could be used for an ethical purpose, it could be used for many other purposes also. What is your view on that? And when you come into the chairmanship, which you are very much like as a deputy chairman also controlling the entire SAP, the worldwide, what is your view in terms of the digital adoption? Like if your customers are using your product for a reason which you do not like, how would you handle that? If a country is using your product for reasons which you do not like, how would you handle that? What's your view on the ethical adoption of digital technology?
First, let's take a step back here. I think you asked me this question at the top of this fireside chat, and I talked about how digitization is and the trend, the secular trend that we are experiencing is a 15, 20-year secular trend that is going to fundamentally change the way that we work and live. And there are a number of things. There's certainly the digitization. India has done a phenomenal job at a country level in terms of rapidly digitizing through the Aadhaar card, etc. There's certainly digitization, but there's also AI and machine learning. The 5G revolution, which now India is experiencing, is fundamentally changing the way that information is shared, augmented reality, edge computing, blockchain and decentralized technology, cybersecurity innovations, and then sustainability and using technology as an enabler to address some of these vexing climate issues that we face. So the point I'm trying to make here is that whilst we are experiencing some very difficult times with the geopolitical issues, the post-pandemic world, and getting through the supply chain issues and inflation, etc., this secular trend I am very optimistic about. SAP is right in the middle of it. Because this is our core capability, whether it's AI or producing software for sustainability, etc. Now to your question about ethics. Ethics and integrity is central to an organization, because if you don't operate your business with ethics and integrity in terms of building the technology and running the business on a day-to-day basis, you are potentially compromising your most valuable asset, which is your brand. And recovering from an ethical issue it becomes very, very difficult. It becomes a very difficult. So SAP at its core in our values has ethics and integrity, and that is absolutely critical. It should be non-negotiable. And it should be transcending countries. So you cannot have a different set of ethics and integrity in country X versus country Y. There has to be that consistent level across the board. So that is non-negotiable for us at SAP. It was non-negotiable for us at Deloitte. That doesn't mean that there aren't mistakes made, but when you do make those mistakes, you address them, and you address them rapidly. In terms of the ethical use of technology, and AI is a very good example. Governments need to, and we have to, as the leading software company in the world, the most valuable company on the DAX, for instance, we have to engage with public policymakers around AI regulation. And I think there needs to be agreement across the board so that AI is used for good and it isn't used for nefarious purposes. So we have an obligation to engage with public policymakers, with government, so that we can come up with consistent global expectations and regulations. In the way that we build our software, we build ethics and integrity into it, and that is also central. But I think it'll be important for us to make sure that it is consistent with the regulations that hopefully will come sooner rather than later. But all of us have to step in.
Thank you. Thank you. From SAP or from Deloitte, let's come a little bit to Mr. Puneet Ranjan, his movement. You have been in this side of the world also, in the oriental part, and you have now moved to the Western. So you mentioned that you brought the word value, and you did mention that the value should not change. It should be same, constant across the country. But even then, I'm tempted to ask you this question that a part of your life, when in the formative stages of your life, you have spent in the Oriental culture, in the Oriental definition of the values and the purpose, and the bigger part of your professional life, also your academic life, you spent hugely in the Western part. Is there a difference in the definition of the values and purposes between the Oriental and the Occidental, or the Western thoughts and the Western corporates?
Well, we're all human beings, and everybody is trying to do the right thing. I firmly believe that you should never forget where you came from. My mother lives in Rohtak. हम तो हरियाणवी हैं, and proudly Haryanvi हैं. And you never leave. I left when I was relatively young, but I'm proud to be from Rohtak, Haryana. My mother lives in the same house that I grew up in, and I go back many times a year. And I think that has frankly informed my personality. It has certainly informed the way that I work and live. The Indian philosophy, the Indian value system is actually a pretty remarkable value system. I mean, if you think about our parampara and our heritage, we talk about sustainability and we talk about living in harmony with nature. That is a key part of being Indian, and it's part of our growing up. The fact that we are a true melting pot. I mean, for eons we've had people that have come to India and have made India home, whether it is the Muslims that came, the Mughals, but we are a true melting pot, and that gives you a perspective, and the United States is as well a true melting pot. And I think I was frankly very lucky that I got my scholarship to come to the United States, that the scholarship grantors picked the United States for me to come to. The United States is a wonderful, wonderful country, a true melting pot, and only in the United States can a brown kid from Rohtak, Haryana grow up and become the CEO of a white shoe, 175-year-old firm.
Thank you, thank you. That's really a very nice journey. You, throughout, and even now, I mean, though it is a product company, but still SAP is a hugely service company also. And prior to SAP, you have been throughout in a service sector where you have been serving people. You have been serving clients, you have been serving your employees as a chairman, and you have been serving people. So your entire career has been by serving people, either coming in the form of a client, corporates or governments or academic institutions or citizens. In some form or the other, you have been serving them. So while serving, you might have come across varying purposes, varying values in the various kinds of companies and firms that you have worked for. And any time did you see that there was a reason or there was a demand, which I'm sure you have not definitely, the companies like yours have definitely not succumbed to, but there was a trading off to be done between the purpose and the purpose of the company that you were representing and the purpose of the client. Any kind of conflict that arose in your mind, any dilemma that arose, any anecdotes, anything that, how did you resolve that conflict? How did you resolve that conflict of the purposes?
Well, I think what your question implies values, and whether I experienced any value conflicts where my value system or the value system of the company that I was representing was in conflict with a client or a customer that I was serving. And yes, when you have a 36-year professional career like I've had, you absolutely experience that. But you have to stick to your values and stick to a level of integrity, because without that value system and without integrity, you have nothing. And once that is compromised, it impacts the most valuable thing that you have, which is your personal brand and the brand of your company. And, I would say this when I would go speak, and I've been to 70 some countries, different Deloitte offices, and when I would speak to people, I would always say, values, you've got to do the right thing, and you've got to do the right thing, particularly when you believe people are not looking. Because if you don't, the consequences can be profound, negatively profound.
So from the last 20-25 minutes of discussion, I really come, the audience here, me as well, can come reasonably to a conclusion that even in the global mega companies in their board, the purpose and the values are now really something which is extremely important and being seriously looked into and considered. Therefore, this is definitely an agenda on the board, as you were mentioning. And therefore, it must be also an agenda on the board that how the training, appropriate training, the building up of an organization's culture around the purpose, the values, the ethics that they're defining. Though it's very difficult to define an ethics and integrity because everybody will be having their own definition of ethics and integrity, but at least at an organizational level, there has to be a definition. And that needs to be trained, that needs to be percolated down. So are the corporates now, the big organizations now, taking steps to make people trained in that as well, so that they are the flag bearer of such purpose message of the board?
Absolutely. I think it has to be part of the way that work is done in an organization and the way that we evaluate and compensate individuals. First, you have to define it. You have to define purpose. You have to define the set of values. And it can't be generic. It has to be very specific to the organization, and it has to be what you truly value. Then it has to be embedded into the organization, and it has to be measured. People have to be evaluated. People have to be trained on it. And that is something that I would say leading organizations increasingly do. I mentioned when you asked me about KPIs, the KPIs for our CEO and for the entire executive team include certainly the bottom line results that we expect, the top line results that we expect, but also the employee engagement, and we survey our employees, the customer engagement, the impact that we are having around sustainability and the communities that we live and work in. That is all part of their evaluation process, and it is also part of their compensation.
The last question from my side, and then maybe we will pick up some questions from the audience also. But I am mindful of your time, Mr. Ranjan. So what time is it now there in your part?
It is very late, and I think we're at time. I'm at 32 minutes, but they said 30 minutes. But I think I'll take a few more questions.
Okay,
yes.
I'll let you go very soon. I do not want to deprive you of your sleep. A question from you, because the audience that I see here, and there are 600 people on the link as well. Many of them will be of my age, but many here would be half of the age that I mean, very young. And since you mentioned about training, so these younger people, young talents are all possibly aspiring to move into organizations like you have earlier served or serving now. What would be your advice to these young people, not in terms of skills or that they need to develop? I'm saying more in terms of the attributes, the characteristics, the behavioral part, which reflect the message that you so far gave, be it in India or be it an American young or be it an Indian youth. What would be your message to them as far as their preparation, the developments of their characteristics, attitude goes?
Well, I would start by saying pick something that you either love or you can train yourself to love. Because if you do something that is that you feel an affinity to, you will become good at it. That is the first point. When I was growing up in Rohtak, Haryana, I wanted to be a cricket player. And my hero was a cricketer named Gundappa Vishwanath. I don't know if you know Vishwanath, but Vishwanath was my hero. And but I realized very quickly that I didn't have the skill or the aptitude to be a very good cricket player. And I, by chance, by happenstance, ended up at Deloitte 36 years ago. And over time, I taught myself to love what I was doing. And I think that was one of the ingredients for whatever success I've been able to achieve. The second thing is, and I'm asked this question, I speak at these types of forums a lot, particularly with young people. I'm often asked, particularly in India, what is the shortcut to get to a position like yours? It only took me 25 years to become an overnight success. It took me 25 years of hard work. There is no other recipe for success. Some people may get lucky at a younger age, but it takes time to become really good at something that you do. So I would say try and find something that you love and then work at it and become very good at it, and success will follow.
Thank you. Your mention of Gundappa Vishwanath actually has really touched the core here, because last year in this event, we had Gundappa Vishwanath and Sunil Gavaskar having a chat with us in this event itself. And I have been personally a very, very strong fan of Vishwanath. And I told Vishwanath, in fact, that if Vishwanath was not playing cricket or Vishwanath was not born, then my board exams in class 10 and class 12 would have been much better. And I would have been at a different level now if Vishwanath was not born. And since you love Vishwanath, I'm sure Calcutta and Calcutta's Eden Garden will also be etched in your mind, because one of the best innings that Vishwanath played, if you remember, that 137 that is scored in Eden Gardens. So that's one of the. Thank you very much for bringing Vishwanath's name here. And yes, I'm a very strong fan of Vishwanath. May I now take a few questions from the audience? If your voice doesn't reach up to Mr. Ranjan, then I will relay the question to him. Yes, please. Yes, please. Give me a microphone, please. You are from Deloitte. You are.
Yeah. Hi, Puneet. I don't know whether you are able to see me. Himanshu this side from Deloitte.
Yes, I see you. How are you, Himanshu?
I'm good, Puneet. It's close to a year now. I'm seeing you in a different organization, but just wanted to quickly hear from you on what you're doing in your individual capacity on some of the projects which you left last year, be it on stubble burning or something you wanted to pick up in the southern part of India.
Oh, Himanshu. पहली बात सबको मेरी नमस्ते देना Deloitte पे.
Sure.
But I'm glad you asked me this question. One of the things that Deloitte has been doing and doing fabulous work is around stubble burning, as Himanshu mentioned. So if you go to New Delhi, and I'm saying something that you already know, the air quality is horrendous. It is horrendous in northern India. And part of it is just geography, but 25 to 30% of the issue is because the farmers burn the paddy stubble. And they have done this for eons. And over the last 3 years, Deloitte has put in millions of dollars, and now we've been able to mitigate stubble burning or start to mitigate stubble burning in the state of Haryana. In the state of Haryana, 19 million tons of carbon dioxide is put into the atmosphere. We have mitigated fires 65% this year. We have now addressed 91% of the fires in Haryana. And this is a fabulous example of using technology where we built an app, or Deloitte has built an app. I keep saying we, I'm no longer with Deloitte, but Deloitte has built an app. It's like an Uber app that you have, and farmers can schedule equipment, the threshers and the balers. That app links end users. We've also got other corporates involved. And we've got the government working with us, fabulous outreach, working with ASHA workers and others, and panchayats. So it's been Himanshu, I'm glad you asked me this question, but this was something that is near and dear to my heart and something that I've got SAP involved in now. My hope is that next year we will get Punjab on board. Punjab is where most of the fires are, and we'll get UP on board, and we will lick this problem. 25 to 30% of the air quality issues that you face in northern India are because of stubble burning. And so this is something that, we started off with talking about purpose, and Himanshu will be my witness. For the 100,000 employees, when we tell them the story in terms of what Deloitte is doing, it is a fabulous motivator. They love it.
Thank you. Any other question? Dr. Trio? Maybe after Dr. Trio, one more, and then we will really allow Mr. Ranjan to go. Dr. Trio, yes.
Yep. Hello, Mr. Ranjan. So actually, just to follow up on the stubble question, the main issue is that it's a much it provides much more higher economical value to farmers to, go with the stubble burning. It's a much higher economic value because they save a lot of costs, that kind of disposal. And a lot of it has happened is because the crop cycle over there has changed because of certain genetically modified crops coming into the picture. So how is it that you're looking to address this particular problem of giving an economic incentive to not undergo this process?
Actually, I have to apologize. You're wrong. It isn't in their economic interest. They are leaving $300 million on the table because the stubble can be sold to end users, to gaushalas, to ethanol plants, and the farmer actually earns an income out of that. But you're absolutely right that there is a 6-week window between the time that they harvest the paddy crop and the time that they sow the winter crop. And that 6-week window, the easiest answer is a 1-cent match. And to be able to get the equipment, which costs a lot, to be able to schedule it, to educate them that you are leaving money on the table, we're also leveraging incentives that already exist. The Prime Minister's fund, that money can be used to compensate the farmers. So your question is right in the sense that the incentives have to be explained to the farmer. They're better off. Here's the other thing. 2 other things that I want to tell you. One, the quality of the soil, their soil is degraded because they burn the paddy crop. That is point 1. Second, 200,000 lives, equivalent lives, are lost every year, including the farmer's family, because of poor air quality. If you live in northern India, you are shortening your lifespan because of stubble burning. So when you put all of that together, there are ample economic incentives to do this and do this right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can tell I have a lot of passion about this. I've thought a lot, long and hard about this.
Yeah, I think I was actually going to say that you are extremely passionate about this subject and quite wise also. Thank you very much. I don't think I'm in a position to take any more questions because I have been, we could have actually continued for long. But Mr. Ranjan, my last thing is that beyond my questions, if there is anything that you'd like to address which the questions didn't bring out? Anything else that you would like to mention?
You know, you are living in a great time in India. If the situation that exists in India existed 40 years ago, when I left India, I don't think I would have left India. Be proud. This is India's time. It is India's century. And I'm certainly very proud to be of Indian heritage. And I wish I was not 62 years old, I was 22 years old, and I could come and relive my life in India. The opportunities in India are tremendous. Thank you for having me, and it was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm also tempted to lastly add that behind you we can see an idol of Nataraj.
Yes.
And a poet from this part of the country, Rabindranath Tagore. He wrote a beautiful song. Maybe the translation of that song, I will send it to you on Nataraj, which is in Bengali people will be knowing Proloy Nachon Nachle Jokhon. So that song actually echoed the thought of the destruction of the universe by this gentleman, Nataraj, if there is anything unethical or something which is not having a value or a purpose. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ranjan. It was really, really wonderful to have you, hear you, and your words of, and also to sense your passion on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Puneet Ranjan and Mr. Ambarish Dashgupta. May I request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Ambarish Dashgupta and to also Mr. Puneet Ranjan. He will be accepting the memento on behalf of Mr. Puneet Ranjan. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambarish Dashgupta, for this very interesting session. You have set the tone for the entire day, leading with purpose. Thank you very much. So Mr. Ambarish Dashgupta will be carrying the memento for Mr. Puneet Ranjan. Thank you very much for this very interesting session. We request you to take your seat in the dais and, in the hall. And we will be starting with our second power punch, that is the power panel. This is delivering the digital decade. And we will just take a couple of minutes to do the setup. Just allow us this time. And in the meanwhile, I hope all of you had a great breakfast and you're ready for the day, because we have a full packed day for all of you right up to 8 o'clock. So we are going to be doing a lot of stuff. In the meanwhile, we are doing the setup, and this particular panel discussion will be very, very interesting. So while they are doing this, may I ask you a question? How many of you here, early in the morning, wake up and the first thing you do is look at your phone? Okay, I got one hands up there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, lots of you. And this is a very silly question to ask IT gurus, but let me ask you, do you go into social media at all? Can I hear any words? You do go into social media? Yes, I see a small hand going up there, yes. Well, let me tell you 5 of the things which are very important for all leaders. Young people here could do that. I'm sure all the IT gurus are already following this. But the 5 things that all leaders do when they start their morning is not look at their phones at all. Of course, you switch it off when your alarm comes on. But otherwise, those 5 things that all leaders do is, number 1 is prayer. Number 2 is meditation. Number 3 is saying or writing gratitude. Gratitude is very, very important. If you can teach your children, your brothers, your sisters, yourself, how to write gratitude, it really makes your life very, very beautiful. And then number 4 is for all IT gurus. I'm sure all of you read your techie books, but reading books which are not related to academics is really important. Reading. Readers are leaders. So number 4 is reading, and number 5 is exercise. So how many of you here do your morning rituals, that exercise that we all love doing? How many of you do your exercise? Wow, I see 10, okay, 10, 15 hands going up. Very good. What about the others? Why haven't you started your exercise as yet? Let me tell you about myself, what I have done. I've taken a challenge to do 108 Surya Namaskars, and this time before I came to Kolkata, I actually completed all my 108 Surya Namaskars. And I was really happy about it. This has been a long sought out goal that I had in my mind, and 108 Surya Namaskars I've completed. And I'm sure some of you know why we say 108. It's the magical word in Hindu culture. 108 is a very holy number. So I tried to complete 108. Okay, we are good to go. So we carry forward this power panel, delivering the digital decade, and I would now like to call onto the stage our panelists first. Mr. Sushanta Bhattacharya, Head Business Operation, DXC Technology. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a round of applause. The morning applauses must be really loud. I know by the afternoon you get a little tired, but morning is when we have had our breakfast and we are totally energetic. Warm welcome to you, sir, and good morning. Our next panelist for this session will be Mr. Vinod Bhatt, CIO and CEC Vistara Tata SIA Airlines. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a huge round of applause for Mr. Vinod Bhatt as I request him to come forward and take his seat on the dais. A warm welcome to you, sir, and good morning. Our next panelist for this session will be Mr. Nitin Chopra, Vice President IT, Fortis Healthcare. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, sir. Here he comes. And a round of applause. Warm welcome to you, sir, and good morning. Our next panelist for this session will be Ms. Mitali Biswas. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Ms. Mitali Biswas is CIO, CK Birla Hospital. Warm welcome to you. Here she walks up, and a warm welcome and good morning, ma'am. Our next panelist will be Mr. Gautam Datta, CI and DO, Bajaj Allianz. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, Mr. Gautam Datta. And a round of applause. Where the applause is. Keep yourself warm by clapping and making your hands warm. Here he is. A warm welcome and good morning, sir. Our next panelist will be Dr. Biswajit Rath, Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Raymond Limited. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Superb. I love the smiles when our panelists come up. That's really great. Thank you. And our chairperson and moderator for this session will be Mr. Shomik Dashgupta, partner, ENY, I'm saying INY. ENY, and here he is. A very good morning to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to everyone. The moment you said INY, I thought I'll lose my job, but I hope to keep it so it's ENY, Ernst & Young. But glad to be here, and it's very difficult for us all to follow Punit Ranjan and then, of course, Ambarish Da. And when Ambarish Da spoke about the Nataraj, I said, gosh, I didn't do the homework as a panelist to say something smart. And, I started sweating. So he's the guru, we learned from him. So let me start by, taking it up and talking about something what yesterday Dr. R.A. Mashalkar spoke about. And it was very relevant to the topic. So, taking a cue from him, he said that what our children are studying and going through in school today are not the skills of the future. And I felt it was so apt. And looking back at the digital decade, you will see that so many things have changed over the last decade, where we have the payment revolution, we had the Aadhaar revolution. From a government perspective, there's the entire app and modernization, digital revolution which happened, and the enterprise revolution which has followed. And with that, today I have a very, very esteemed panel to discuss this. And let me quickly welcome Sushanta from DXC, Vinod Bhatt from Vistara, Nitin Chopra from Fortis Healthcare, Mitali from CK Birla, Gautam Datta from Bajaj Alliance, and Dr. Biswajit Rath from Raymond's. So quickly to start this, let me, request, maybe Sushanta and go around the room to, talk about, can you share your organization's strategic vision for delivering success in the digital decade? I mean, the entire decade gone by, what has been the successes, and also how does it align, the future align with the industry landscape? And I would request all to probably give us a 2-minute background on it.
Yeah, thank you, Shamit. So it may be a coincidence, like I started my IT journey with a company called Digital. It used to be called Digital Equipment Corporation or DEC in those days. So sitting on this digital panel, I have seen almost 3 decades how IT has transformed and adopted digital, right? So in DXC, when we look at digital, there are 2 broad aspects. One is, how to modernize your IT, and that builds the foundation of your digital journey. So that part, we have multiple aspects. Like, say, when you look at modernizing your IT, we have done some research. Like, say, for example, tech debt is one area where we are really focusing on. That organizations are carrying a burden of tech debt knowingly or unknowingly, but how to, lessen that burden of tech debt and how you accelerate your digital journey. I think that's one area which we are really focused on. And on your digital transformation, we focus on strategy, operations excellence, and your transition. So while digital transformation has been a key focus, what we have seen is that the transition is a key factor. If transition is not planned properly, then it creates, problem going forward. So that's what, I would say that planning, strategy, transition, and skill assessment of your organization is very, very critical for digital success. And we have, a session on tech debt. If you want to go deep dive into that session, maybe, we can catch up later in the day. Thank you.
You want to go next? Good morning, everyone. Shamit, thank you for having me here. So, if I had to give a quick summary of the priorities and how we're helping the business through the technology, I would say that there are 3-4 areas which are relevant for us. I think probably number 1 is the customer experience. So everything and anything we do, I think we keep this customer at the center of that, the whole discussion and framework. And we pick technologies as the second priority, not the first priority. So that is number 1. Second is the employee, from the employee perspective, that how do you bring better experience to the employees? Not only experience, but the productivity, but the tools, but everything, what we talk about. Third is the airlines are a very thin margin business. So what is the right cost value equation, which is relevant as we march ahead? So we need to pick the smart technologies which deliver maximum value for us. And also as part of that is the automation. A lot of automation, you will see low code, no code, RPA, and all that part of it. So broadly, if you look at it, last 2-3 years, it has really accelerated because of the disruptions because of COVID. So we had to really go back to the drawing board and draw the operating model again. So tweak the operating model, drop something, add new, but guiding principles are same. You want scalability, you want resilience, you want agility, you want flexibility, and when you have got so much of disruptions, say I worked in 15 different industries before I joined aviation. So if there is one dynamic industry, that is, I would say airlines, where every minute you should be ready for any disruption. So it keeps you on your toes. The good news is that you will keep your model so tweaked and you will keep using digital interventions at every business process and everything, and it will continue. We have done it well, and we will, going forward also, it will be our focus.
Absolutely. Nitin, you want to add?
So hi everyone. So I would actually want to start with a very nice statement which our Honorable Prime Minister sir said back in 2015 while launching the digital initiatives, that this is not a decade, this will be a decade, right? So this entire decade belongs to technology. So from coming back to healthcare, definitely for us the priorities are how we make our operations seamless, how we enhance our patient, healthcare, how we enhance the healthcare outcomes, so to say. And therefore, for that, there are multiple initiatives, and there is actually a roadmap defined for, as my, dear friend rightly said, that modernizing IT, where we are revamping our complete IT infrastructure to support the future. Right, and at the same time, we are also working on, all the latest and greatest Industry 4.0 mandates. While, Industry 4.0 just says, mentions about manufacturing, but in my opinion, it belongs to all the other industries as well, where, we have to be ready for the future, advanced computing, right, automations, so to say, and, leverage all this to basically enhance the healthcare outcomes. That's my take on it.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm again from healthcare. Healthcare as an industry is going through very interesting times. I mean, we all saw during pandemic how the entire healthcare infrastructure was crippled, right? And the only positive impact I think it had was it accelerated the technology adoption in healthcare. I mean, the technology always existed, but what it helped was changing the mindset. I mean, simple thing as telemedicine, or virtual consulting. Both from the doctor side, from the patient sides, people were not comfortable. But look at it now. I think it's quite common nowadays. In terms of the landscape that we look at healthcare, the few changes that we see. One, lot of focus from the government, be it Ayushman Bharat, be it the National Digital Health Mission, to digitize the entire healthcare ecosystem. Second, we see a lot of startups, which are doing health tech, be it in the area of analytics or, predictive diagnosis, or in fact, patient experience. So it's a lot of startups in the country, working on purely healthcare technology. Thirdly, we as, people have become very conscious about our health after the pandemic. I mean, most of us exercise, we track our own parameters, which, imagine the kind of data that's generating, right? And lastly, what it did was, healthcare is not restricted to the four walls of the hospital. It has gone beyond it. Remote monitoring, sample collection was already there. But, even after the patient goes off after the hospital, how to take care of him. So there's an entire focus on wellness. So these are a few of the things which are, disrupting the entire landscape of healthcare in our country. Now, when it comes to our strategic vision, it perfectly aligns with what the healthcare industry is going. So whenever there is a business problem or, something new which we want to do, the first question asked is now in the board, can technology do it? Can we leverage technology to do it? That was not the case, at least in healthcare a few years back. So that's a big change, that we see. Second, again, we are looking at technology platforms which covers the entire ecosystem, not just inside the hospitals, outside the hospitals, be it insurance, be it pharma, be it monitoring. So it goes, beyond that. So I think that's a big change. And third, I think what we are also looking at is wellness. So solutions through which we can reduce the average length of stay of a patient in the hospital. So you stay in the hospital, nobody likes to stay in the hospital for longer, right? So look at solutions, which will reduce your stay. So that's one of the strategy, that's taken. And lastly, I would say the talent. I think in spite of we all do this, if we don't have the talent, I'm not talking about the tech talent, your entire workforce, they also have to kind of adopt to the new technologies. And that's the biggest challenge that I see, at least in the healthcare, the change management and adoption of these changes in the healthcare, which, it's going very fast.
Thanks, Pillai. Gautam?
Good morning, and thanks for having me here. Because many of us have talked, I have to find something different. Let me talk about, as a nation, I think on a public tech, this decade has been transforming. There is no one country who has got a national tech stack. There is no one country who has shown how it is to be adopted for public good, for building enterprise. Geo could not be Geo without Aadhaar. It's like that. So that's tremendous for the nation. I belong to life insurance as of now. I represent Bajaj Allianz Life. So BFSI has been always in the forefront in tech investment and doing stuff in tech. For us, the biggest challenge was to, one is remove or transform the tech debt that we had and be ready for future disruption. When you talk about, it's definitely not at the edge. It starts at the core. So probably only institute or organization which has actually taken a multi-year program to transform the core so that we are far more agile at the core of our business in terms of business model, product, and everything. And yes, at the edge where the digital stuff comes up, the experience comes up, I think we have done tremendously well in terms of transforming them. However, I think as an industry, as well as an entity in the industry, we have not done enough in terms of improving the experience and make it simple. That's one thing that will still go on to make it simple. Experience-wise, I think the industry as well as Bajaj Allianz Life have done tremendous good thing for segments like customer or partner. May not be that much for employee yet. So this is where I think we have spent our effort in last decade or at least 7 years. And this is on simplicity and in enhancing the experience using tech and analytics is where we would spend more time.
Great, glad to know that. Vishwajit?
Yeah, wish you a very good morning. I'm coming from a company which is 100 years old, but a young digital company. So I know there are a lot of stalwarts sitting here in this conference room. But when I look at fashion industry, the industry itself, Indian, always wear to, wear shirt, trousers, jeans, jacket, whatever. But healthcare industry and so many good people have taught them what is yoga. In the morning, I think we are talking about best leaders saying that yoga. So feet is the mantra. So when you say feet is the mantra, then the entire ecosystem and the value chain of the fashion industry has changed. So you are not going to sell, a jeans jacket, t-shirt. So you talk about a fit, so you need to have all touch points, whether it is starting from customers, from your channel partner, in the store, how you reach out to the consumer, everything starts and ends with technology. So it is not about only offers, or it's not about the value. So when I talk about this, in couple of years back, when we look at in our value chain as a Raymond, we saw there are huge, potential to look at all these value points and create those digital small nodes which we can connect. So for example, we will have, currently we are working on Vision AI, whether it is Generative AI or prompt engineering, or we believe in one strong culture in last 4-5 years or 6 years is that one Raymond, one digital journey. So this is what we strongly believe. In the next couple of points, I will explain couple of initiatives that Raymond has taken and to showcase what are the steps that you have taken to drive this digital journey. Thank you.
No, great. I think these are very interesting points to achieve different ways. And, I think Mitali made a very interesting point that patients don't want to stay in hospitals and want to go back home. So that's also a customer centricity in some way. But let me go to, Vinod and ask you that in this entire, you want to do so much on digital. Now, in this entire journey, how can you prioritize the short term, the medium term, and long term to make this entire transition?
See, Chaumik, I started that we look at the business, that's priority for us. And based on that, you really have the enterprise digital strategy. And this strategy is for 3 years. So first year, second year, third year. But important is that how do you prioritize the initiatives? And so you prioritize, again, which are relevant from the industry perspective, from the technology perspective, from the stakeholder perspective. More importantly, the behind the scenes levers which are important for that is data in aviation point of view, because a lot of our services have moved from offline to online. So you can have a very good initiative on the paper, which you can present to the board, but if you don't have the right data strategy, right, connecting the dots, right AI ML on sitting on top of it, so that's also a factor for qualification for a project. So when you start saying that I want to say deliver the best project, for example, in loyalty, for example, in the flight operations or engineering. But you have to also do, while evaluating, you have to also understand that, is this project feasible? Because otherwise, if you don't have 360-degree view of the customer, data, you don't have the data-aware strategy, and also AML, it will not work. So data is playing. Second is we're a regulated industry. So a lot of focus on the compliance and security. And it is GDPR or making sure that whatever projects we are okaying, it's also compliant globally. Whatever compliances we need to take care. That is the second aspect. Third is we need to break it into incremental projects. Gone on the days when we were having 6 months, 9 months, 1 year projects. So how do you bring the agility in the process? While you can, whether it call it, DevSecOps, DevOps, or more importantly, business IT working together and giving them the values and course correcting it, because a lot of these will be unknowns. You will also not know how to handle it. But if you can collaborate well, if you can get a good feel of not only between business IT, but also the partner ecosystem, because a lot of new partners have come in, which can actually deliver a lot of values. So that also gives, and that's again tied up with your ROI. So we had a situation, I will not name the partner here, but we had a situation that we picked up a project and we asked the partner to deliver it. They said that we can deliver it the least time of 6 months and it will cost you X. Then we said, no, it will not work. We need to do it quickly. And we have to pick up other partner who delivered it in probably 6 weeks, not 6 months, and probably at 1/6 of the cost. So that is the option today you have available. So we don't have to go per se by what you have, the way you have delivered the projects earlier, but you can go to the, the better ecosystem and prioritize it. So, and keep refining your digital strategy. And we're very lucky to be born on cloud. So we don't have to worry about that. How do you manage your infrastructure? How do you scale it up? But yes, you need to still have a better multi-cloud strategy and all as part of this strategy. But that helps you that when you can build the infrastructure at scale, so the only thing you need to worry about that are the other pieces stacking up well. Whether it is data, whether it is your security, whether it is employee. I think we talked about employee experience. So we say that EX is a new CX. If you do not have employee experience, you can't serve the customers. Customers are at this level of technology quotient, and your employees cannot be at 1 level, 2 levels below. So it is equally important for us to build the upskill and cross-skill employees, and that helps in the journey, and also give them the tools, productivity tools, the information on the fingertips. So that goes collaboratively with the stakeholders internal, as well as customers, as well as our partners can see the difference. So broadly, if you have to really prioritize that over the period of time, how do you do it? Yes, link it with the business, link it with the feasibility, break it into multiple projects, and keep playing back to board that this is what we delivered, and keep getting funding for the next phase. Because they will not give you funding for the 3 years. They'll give you, so it is basically that cycle and giving confidence to the board that we have made progress. These are KPIs, ROIs linked with the KPIs. So you make sure you deliver those messages, and then you can enjoy the ride. It's called digital transformation.
Enjoying life, yeah, that's the right thing to do. But yeah, interesting points. And taking on your collaboration point, I would request Gautam to tell us that, innovation, as Vinod said, that, there are different partners. Some would help you in timeline, some would help you in cost, but some would also help you in innovation, and given the startup boom and other things. So how do you and your organization select the right collaborative partners, or the right collaboration channels, not necessarily partners, but could be multiple collaboration channels to move forward in the digital decade?
So first thing first, this is one subject we approach with utmost caution. Primarily because we do not wish to get into an innovation for sake of innovation. There are too many answers ready, but questions not yet found, and we do not walk that path. Where we are absolutely sure that it would solve one of our strategic problems, we then do not mind to go ahead and partner with a one-man company or a biggest of what we have today in India. I give you an example. When we had COVID and insurance, particularly life insurance, you understand is a engagement which goes on for a couple of times. You have to understand the cash flow, then you understand which product, lots of other things, right? It requires you to sit with that person for a couple of times. In COVID, you couldn't sit with anybody just like that. So, and beside that, sitting with somebody gives you transparency and trust, which is something we absolutely value for our brand. That required us to think differently. A technology that existed earlier also, but for some other platform and solutions, screen mirroring, we brought it back for our main business onboarding application. And of course, did a little bit of innovation or research to extend it for any OS, any form factor, no download of script, and you can mask some of the details because you want to have a productivity, customer information protection absolutely there. And it just transformed the way initial few months BALIC did business in India. One, it had no learning curve. Second, it had no exclusion list. इसमें नहीं होगा, उसमें नहीं होगा. And third, you could reach out to anyone, regardless of age and profile, either in the same city, same mohalla, or across the country, with compliance with data protection. So innovation is always for us a problem statement which has got a far-reaching impact and then put whole might to it. And when you put your might and you don't be very choosy about what stack, which partner, may not be what cost. Not that always like that, but on that also. But we are very sure what to monitor on this. So that's how we deal with it.
Fantastic. I mean, I love the part that, cost is no factor. That's really a bullish India.
Normally, I have seen we are badnaam for spending too much of money. But I think we generate 100 times more than spending. So spending is not important.
Absolutely. That's, great to hear that. So Nitin, coming to you, digital health is something that we hear so much, and it touches all our lives. We all need digital healthcare. So how do you see the entire digital health ecosystem evolving?
Yeah, very valid question, Shomek. So within healthcare, and not just healthcare, but there is this revolution everywhere, all across. But yes, for healthcare, as my dear friends were, all quoting different examples from different industry. For healthcare, there are, diagnostic, tools which are available. Let's say, with the advanced AI algorithms, there are image scanning that can be done. Let's say, for that matter, where you can scan complex microscopic, images, radiology images, X-rays, MRI, CT scans, and basically, with these tools, you can very swiftly diagnose, ailments like cancer, neurological problems, heart ailments, and basically do preventive cure rather than, having a reactive approach. So definitely, this is one big use case. Beyond that, the natural language processing, again, this is all digital, ecosystem where, as I said, before we foray into this, you have to have a modernized IT with all security guardrails into place. And NLP, as I was mentioning, we have already started the trials where, speech to text, text to speech conversions, we are leveraging that. So I'm sure most of us, and rather almost all of us, have had that pain of, what medicine the doctor has prescribed, it's all scribbled on the page. Definitely having a tough time understanding that. But with this beauty of, speech to text and vice versa, what we are doing is we are moving this unstructured data to structured one, and, we are also very excited that, our EMR, which is an electronic medical record, which is, soon to be launched, this will have a consolidated database of all the patient's history, scribbled data, which can be moved to structured data, so that, meaningful insights can be drawn, right, about a patient, about other patients. So what will happen is, again, for the trials for this use case has also started in some of our hospitals, where the surgeon is given suggestions based on, a particular symptom of a patient, based on other patients', ailments, and, what treatment has well worked for them, so that the surgeon has a first-hand report. He has all the rights to ignore that suggestion, but yes, that's a a kind of a aid that the surgeon would be getting. Now beyond that, again, digital scope is very vast. We are very heavily leveraging the robotics, surgery tools, which are again, driven by, supported by AI based on the data that they have, to perform surgeries, right? And that doesn't mean that, the surgeon and, will be, kind of being replaced by the robotics, but it's just that, obviously, the surgeons are also human beings. They also suffer fatigue. So these, robotics, AI-aided robotics are definitely, adding more precision to what a surgery can look like, right? And further supporting the surgeons to enhance the healthcare outcomes.
It's delightful and terrifying to hear that, robotic surgery and stuff like that. But just to, in the interest of time, just to take it ahead, Mitali, can you talk about, this from a cyber threat perspective? What Nitin spoke about was fascinating in terms of using the data, the prescription and all, but from a cyber threat perspective, what do you see? How do you see this evolve?
So, each and every data that we collect, Shomik, is sensitive, be it the demographics, be it the medical history, the diagnosis. So each and every data is very, very sensitive. And as you see, the cyber threats are also very increasing. So at an organization, we take this very seriously. Almost 40% of my annual IT budget is on cybersecurity solutions. And I'm not asked an ROI for that. I'm just given. So that's a good part of it. The things that we do, one, of course, is the technology part. So we take care at every level, be it application, be it network, end user devices, putting the right solutions. Second, I think the continuous monitoring and assessment is very important, because you can put a lot of solutions, but still you are never 100% secure. You can never say, nobody can ever say that I'm 100% secure. So there has to be continuous monitoring and continuous assessment. For example, any new application that we go live with, we do a third-party assessment from a cybersecurity perspective. And lastly, I would say, which is most important, is the awareness. And I think that's the most difficult part to control and most vulnerable. I can put a lot of solutions in place, but then I see my doctors and nurses are most comfortable using WhatsApp and sharing information, right? So you can't do much about it. The only thing you can do is keep them, aware, user training, user sessions. But I think that's the biggest gap that I see when you talk about cyber threats.
Sushanta, you want to add something on this? A quick one?
Yeah, sure, Shomik. So I think this is one area where, all of us try to look unattractive to the hackers, right? So in that attempt, what, is most important, I am keeping aside the technology aspect. So what is the readiness in case of an event occurring? Like, are we prepared for it? And that is where, we really focus on that, how prepared we are in case of an event. And also, continuous assessment of security maturity. Like we have a 1 to 5 scale. Where do you stand today as an organization on that scale? And how do you take through that journey from, say, wherever you are to that 5 level, right? So that's where I think the focus is, and technology, yes, it will evolve, AI, ML, and all of this will, heavily be coming into the cyberspace. But yeah, so that's the journey I think all of us we need to take.
Great. So lastly, Vishwajit, let me quickly touch upon a hot topic, generative AI. Can you tell us something about it, and what are the threats and safeguards, and how do you see it? And if you can quickly summarize it.
So wonderful, there is a sound also. So good. So generative AI is the new buzzword, and it will take its own time to flow. But what we look at from fashion industries are like this. So there are 5 senses, right? So out of these 5 senses, one sense is that we buy anything when we feel it correct, right? So we try, we feel, and then we buy. But for a company like us, we can't produce so many varieties and keep on trying. But how to solve this? So what we did, we started working on generative AI, building different modules, different fabric, based on the customer choice, customer preferences, based on the feel, experience, color, design, lot of feature vectors, and give the customers an options to try. So all these are digital try, right? So when customers look, saying that, hey, this particular fabric, this particular blazer, this particular suit, this particular shirt will absolutely look stunning on me, probably he has the quotient to buy it. So this is the part which we are working currently. There are a lot of prompt engineering and consumer sentiment modules that we are working along with the Vision AI, and which is also an extension of what generative AI is working. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was really, and of course the lady, it was a great time spending with you, and hopefully we could, give some insights to the audience about the digital decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, to kindly come forward and present mementos. Sir, please wait a moment, please. I will request Mr. Somnath Guha to present a memento to Mr. Shomik Dashgupta, our chairperson and moderator for this session. Please come to the middle. Here's Mr. Shomik Dashgupta. Thank you very much, sir, for moderating this session. Thank you, Mr. Sushanta Bhattacharya. Thank you, Mr. Sushanta Bhattacharya. Mr. Vinod Bhatt. Mr. Nitin Chopra. Ms. Mitali Biswas, thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Gautam Datta. And Dr. Biswajit Rath. Thank you very much. We thank everyone in this power panel delivering the digital decade, and a round of applause for our chairperson and moderator and our panelists for this session. Thank you very much. We request you to take your seats in the auditorium, and we will move on to our next session, which is a very interesting keynote, leveraging infrastructure in a digital era. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Vamsi Rama Mohan Burra. He is the CEO of Power Grid Teleservices Limited. He will be here with us shortly. While we do our setup, we'll just take a couple of minutes to do the setup. So before I welcome Mr. Vamsi Rama Mohan Burra onto the dais, here is a brief introduction about him. Sri Vamsi Rama Mohan Burra is a B.Tech in Electronics and Communications and has a PG diploma in Business Management. He has rich work experience spanning more than 30 years in power and telecommunications in different fields, including regulatory affairs, procurement management, competitive bidding, operations, and project implementations. Currently, he is the Chief Executive Officer, Power Grid Teleservices Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Power Grid Corporation of India India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sri Vamshi Rama Mohan Bura as I invite him onto the dais. Yes. Sir, please.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Vandanam, my learned audience, it's been delighting for me to be over here to share my understanding as what I have passed through during my tenure in Power Grid. Leveraging infra in digital era is a subject, what I would like to share my thoughts. Digital era, to add value to the digital era, is there a way how we can actually leverage the existing infra? This is what I'm looking at. Existing infra, can we make it even more better by using the existing infrastructure? I, Vamsi Rama Mohan Bura, Chief Executive Officer from Power Grid Teleservices, with my humble understandings, I would like to share my thoughts before you. Infrastructure, we can categorize this in many ways. Maybe it could be railways, roads, ports, hospitals, educational institutions. Each of this can be categorized for the purpose wherein the ultimate object is to how we can enhance the economy of a particular country. The infrastructure could be into a definitive areas. It could be spanning a city, it could be spanning a state, or maybe the entire country. The ownership of the infra could be with a private entity, or it could be with a government entity, or it could be a combination of both. Whatever be it, we see that this particular infra, can it be gainfully utilized for enhancing the digitalization, for that matter, if I say. Each of us having with a varying degree of connectivity. For example, railways have a continuous path wherein they are connected from one point to another. Likewise, the roadways, the transmission sector, the power transmission sector. And if you look into the ports, while they are in isolation, there is no physical connectivity between the ports. Maybe I should say the airports or maybe the seaports, the kind of connectivity, we are not having that kind of a connectivity. So we have to actually leverage that particular infrastructure which is going to help us out. So the digital era calls for a reach and reliability. Looking for this particular aspect, that how we can actually use the existing infra for providing that much required reach and reliability, and also give that compute with efficiency, which is that infrastructure which actually can give us this particular advantage. There is a need for us to actually dwell into the topic. Sir, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited is actually a front runner in trying to see how we can use the existing infra, that is the infrastructure which we have created for transmission of bulk power from one point to another. How can we actually use this infra to enhance the digital era? Before going into that, I would like to give you a feel as to what this corporation is about. Power Grid Corporation of India is a Maharatna, no doubt on basis upon its performance, but it actually transports, actually it overhauls power from one point of the country to the other part with reliability and security. The kind of network what it has created over the years is one of the finest networks in the world, and we are proud to state that it is one of the largest transmission company delivering power from one point to the other. We operate transmission lines more than 1,76,000 kilometers, so meaning that we are almost touching every part of the country. We operate almost 86% of the interregional network, and we are always rated excellent in terms of the memorandum of understanding with the government. As far as the international ratings go, we are one of the best. That is, we are marked with the GOI sovereign rating, and the outlook is stable. With this as the background, Power Grid, to ensure that its own transmission or the power sector is going to be having one of the finest communication networks to ensure reliable power transmission, we have actually started using the communication system on the transmission tower for its own requirement. For our own requirement, we had to do this. Then, looking into the potential of using an infrastructure for its own use, we found that it is going to have more beneficial utilization in other sectors as well. So in beginning 2002, we ventured into the business of providing bandwidth to the consumers. So that's the way how we started into the business of communication. And after a 2-decade experience in providing a reliable bandwidth to almost every type of a customer, we are proud to announce just 1 month ago, that is 1st of October 2023, we have created a new subsidiary that is PowerGrid Teleservices Limited, through which we are providing all the services which hitherto were being provided by PowerGrid. The purpose is to give a little more thrust on providing a focused approach on the telecommunication services. So one of the unique proposition what we come over here is the transmission line, as what you know, the huge transmission towers which you see cross country, they're primarily used for overhauling bulk power from one point to another. As you see underneath, there is a power line, the 3 phases what you see underneath. The top portion of the conductor, as what you see, or the tower what we see, is an earth wire which is primarily used to shield the entire system from the lightning strike. This earth wire is being gainfully utilized by embedding a fiber into it and providing the much required connectivity. A whole set of fibers are embedded into it, and this is what is spanned across the country. It is typically overlaid on the existing transmission network. So the niceties of a transmission sector, that is the availability of the transmission network, as much as 99.99% availability, is much available for the OPGW network. That is, a fiber network brings in that much availability. The right of way, there is no issue because the right of way is already obtained while laying of the transmission line and on maintaining of these transmission lines. And if we look into the coverage is as much as what the transmission sector is there as on date. So meaning that we are spanning every nook and corner of the country. The cable production is sturdy because it is embedded in a steel wire, as you can see. So it is vandalism proof, and one of the finest network what is provided is that from PowerGrid Corporation. Comparison between underground and an overhead. Underground, as we see, is always prone with ROW issues. It is brittle with a lot of issues. And frequent cuts owing to allied activities. Being a growing economy, we see that the entire landscape is changing every year. So meaning that new roads are being built, new flyovers are coming. So the challenges in maintaining an underground fiber is that much more difficult. The high restoration time, vulnerable to rodent menace, it is very difficult to keep the fiber running if it is an underground fiber. Let us compare with that of an overhead. It is a naturally high voltage barrier. It has a high voltage conductor passing underneath this particular tower, meaning that the topmost point is the fiber. So meaning that it has a natural barricade of providing one of the safest fiber optic connection. Embedded in a steel wire, so it is not going to be cut that easily. Vandalism proof and free from rodent menace. It comes with all the advantages which otherwise are not available with an underground fiber. This is one of the ways what we see that we can actually leverage the existing infrastructure in providing that reach which otherwise is not possible with that kind of a reliability. The network is not merely in 1 or 2 locations, it is spread across the country in those difficult areas of Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast regions, which otherwise a normal underground cable wouldn't be reaching through. So we have not only built a network, we have built a stable system wherein we provide high bandwidth in excess of terabits, and also we have the MPLS network also spanning across the country. We have more than 3,000 points of interconnections and more than 1 lakh kilometer of fiber is available across the country. The best of the telecom players, the best of the OTTs, the best of the government institutions, the best of the universities, the best of the government projects, everyone rely upon PowerGrid's fiber. We are proud to share that we are building capacities with that much security to delight our customers. The other important solution, what we are looking, how an infrastructure actually can provide insights into the telecommunication field is the next one. What we see is that the mobile towers or the FM towers, which are typically built for exchange of information, we see that they are dependent upon DG power supply, high operational cost, difficulty in obtaining land for putting up that tower, and obtaining the fiber-optic connectivity. So all these challenges typically a telecom company faces. We try to use that particular challenge and see how we can surmount it. Look here, this is what we got a unique solution over here. We are using the existing power transmission tower for hosting the antenna. We have brought in a unique solution wherein we are able to draw power from the high voltage line itself, from the induction effect from the earth wire to the conductors, and we provided a unique solution wherein power is given on the tower itself with that much of reliability, as much as what is available on a high voltage transmission line. We created a platform wherein the BTS equipment can be hosted. The towers are fiberized, meaning that you can get the best of connectivity itself. Basically, it is a one-stop solution. This is not a dream. In fact, it is a reality as what I can show you. This is the typical tower, which is an actual tower which is standing over there. So you have a GSM antenna on the top of it, wherein the transmission is taking place. You have the power supply, which we created from the tower itself, so you need not depend upon any discom for providing you the power supply, a reliable power supply. You have a platform to host your equipment, so that's taken care of. And then you have a fiber on the tower itself, so connectivity is also, the backhaul capacity is there. So wouldn't you think that this is a kind of a one-stop solution for everything which otherwise you would be really struggling to get this? So more than 2 lakh towers of power grid which are there are capable of actually providing you this solution. Apart from using the existing infrastructure for providing the bandwidth, the seamless bandwidth, be it MPLS or whatever nature of bandwidth is available, we can provide. In addition to this, we can provide a single tower can be gainfully utilized for providing this service. In fact, this particular service was actually tested by 2 of the major TSPs and has been successfully cleared as well. There is a mandate from the government also to use as much as possible wherever it is there. Wouldn't you think that this is going to reduce the duplication of resources? The launch time, the lead time in trying to provide this is that much easier. We feel that we actually encourage people to start using this solution which is there. You need not worry about the power supply or the hosting of your equipment. Everything is taken care of. FM transmission. All things remaining the same, FM transmission was also successfully conducted. All India Radio has performed their test over here the last 3 months ago, and that they have successfully cleared this. The transmission was not impacted by any of the electromagnetic radiation. The report for even 4G transmission was that the voice and data is not impacted because of the high voltage lines. There is no impact on the BTS equipment, no card failure reported. So meaning that this has sturdy solution which can be gainfully utilized by the telecom for providing in the digital era. Here, not only limiting it to the country, we are trying to transcend the borders, going beyond the borders. The power transmission lines, as you must be aware, are not only limited in India, we are connected to the neighboring countries of Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar. So the fiber is also passing on these towers, that is OPGW, what we call optical fiber ground wire. So we are able to reach different countries. For example, from Muzaffarpur to Dhalkebar, we have a transmission line which is having a fiber, and we are going to provide the connectivity. Not merely providing connectivity, but bringing India closer to Nepal or Nepal closer to India. Every data center in the country is connected on power grid's fiber. The major data centers in India are connected on power grid's fiber. Having best of the connectivity, a true redundancy in case if it is required, and not only within the country, we are now going beyond the country. So at Muzaffarpur, we have the systems put in, they're placed, and so that we can reach Nepal. And at Bharampur to Bhairamara, we have this another connection over here to reach Bangladesh. Unlike the underground fiber, which is prone to cut, which is very difficult to operate with all those resplendent challenges, I should say this is one of the finest solutions which is available, wherein you can reach the neighboring countries as well. Fine? Right. You have a good amount of buffer space in our substations. Gentlemen, a data center is more known in terms of its power guzzling capacity rather than its computing capabilities. We at Power Grid do understand power, and in fact, we understand power than anybody else. So we feel that we are better poised and placed in trying to establish a good data center in terms of power management. For our own purposes, we have a good IT setup to take care of our internal requirements. So we have our own data center to cater to Power Grid's requirements. Apart from it, we are looking forward as to how we can actually now gainfully leverage and try to provide those services which otherwise are being looked forward by various customers. So to provide a data center in the premises of Power Grid or otherwise, wherein our power engineers, our IT engineers, our communication engineers, they put together and give you that solution which otherwise is not available in a normal course. So data center is something where we feel that this is another one where we are getting into, and shortly, Power Grid should be coming out with its own set of data centers under the new name, that is Power Grid Teleservices Limited. While I have given you a couple of, or almost 2 to 3 advantages, or the way how we can actually leverage the existing infrastructure, it is not merely the OPGW which is making it best. It is not merely the tower solution which it is making best, nor the data center. It is the human capital. It is the commitment of Power Grid. It is the commitment of Power Grid to deliver things on time. Commitment of Power Grid to actually respond to the requirements of the customer in time. This is the one which is actually driving us forward. And we are sure that in all these things, Power Grid will be giving you that kind of a delight to each of the customer. Fine. Sir? Gentlemen, there's a host of services which are available, which we are providing. From the international long distance, the tower business, the MPLS cloud, the national long distance, the data centers, and the system integrator, and many more. And all of this is not merely a product, it is a complete package what Power Grid with its commitment is going to come forward. And with a focused approach through Power Grid Teleservices Limited. Fine. So leveraging an existing infrastructure. See, we do have other people, like roadways also do have some ducts and all for giving it. You have railways getting into this, providing the fiber, but predominantly they are underground and they come with all the challenges which otherwise an underground cable does have. That is prone to cut, chances of reliability. So the existing infrastructure, if you are going to do it, you are going to get enhanced reliability, better deliverability, more affordability, and avoidance of duplication of resources. What we have been talking yesterday and today primarily is to see how we can make it more sustainable. Why are we duplicating our resources? There is a resource which is already standing over there, which can provide you that much connectivity, not merely connectivity, but with much more reliability and sturdiness. Gentlemen, committed to empowering the digital era, we try to place this before you for your thought. You can look forward to meet many such players in the field, but here it is Power Grid which owns its own fiber. Unlike taking fiber from different entities, we own our own fiber. So that gives you that much better command on the topic. Should there be any questions, I would be delighted to take them. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vamsi Rama Mohan Bura. May I request you to kindly remain on stage?
Somebody has a question over there.
Sorry?
Somebody has a question over there. Can we just take?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, please.
I think there'll be, please give a microphone here. There's someone who has a question. So if you can just raise your hands, there'll be someone who will come to you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself is KK Singh, Kausal Kumar Singh from Northern Coalfields Limited. और मुझे आपके
can I just, from which place are you?
Singrauli.
Singrauli.
Okay. Singrauli. NCL.
Sure.
We are also Mini Ratna companies and part of the Coal India family.
Sure.
सर आपके डाइवर्सिफिकेशन को देख करके हमें ऐसा लगा कि आप तो टेली सर्विसेज कंपनी बन जाएंगे पावर ग्रिड को छोड़ करके. सो आई अप्रिशिएट योर थॉट्स एंड इंटायर थिंग्स. कैन वी हैव replica? Can we don't have the replica of Railtel, BSNL, Airtel, Jio, and Power Teleservices? I think your services will be the far better than any of these existing service providers like BSNL and these all things. And we have been experiencing your services at our Singrauli, like remote places. We are really delighted to have your services. But sir, मेरा एक simple ये है कि what will happen to others like BSNL and this? I'm sorry.
Okay, it's actually you have humbled me with our services. I thank our entire team to provide you that kind of services. The reason why the services are good, let us look into that. The reason is that we serve the same dish or the same flavor as what we consume ourselves. Meaning that this fiber is used primarily to protect or provide that reliability to the power system. So the same flavor is that what we are serving you. So be assured the quality will be that much better. It is not that we are doing it for a business. It is basically on these fibers we run the network, power network. That is the same flavor what we are serving you. So you find that much reliability. That is the reason you feel delighted with the services of Power Grid. Apart from it, the kind of commitment what the manpower has in terms of project delivery timelines and response in the uneventful situation of any outage, you find both of these things to be that much better. So we see that is the reason it would be so. So while coming back to the others, maybe the other counterparts, be it RailTel, BSNL, RailTel, Airtel and all, they primarily go under the underground. And you have underground in a country like India, believe me, you must be seeing the roads being dug left and right. To the extent that are you aware that is a call before you dig? They have come up with an app. The government has come up with an app saying that call before you dig, please let me know if you're digging because it is going to trouble my fiber. It's going to be a time before people start realizing it, but yes, that is the kind of pain to maintain an underground fiber. You have to lay n number of fibers to bring that much reliability as against a single OPGW, believe me. That is the strength of OPGW. That is the optical fiber ground wire. So the reliability comes so much to you. Sure.
So nice of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
I think that's the last question we can take,
sure,
sir.
Sure.
Yes, sure. Here's the gentleman here. Please raise your hand, sir.
So you have spoken about fantastic infrastructure and stuff. It's great. But in terms of today's state terrorism and cybersecurity issues, what are the measures you are putting up in terms of your infrastructure, in terms of cybersecurity, if you can elaborate?
In terms of cybersecurity, yes, we are trying to separate the OT and IT. The OT is going to be in a separately, totally air-gapped fiber. So there's not going to be an interference with the OT and IT part of it. And the IT part of it, whatever is going to be the best security features, we are going to embed. As against, I'm saying that we are going to provide the same dish as what we are serving ourselves. So be assured that the security also will be of the same quality to you. Sure. Right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We request you to remain on stage, sir. We'd like to thank Mr. Vamsi Ramamohan Bura, and I'd like to request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Bura. So go to the center. Thank you very much for this keynote address that you had done on leveraging infrastructure in a digital era. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the next leadership keynote. Generative AI, metaverse, and the super future. This is going to be very, very interesting. Our keynote speaker is Mr. Sid Banerjee, CEO of Metaverses, and he's here already. I will request Mr. Sid Banerjee to kindly come on stage and to take us through his presentation. Sir, please give a round of applause to Mr. Sid Banerjee as I welcome him on to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining us this morning, and good morning to everyone. We're going to be talking about a few things. We're going to start with GenAI, the metaverse, and the super future. But before we do, a little bit of personal history and story. The last time I was here was probably in 2008 or 2009. And I used to run a different company called Indus Geeks at that point. And we were the first company in India to pioneer the metaverse, or what it was called, the virtual worlds then, and I think the future looks a little different 15 years up, so I'm hoping the super future predictions bear out. So having said that, I think the buzzword, right, for this year has been AI, and of course, generative AI. And what I'm hoping to do with this presentation is talk a little bit about the basics of what generative AI is, and then move on and make some connections with the metaverse, how the people who are experiencing this technology, the generation AI, are going to do that, and then finally move on to what we think is the super future. So I won't spend a lot of time on generative AI because I think most people here are familiar with it. So let's do a quick show of hands, right? How many of you already know about generative AI and hence don't want me to spend a lot of time on it? Then I will skip over that. Okay, so few hands. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll spend a little bit more time on this. So let's go back. Okay, generative AI. What is it, right? It's artificial intelligence, but we've kind of had automation and machine learning for a long time. So how is generative AI different from classic AI, which came before it? The fundamental difference is generative AI generates new content and new ideas, in quotes, because people don't believe that AI can think. So new content and new ideas from their own learning. Classic AI, which is rules-based AI, stuff like recommendation algorithms that you have on TikTok, on Facebook, they are also intelligent, but not in the same way as generative AI. Generative AI is doing its own thinking, again, in quotes. And how it does that is it uses these deep neural nets, and the neural nets kind of mimic what our brains do, like with neurons. That's why they're called neural nets. And they generate new ideas from actual learning. So the artificial intelligence previously did not learn. It simply followed the rules you set for it. And the new generation of artificial intelligence stuff we call GenAI, which is ChatGPT and other foundational models or large language models, take all the data we feed them, the entire internet, and then generate their own ideas and own thoughts. And this is sort of the definition of it. I won't go into it too deeply. I think all of us are aware that GenAI is able to produce text, videos, audio, what have you, right? So from creating your legal documents, don't need a lawyer as much anymore, to accounting advice, to creating videos, to creating different audio in different voices, all of it can be done by GenAI. And the most popular tools on the market, of course, everyone's familiar with the big one, ChatGPT. Google's coming out with its own Bard. This is the chatbot model. In video, you have Runway, you have Midjourney, you have Pika, which is new, fantastic stuff. Productivity, you have Notion. Microsoft's building it into their own office suites now going forward. Design, older companies like Adobe, which has existing products like Photoshop, are now building that into their product. So you have Adobe Firefly. Of course, website design, 10Web. You can design a website. I have designed a website. I can't code in 10 minutes, flat. Okay? And you can configure it too. And of course, you have Copilot for code. So imagine the productivity increase when you're software developers, or if you are a software developer, when you have an artificially intelligent system that's generating code for you, just based on your previous code. So developers at our company are saying the productivity increases are somewhere between 25 to 50%. Right? So the implications of that productivity increase is in cost, is in quality, is in how we shape our companies and think about software in the future. We'll get there. And then, of course, there's a whole bunch of other things that people use. And of course, we should thank AI Fire for this graphic. So OK, that's an overview of what Gen AI or generative AI is. Let's move on and actually see an example of this. I hope I can do this right. 1 second. Can we have the audio on this? Excuse me. Can we have the audio on this? So this was a commercial that was generated for Coca-Cola. This was one of the big hits. It was generated using artificial intelligence, so GenAI. So real magic, right? What we just saw would have taken a company previously, a lot of animators, you would have had to create. All the graphics were possible to do before. So the graphics by themselves are great, but that's not what's so awesome about this. The real magic is how they are generating the graphics, right, or the videos. So they've used, at that point, DALL-E 2, ChatGPT, and Stable Diffusion. So a lot of the animations you saw, they were generated purely by prompt. Someone actually went there and simply said, let's take a Vermeer painting and have it wink at you. And it did that. You didn't have to go and animate things. So the production process, imagine the implications for an ad agency, or if you're a production house, or if you're a video production company. We don't need to go on set anymore. You can just type. It'll create video for you. So the world as we know it is about to change because content as we know it is about to change. Code as we are creating is about to change. And we're going to really see real magic. I have very little time, so I'm going to start moving faster now. Real use cases. Netflix is using ChatGPT to create real-time recommendations for people. So how I see House of Cards on my recommendation, what it says is customized for Sid. What it says for you will be customized for you. So on demand, real time. So what does that do? It makes you want to watch it because it's customized for you. Great. What does it do for Netflix? It makes them have to create less content, invest less in production, invest less in distribution. So what AI has done is taken the vast library of content they already have and then repackaged it and presented it to you in a way that is customized and personalized for you. We can do this at scale now. I think everyone's seen the Shah Rukh Khan Mondelez ad where, well, you should go see it. It's a Cadbury's ad where he comes on and he says something, and they've allowed every little store in India to go and put in their name. So Shah Rukh Khan will come and say, hello, welcome, happy Diwali, and then this is Lakshmi Electronics, or this is Ganesh Automobile, and you can just have Shah Rukh Khan customized to your messaging. So think about the implications of that for business, right? Okay, the metaverse. What is it? So we've talked a little bit about generative AI, right? And all the content it can produce, and all the wonderful stuff that will come off of that content. So what is that wonderful stuff? That stuff is the metaverse. Now we've heard about this term. Facebook famously came out and changed its name to Meta so that it could identify with, metaverse. But it's been a little bit of a dud, right? We heard about it, we think we know what it is, but we don't know what it is. And I believe, and by the way, my company was called Metamersive long before Facebook called itself Meta. So why? Why the term? I believe we already are seeing the metaverse. The metaverse is all around us. It's not the metaverse of Ready Player One, if you guys have seen the movie, where you put on this VR set, you're fully immersed, you have a bodysuit, you're running around the world and you feel like you're there. Okay, great. Versions of that exist today. When I'm playing a game on my Xbox or when I'm playing it even on my mobile phone, I do feel very immersed. I feel like I'm present and I feel like the content is interactive and is talking to me. So we are seeing versions of the metaverse. Of course, the ones that exist today are, of course, Meta's Horizon Worlds, the Second Life, Decentraland, Sandbox, so on and so forth. And the kids, if you have nephews and nieces or kids of your own, and if they're young enough, they're probably playing Minecraft or they're playing Roblox. And what are these? These are little mini metaverses. They're creating their own world. Roblox allows you to create your own games. So you have little 10-year-old kids creating their own games, hanging out with their friends, having a conversation in a fully virtual world, right? And in a 3D space where they can interact, where they can play with each other. They're not doing that outside on the playground. They're doing it in a virtual playground, right? So we are seeing the emergence of metaverse. How it's defined is that they're virtual, they have immersion, they have economies, they have social interaction, and of course, they're supposed to be real-world integration, like with Apple's Vision Pro, which is going to get launched in 4 or 5 months. You're going to see the first mainstream device. Of course, Meta's glasses already do this, the Oculus glasses, right? But Apple's Vision Pro is going to do it even more. You can see the real world, and then I can insert synthetic digital objects here. So we're all sitting, and then a little gnome is running around this room just for me, because I have my glasses on. Or I have, name a big star, let's say Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is here. Only I can see her. She's talking to me. You cannot because you're not wearing the glasses. But for me, she's real, right? Because it's extended reality. This world is not that far away. We're talking literally Vision Pro is out in 4 months. So imagine the implications. So the word metaverse has been abused, I think. And I think I have a definition for it that's more simple and that my company follows. I think of metaverse as any digital experience, 3D, 2D, doesn't matter. As long as it's interactive, as long as it's immersive, and as long as you can build a community and a conversation around that experience, it's a metaverse. You don't have to have the conversation in the platform. Great. If you can, awesome. You have a Roblox, you have a Minecraft, you have a Second Life, you're talking on the platform. Great. But if I live in a village in India, and I play PUBG or I play a mobile game, and I talk about it on WhatsApp or Facebook, I have created a community around that experience, even if it's not on that platform. It's on the digital continuum of communication. It's on some platform that's part of the metaverse, right? So I define it as any digital interactive experience that you have that also has a social community angle beyond that game. Okay, so having said that, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is an example of what happens when generative AI, which we talked about earlier, meets the
We are thrilled
metaverse.
to showcase an immersive and dynamic interaction between a player Kai and a non-playable character named Jin. This captivating ramen shop scene was created by NVIDIA using the latest RTX rendering technologies. NVIDIA collaborated with Convey, an NVIDIA Inception partner, to showcase how developers will soon be able to use NVIDIA Riva, Nemo, and Audio to Face for AI-powered speech, conversation, and animation. These models were integrated into the Convey Services platform and fed into Unreal Engine 5 and MetaHuman to bring Jin to life. Please take a look.
So this is an artificial, intelligent being that's talking to you in the metaverse. This is the player, that's the point of view. I'm walking up to this character, Jin, who is a bartender, and the bartender has not been programmed. It doesn't know what I'm going to say to it, but it will talk right back to me. It's an artificially intelligent being at this point.
Hey Jen, how are you? Unfortunately, not so good.
How come?
I am worried about the crime around here. It's gotten bad lately. My ramen shop got caught in the crossfire.
Can I help?
If you want to do something about this, I have heard rumors that the powerful crime lord Kuma...
Okay, we don't have time, so I'm going to move forward. What you saw was an example of an unprogrammed, artificially intelligent agent inserted into a game. Remember the movie Matrix, where you had intelligent agents in the movie? That's what you just saw. That character was not programmed. You walk up to it, it has a different story every day. Now imagine the implications for gaming. Imagine the implications for the metaverse, right? It no longer needs other people to come and inhabit the space. There are now artificially intelligent beings in these gaming worlds, in these metaverses, and hence they make the world come alive. Imagine creating something like this for Coca-Cola or your brand, where you have someone come up and talk to your representative and have a real conversation and a connection. Okay, I'm really out of time, so I'm going to go real quick. This is something we created, and this is an example of a very simple metaverse that's been used by 300,000 young girls in India in rural settings. And I won't get into it right now because we don't have the time. This is how you interact with Nisha outside the game. So you play as Nisha, you're a 15-year-old girl, and then you go out and you have a whole virtual influencer. Nisha is out of the game. She's talking to you on Instagram, on TikTok, or similar apps on India. And these are the amount of interactions you have. And this is what I meant about the metaverse existing in other medium and not just being kept in the games. Again, not so much time, but the generation that is experiencing this technology, this AI technology, and this metaverse is going to be called Generation AI. You can be a part of it. You don't have to be born into it, but you need to be ready for it because this generation is going to shape what is coming, which is the super future, where effectively we are living in an artificially generated, infinitely scalable, artificially generated content being sort of channeled into a virtual space which is alive and exists when you log out, but is infinitely generative. So you put the headset on, you log in, the same thing is different next day, just like your real life, right? And what are the implications of that for our future, for ethics, and for life? Unfortunately, I'm out of time, so we can't talk more about this, but I think I'll stop at this point and maybe open it up to Q&A, or are we completely out of time? Okay, I think we're out of time. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. There's a question out there. Go for it. Can someone hand him the mic, please? I was told it's 20 minutes, sorry, then I thought it was 15 minutes. I was like, okay. That guy over there. And while we wait for the gentleman, my name is Sid Banerjee, and the company I head is called Metaverse, and you can find me on Twitter at Sid_Banerjee. I think someone took that off.
I think this presentation was one of the good presentation you have done it. I think this will transform the entire industry as a value add to the brands and marketing campaigns and even the day-to-day routines. But it is causing a huge havoc into cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Because right now there are a number of issues which every CIOs and CTOs are facing. Every now and then there are cybersecurity issues popping off it. So do you have any solutions which can map up to the understand whether this has been created by AI, metaverse? How do CIOs and CTOs take care of cybersecurity issues which are popping up with it? Because it can create a disaster. I think recently one article has been published into one of the great media that 15 days one lady has been digitally arrested and she has been into the hell for losing a lot of money and it has created a panic into the entire industry. So how do you address this as a community, because you are also into the tech industry? You don't want technology to be misused. Also to be, we have to run the business also.
Right. No, that's a great question. I'm sorry I didn't have the time to address the cons because we ran out of time, but I'll give you a quick example, right? So in Silicon Valley where I live, the biggest debate is amongst two groups of what I called cults. They're called EAC and EDCEL. EACs are people who are accelerationists, who believe that AI should be accelerated, and the decelerationists are clear in their name. They feel like things should slow down. If all of you have heard about the recent OpenAI drama, right, with Sam Altman being fired and rehired, and why? It was a fight between two camps, the EACs and the EDCELs, right? And of course, the EACs won. So to your question, sir, I think it's very clear. When you have a technology this powerful, probably more powerful than the nuclear weapon, you're going to have risks associated with it. And cybersecurity risks are real. I mean, imagine the first artificially intelligent virus free on the internet, which can mutate, which can change. You cannot kill it. You cannot use your existing heuristics and existing antivirus to contain it, right? It's literally going to take over the internet. So what do? You'd have to release another superior artificial intelligent virus to go after it. So effectively, we are in the world now where the older antivirus and cybersecurity techniques are really dated and will not stand up for very long. We'll have to think in terms of AI to beat AI. And a better solution is what is known as alignment, which is to make sure that as we create these generative AI and more powerfully intelligent artificial intelligence, we align them to human values and for human good. But that's a different conversation. I know we are super out of time, so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sid Banerjee. I would love to go on hearing about what you have to offer. This is really, really so interesting. I would love to connect with you offline, definitely.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I'd like to request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Group, to kindly come forward and do the honors of giving a memento, presenting a memento as a token of our gratitude to Mr. Sid Banerjee. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. I'm sure the participants here too have a lot of questions. Please ask him offline. He'll be available offline, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We request you to take your seat in the auditorium, and we'll move on with the next presentation, which is another very, very interesting presentation. This is the keynote session. And the keynote speaker is Mr. Deepak Bhardwaj. He's the director of Aonex Digital Solution, and he's already here with us. Please welcome, with a thunderous round of applause, Mr. Deepak Bhardwaj. Sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So today I am presenting my company, Aonex Digital Solution, which is an offshoot of a bigger minerals and a mining conglomerate from west part of India called as Ashapura Group of Industries. So we were born as a internal digital transformation agent for the company. And for last 7 to 8 years, we were actually doing a lot of digital transformations internally for the group, and then gradually once a lot of transformation has happened internally, we have ventured into the market also, and the experience which we were carrying internally, that is we are trying to transform to the external customers of ours also. So the topic which I am going to talk about today is majorly about the hottest topic which is being spoken in today's time. Since yesterday, I'm sure a lot of you were hearing about this topic from different speakers, and the core focus again was about this only, that how GenAI can transform your business, how GenAI can be used in your actual use cases, not just like a kind of a prototype. So my keynote is not only just a keynote, actually it is a more of a technical session which I'm going to give here. So there are small demos on actual use cases of GenAI, what we have prepared or what we are using internally for our organization is we are going to show here. So how this entire thing has been started. So the tipping point of GenAI was basically the collection of data which was collected historically by different ERPs of the world and by different data sources which were there at different point of time. And that's how this transformation started. The second important aspect which came into the picture was the availability of hyperscalers of the world to us, which was not there, and that also on-demand kind of a model. It's not that we have to always use and subscribe them, but whenever we need, we can upscale, and whenever we need, we can downscale according to the requirement. And third was which generally happened around 12 to 15 months back, was the availability of these large LLM models which have come and which we can use now out of the box for all our use cases basically. So that's how this GenAI as a concept got started. So what is basically the difference between a traditional algorithm or artificial or a GenAI as an intelligence is very simple. If a programmer wants to take a decision, he has normally a two-pointer decision maker. If it is either A or either it will be B, it is as simple as that. But if, sorry, I'm trying to run my own laptop, because of which there might be some challenges which we may face here. So second is artificial intelligence. So if it is AI kind of a solution, you have data, you have a model in middle, and that model can give you a decision making in real time based on the prompts which you are going to give to it accordingly. So that's how a traditional GenAI normally is working. So these are the different possibilities which are across industries, from citizen experiences like chatbots, virtual assistants, AI-powered contact centers, and personalization for boosting productivity in any organization, for manufacturing as well as in any other domain. It can be a conversational search, summarization. It can also be code generation for the companies like us, and again, analytics, which always we talk about. It can also be used for improving your business operations, like generating some modern RPA tools, optimizing your processes, using in cybersecurity, and then for data augmentation also. Yesterday there was a marketing AI panel discussion, so a lot of discussion happened in there. So it can be used for your video productions, writing, design, training. So today, during my presentation, some of the yellow highlighted topics is what I am going to give you a small demo about in a short while. So how this slide is important for us, this represents how we are using internally GenAI in our organization. So we are using practically AWS as a platform for doing most of our GenAI related work. So recently Bedrock is now available as a platform for public use. Otherwise it was for restricted use only, and now it has been available as for a public use. So we are using Bedrock and SageMaker for using out of the box models which are available, or also generating our own models. And then what it does is basically it does two things. One is based on that we create our own models, which actually gives the insights for our own internal use cases or the applications and products what we are generating. It also improves our software development capabilities and the managed services application which we are using for our AWS managed services practice. The second is DevOps Guru. So a lot of code application which is as large as 100 plus CI/CD pipes running in parallel. So for that we are using DevOps Guru for performance and infra monitoring and management. So it's also a part of a called more like a AI tool which we are using. And then to help our development team, we have started using Code Whisperer for a larger extent basically. So a sample use case, as we are also a business application OEM partner, we are a SAP Gold partner basically. So a sample use case is demonstrated on the screen basically. So this, very sorry guys. Yeah. Yeah, please. So basically this sample use case is about a use case which is generating from SAP directly. So what actually is happening is an event is getting triggered where a customer overdue is happening. So customer, we have a concept called as financial credit system in SAP's solution SD module. So basically from there, a event is triggered, which goes into our, as an outbound API called into our GenAI model using our input data stream. And then AI replies with a response to the prompt, interpreting the event and generating responses like an overdue notice to the customer, as well as an analysis and then a call to action plan to any AR manager who is aligned to that particular customer. So this is a simple use case which we have developed internally, and it is very well integrated with SAP in the background. So there are few scenarios which I am going to play one by one. So there are basically 5 different scenarios which I am going to play. So one is we are using a model to input a PDF as a input, and accordingly a JSON will be generated out of it. That JSON can be used in different use cases. It can be directly ingested into a ERP for a document processing or for a RPA solution. And this is basically, we are not training for every time a new template of document is coming. It will be intelligently handled every time by the model, basically. Second use case is like a query and a search model where multiple use cases will be there. So it can be as simple as a use case in a human resource department, or it can be used in compliance also, where there are set rules or set policies needs to be followed, and based on the input which we are going to give, it can throw you that yes, the policy is being followed or not, basically. So, and if it is followed, that what is the policy which is in discussion, and if the policy is not followed, why it is not followed, that also it will highlight in that particular document. Third use case is a video analysis. So that video analysis can be from any source. It can be as simple as a YouTube video which it will ingest. Based on that, it can give you the analysis of what this video is about. It can give you the main points. It can give you the entire summary. So all that kind of things can be used. It can be used for your LMS module, for your training. It can also be used for predictive maintenance in any manufacturing company also. Fourth use case is about our data structure query. So it's a very common use case, and most of them, many times we struggle about it. So the use case is that we have a large volume of data, and we have to write very complex programmatical queries to get the answer out of it. Here, we are ingesting large data structures into a model and asking a simple prompt in any simple language, and based on that, it will throw you a response back, basically. And third also is a similar. It is a SQL chatbot. Again, it can be used for analytics and decision making. So let me just quickly take to these videos. So the first one is that we are basically importing a PDF document into the system. It's basically an invoice, and based on this invoice, system is getting it retrieving the data into a JSON form. And the use case here is there are 2 different templates which have been imported, and both are totally different, and still it is going to give us the accurate information, and that can be used or imported into any ERPs or any kind of use case in the background. So this is the second file. So this is the JSON which has been generated basically for both the documents. Second use case which I was speaking about basically was evidence highlighter. So in this, what we are doing is practically we are importing a file which has got a response. It can be a query to the maybe to a human resource department. It can also be a policy document which can tell us that whether we are compliant with a certain policy rules or not. So that's what this model is talking about. So we are importing a PDF file. So this is the way it is basically interpreting. Wherever it is written yes means that policy or that particular line is compliant, and wherever it is written no, it is also telling it is not compliant. And wherever these yellow highlights are there, basically that's the point why it is compliant or not compliant. So that kind of analysis it is giving on that particular document which is fed into the system. So it can be used for multiple use cases. Basically here we are using it for a health services compliance document basically. The third use case what I am talking about is quickly into that. So it's basically a video analysis. So here the demo which is being shown here is we are importing a YouTube URL, and based on that the analysis will happen. So this way it has given us the entire video into a reading document, which has got a summary, it has got a transcript, and we can also chat and ask some specific questions from the model that what exactly this video is about. So it will give you a prompt as an response back to us basically. So again, this, as I said, it has got multiple use cases. Specifically, we are using it for one of the edutech, basically. The fourth one is SQL query injector. So what we are doing is we are basically importing a CSV file into this model, and based on that, it gives us the normal. We can also prompt it into a normal question that what is the highest grossing SKU or a business unit for an organization. And then based on that, it gives answer. It can also be integrated with various chat models or messaging platforms which are currently available. Means if you want to integrate it with Teams or any messaging system you are using internally in your organization, there this model can be used basically. And the last one, in fact, there are a couple of more. So this also is a chatbot basically. So here we are importing a CSV file. And we are asking a query to it, and accordingly it is giving us a feedback as an answer. So what I am trying to highlight here is very interesting use cases are there. Just a small example, what I was sitting in my booth and was preparing it just some time back. So I used a Python script, and based on that, and plus a ready-to-use service of AWS called as Textract. So what I have done is I have uploaded a handwritten invoice into S3 using a Textract service. I'm trying to extract the objects field as well as values out of it. So that also I'm trying to, let me showcase you here. So this is that script basically, and this is the file which I had uploaded into this S3 bucket. And if you can see, it is highlighting the fields like company name, from, back from, traveling date, guest, then different email IDs, website, and then handwritten data also, that what is this service basically used for, what is the value and all that kind of thing. So this was done practically in matter of 30 minutes, I would say, using the out-of-the-box services of AWS called as Extract. So these are basically some of the use case which I wanted to highlight about. A small video I would play for a success story of one of our customers from this region, CK Birla Hospitals. So with them, we are partnering almost for now 2 years. So it started with a small partnership on SAP managed services. Now it has grown where we are managing their entire SAP stack, we are managing their healthcare stack, and also now venturing into the third part, that is the analytics stack also for them as we speak. So this video is basically for them. Let me just play it. Shall I play? Audio is not going. To play it from the pen drive. In the meantime, if any questions you need to ask regarding the models which I showcased, I am happy to answer here. Otherwise, we have a stall outside also. You can come and visit us also there and can ask these questions. Thank you, guys. Maybe this video I can send across at some other point. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deepak Bharadwaj. May I request Mr. Somnath Guha to kindly come on stage, please, and present a memento to Mr. Bharadwaj as a token of our gratitude for his wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start off with our next session, let me inform you that tomorrow at 8 a.m. we have an Art of Living session, and this is on how to train your brain in an era of chaos. So 8 a.m. if you're ready to come and join the Art of Living classes, please do, because it's going to be one of its kind and it's going to be very, very interesting. We are going straight into our next leadership keynote. It's implementing zero trust and gaining buy-in, practical strategies for success. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Sudeep Banerjee, CTO of Zscaler. I will request him to come on to the dais and take over this presentation. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sudeep Banerjee as I request him to give his keynote address. Sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible at the back? Yeah, I guess I am. Good afternoon. Thank you, AP INFOCOM, for the opportunity. I represent Zscaler, a cloud security platform provider. My name is Sudeep. Been here for about 4 years in this role. I drive transformation across APJ, which means essentially working with customers to understand how they are leveraging our platform and what are the new use cases coming up in the market, which can also fuel the innovation back. So essentially, in a IT business leadership forum, leading with purpose being the theme, we are always talking about transformation, right? Digital transformation, which is kind of buzzword used, abused, for so many years. But primarily as a CIO, which incidentally used to be my role prior to joining Zscaler. So I came across the table, trying to be a technology seller from a technology buyer all my life. And primarily as a CIO, you're always hyper-focused on transforming your application stack to make yourself more meaningful to your customers, partners, ecosystem, to bring products, services quickly to market, to give the best customer experience, also to kind of improve revenues, reduce cost, all of that, right? But thing is, when you are doing all this transformation, which also means kind of leveraging public cloud assets. We had so many sessions before us talking about things like AI, GenAI, and the likes, which are kind of computes, which possibly you cannot manage in your own data centers, right? You have to use necessarily public cloud services. So once you're doing that, what are you kind of coming up against? So what are the headwinds in that path? Couple of them. One is the way we have set up our networks. Now I'm talking about mainstream enterprises, like kind of brick and mortar enterprises, factories, showrooms, branch offices, sales offices, head offices, etc. And we have set up proprietary WAN networks, right? All this while. And also we have housed security, centrally, let's say, data center. Because every, packet, every data packet from any originating point is to be backhauled. This is creating a choke point today, and I'll give you some practical reasons. Let's take a look at a legacy network, right? On the left-hand side, you see a very convoluted kind of a WAN infrastructure, which is connecting all of your points of presence. And the second is your data center, which is hosting, or at least used to host, all of your kind of crown jewels, application, data, infrastructure, right? This, kind of was good fit for purpose for at least the last, many, many decades, right? Because ultimately everything is data center, and everybody wants to access information from the data center. Going out to the internet was mostly recreational or just doing research. So if you look at your kind of overall bandwidth as an enterprise, right? Maybe 80% was going to the data center, 20% out to the internet. That has now flipped. And COVID has been a big kind of an influencer because a couple of things happened. So during COVID, all the offices emptied out. Everybody went back home, right? And if you had to apply security, you had to forcibly bring them, maybe over a VPN link, back to your data center, right? Because all your proxies and other security appliances was hosted there. What did that create? That created an immediate bottleneck. Second thing which happened is our habits as users also have changed. I recall my days, back in the past, pre-COVID days. We had collaboration, we had Skype for business, which is pre-Teams, but there was no adoption. we used to take Microsoft licenses and then, kind of goad our users. Why don't you use OneDrive? They'll always store files locally or maybe on a NAS drive somewhere on the network, right? Adoption was 0. Today, adoption is 100%. Even if COVID is a thing behind us, we are back in office, but we are doing our calls largely, online, offline mix of it, right? We're on Teams, Zoom, all the day. Which essentially means that the per user bandwidth, which used to be in megs, today is in gigs per month. An order of magnitude higher than that. And if you want to take that entire kind of mass of data through proprietary networks and backhaul them, of course you will end up in trouble. The other part which is happening is the internet, right? Largely everything on the internet today is encrypted. Gone are the days when you can see a site on clear HTTP. Today it is all behind SSL. It should be TLS. And you think that if it is encrypted between a user and a destination, things must be hunky-dory, things must be safe and secure. Unfortunately not. Zscaler runs a multi-tenant cloud security platform, a very big one globally. And we get a very rich telemetry, largely metadata, about where users are going to. Where are what are the sources of bad stuff on the internet, like ransomware and all. And largely we are finding out that destinations of repute, destinations on maybe Microsoft, let's say OneDrive or SharePoint or Google and whatnot, they are hosting a huge amount of bad content, bad malware, right? Sites, for example, you go to a news site, maybe CNN.com, there are so many ads over there, so many active JavaScript components which would be hosting something bad. And if the user clicks on them, they are necessarily inviting trouble. What we are seeing is, the cyber threats, obviously everybody knows this, no point in reiterating kind of numbers, but it is growing hugely, and not only in terms of number of incidents, etc., but also the variety of it. Think about a software supply chain attack. Think about what we saw through SolarWinds, Kaseya, Log4j. I mean, in my 30 years of IT experience, I had not heard about software supply chain. Software on which you have depended all your life, right? And suppose you are downloading a kind of a patch from that company, and if the patch itself is trojanized, what do you do about it? So the flip side to going digital is risk. Because the more you go digital, the more you go on internet, the more you go on cloud, your public presence is increasing. The number of public IPs which you have, which resolves to the internet, is increasing day by day. Even our DMZs, forget about public cloud, even in our DMZ, internal data center, we have got so many applications today which are actually publicly exposed. You have to do that. Think about a bank, right? Doing API banking. Think about a manufacturing company doing just-in-time, say, supply chain and logistics, right? They have to necessarily connect with a large ecosystem through API, largely on the internet. Which means you do that part, but you're inviting trouble because the bad guys can see you. So in this holy mess of convoluted networks, applications everywhere, users everywhere, change of style of using computing, change of style of doing digital business, the current network and security architecture is often not matching up and creating complexities. Let's talk about a typical kill chain, how companies get infiltrated, how companies get, let's say, ransomware, how companies end up losing data. This actually very much correlates to physical warfare. In fact, Lockheed Martin, invented this as the kill chain, cyber kill chain. And we have boiled it down to just 4 basic, stages. The first being, how much can they find about you? Let me give a kind of customer analogy, okay? Let's say I go for a holiday to Australia for a couple of weeks with my family. And the first day itself, I kind of put it up on Facebook. Hey, I'm in sunny Australia. Look at me, enjoying myself, okay? The attackers know that there's nobody at home. And there could be possibly a way to come and then, steal your goods. Same thing happens for enterprise. The more you are visible in the public internet, maybe you're kind of, running applications, stacks, operating systems. It's very difficult to patch and keep things updated on a day-to-day basis. There would be vulnerabilities, there would be gaps. And if they find that, they can exploit that. Secondly, we have a hybrid style of working. Post-COVID, still it's not that every user comes to office every day. Maybe they're rostering between home and office. 3 days at home, 2 days in office, vice versa. Which means when I'm at home, I don't have the security which I have in office, right? But I'm accessing applications, I'm browsing, I'm going to SaaS applications. I may download something mischievous, and if I bring the laptop back to the office the next day, there could be potential danger of having that infection, coming onto the office network, right, and then propagating. So how much you're exposed today on the internet is your attack surface. And there has to be a way in which you have it under control. It's very difficult. With AI, GenAI, public cloud, it's getting more difficult day by day. Second, the compromise, the initial compromise. Attackers will always go after the weakest link. Also, gone are the days when you had to be a class A coder, to be a good attacker, okay? Today, ransomware, or buying ransomware tools, or maybe already phished credentials, is just like buying stuff on the internet, on an e-commerce platform. So ransomware as a service is very much there among us. So for maybe, cents to a dollar, the attacker can, create a very well-defined target campaign against your enterprise, okay? So you got to kind of be aware about that, protect all the weak links, have good security, endpoint security, network security, all the part. Third stage is, what are corporate networks? They are largely very flat in nature. It's like a highway system, which is connecting, destinations very seamlessly without having too much of checkpost. You can put in some firewalls, you can think about microsegmentation, but creating these kind of barriers at, let's say, a network layer, at a, layer 3 of the OSI stack, which means you're only building rules on maybe source IP, destination IP, ports, protocols. Who understands that? Who understands by IP address what exactly it is? Is it a NAS drive? Is it a CRM system? Is it my SAP? Is it my domain controller? Only your system admin will know that, right? However, today, it's very important that you build segmentation rules at layer 7, at an identity layer. Which group of user connected to what group of application, using least privilege as principles. And fourth is, what are the attackers trying to get to? They're trying to get to your data, because that's the holy grail, right? In Zscaler, for example, we run threat labs and we look at huge amounts of traffic, about 360 billion transactions on a daily basis. And through that telemetry, we can understand source and destination of bad things. One of the trends we see nowadays is encryption-less ransomware, which means they don't want to encrypt you or destabilize your operations. They just want to steal your data. Name and shame you on internet, sell your data, etc. Right? So that's where things are going to. What is our positioning? So back in the day, we are about a 15-year-old company. 2007, when the founder started it, they had this vision that soon there will be a day when companies can get computing and application business process part as rentable assets from the internet, let's say from cloud. The founders used a lot of let's say Salesforce, NetSuite in the early days, right? And second is, users should have the mobility to be anywhere. They shouldn't be kind of in fixed location like offices. Can we have a Starbucks like office today, right? With the same security. So to do that, they had thought about what about security? If users are everywhere, applications are everywhere, I have to have a connectivity and a security technology which is all pervasive. It can be found everywhere, very close to where the source and destination of the traffic is. That's what we built painstakingly, and it solves a lot of use cases. And some of the cardinal parts about zero trust. What does zero trust say? You should always think that there is a breach which has already happened, okay? You cannot trust anybody implicitly. Everybody for every session, have to have or prove their trust to get access. Eliminating attack surface. Don't go to Australia and talk all about it, right? Keep little things hidden. That would improve your risk posture. Secondly, don't connect things just on a, let's say, what does a firewall do? It looks at selective bytes of data. We are a full-fledged proxy architecture, which means we can look at 100% encrypted content, every packet, and know what is good, what is bad, flowing through the wire, and take controls. Apart from good security, because we connect, users to destinations in the least path with least friction, you also get a very happy outcome of good, agile access, right? So typically your maybe Office 365 performance, you can easily expect a 30-40% bump in productivity. And also things makes life simpler so that it is easy for IT to own, operate, manage, govern security and network infrastructure. Of course, we are not the whole and soul in zero trust security. We do connect with a lot of other part. On an average, we see that a company today has about got maybe 30, 40 technology on security alone, right? I think going forward, it would be only 3 or 4 platforms, endpoint platforms, cloud platforms, maybe data protection platforms, etc. We should work in tandem through API. So there's nothing like siloed stuff. I'm rushing because the clock is goading me on, and the clicker is not working. Just as an analogy, 2 cars does the same thing, takes you from point A to B, right? However, one car, which is on an internal combustion engine, has got 2,000 moving parts. The other one has got less than 20. So if you think about zero trust, if you think about agile, digital infrastructure, you cannot ride on the same stuff you've been doing for the last few decades. You got to think architecturally different, right? And that's why we kind of provide solutions. Multiple use cases. So first, about 10 years of the company, we focused only about north-south security, connecting users safely to applications. I'll take a couple of minutes more, if okay. Now we think, why only user? If you're putting workloads up on the cloud, if they talk to the internet or to each other across multiple cloud or to your data center, they need the same zero trust connectivity. What about your OT workloads in your factories? What about IoT? What about 5G networking? So we are trying to extend the same platform into these multiple use cases. I'll just end up with saying that this looks onerous. It looks like a lot of work, but it doesn't have to be done on one day. You can do it step by step. During COVID, the first use case was how do I securely enable remote working, right? From there today, based upon the type of industry you are in, your security use case could be different from the other, and there could be a roadmap in which you do this journey. We are on Gartner, we are a listed company, etc. We have a booth outside. Happy to talk more about zero trust security. Thanks a lot for the patient hearing. Question at the back? Sure. Can we get a mic up there, please?
Hello. Hello. My name is Amit Wagmare. What is that Zscaler is doing to help CIOs and CTOs community to build zero trust by avoiding multiple layers? Because as you understand, we have to maintain firewalls, we have to maintain switches, we have to maintain routers. There are multiple layers. But whenever you talk about Zscaler, you say that you are a zero trust company. But how do you avoid all these layers? Any roadmap you have to get rid of all these layers? Because as you've been showing, Aruba and Fortinet and a lot of layers are there. So what is your roadmap as an organization to get rid of all these layers and make simplicity, which can be a cloud-driven architecture, and it can be directly connected to the end users rather than, we are spending efforts on getting into the network architecture and building this complicated network architecture for branches and small-scale operations?
Great question, and it will take an hour for me, so that's the thing. But better is we maybe connect offline to discuss. Primarily, we see large-scale transformation in network and security. We see a largely firewall-depleted world, okay? Where you have put firewalls everywhere, be it physical firewalls, virtual firewalls, transit gateways to connect. There could be a better, more efficient way, okay, to do that. Two is, if you look at the traffic today in your company, look at the choke points. Let's say we are all doing Teams calls and suddenly the calls are not of good quality and all. Why is this happening? Okay, can you offload some of the traffic, okay, out from your core networks to make it more kind of amenable? Third is look at zero trust holistically. As a company, you can have 100 applications. As a finance user, what do I need? Maybe SAP, maybe a couple of other, maybe my email, 4 or 5 applications. Today in large company, everybody has got access to everything. That is the harbinger of risk. So zero trust talks about least privilege. Can you segment? Which means you need to have a rich identity. Groups of users, groups of application, crown jewels, application for third party, etc. Right? So those are the prerequisites for good zero trust security. Fourthly, you don't need to buy anything to rack and stack. So there's no supply chain involved. You don't have to wait for China to produce firewall to bring to India and then host it. This is cloud software and very much available in India. We are kind of very much compliant with laws like GDPR and now with DPDP as well in the country. So you don't have to bother about that. So we can deploy quickly, but let's take this offline because it's a larger topic. Yeah? Thank you. Anybody else? I guess we're done?
Yes.
Thank
you so much. Thank you. We'll request you to stay on stage, sir.
Sure.
And thank you very much, Mr. Sudeep Banerjee. I will request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Sudeep Banerjee for this excellent presentation.
I know. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful leadership keynote on implementing zero trust and gaining buy-in. Thank you very much, sir. We request you to take your seat in the auditorium. We will move on with the CIO panel, but please give us a couple of minutes to do the setup. So like I reminded you already that tomorrow at 8 a.m. we have an Art of Living session. And if you want to train your brain to live in an era of chaos, then you have to come in at 8 a.m. for the Art of Living classes, which is very important because when we work on our mind, there are many things that we can actually do. And I hope all of you are connecting to us on social media. On Facebook, we are present as INFOCOM Connect. Do like us there. And on Twitter or X, we are present as @INFOCOM Connect. Please use the hashtag INFOCOMCAL2023. And on LinkedIn, we are present as ABP Infocom. So please post your pictures and experiences and tag your friends as well. Like we had told you yesterday, we have an action-packed day today. In the afternoon, after lunch, we will be having a bit of laughter. We all need to laugh. And if you didn't know this, then our brains do not understand what is real laughter and what is fake laughter, or real smile and fake smile. I could just put it that way. The lighter form of laughter is smiling. And if you can smile as much as you can, then for the ladies here, please understand that you will get less wrinkles. And if you can laugh as much as you can, and if you laugh at the smallest little things, like in Nagaland, what people do is, even if there's a pin which drops, they will laugh. And they've got excellent skin, they've got excellent hair, and they have a fantastic life. So I believe in the 3 L's. One is live as beautifully, as most wonderfully as you can. Love as much as you can. First, you got to love your own self, and then only can you love everyone else. And if you have come by the flight, you will understand when the air hostess says that please help yourself first and then help the others, you will realize then that you have to love yourself first. When I say love yourself first, it does not mean that, it does not mean that I am asking you to be selfish and look inward, but I am asking you to love yourself so that you have the energy and the strength and the power to love everyone else around you. So remember what the air hostess says: when the air pressure inside the flight goes down, there will be masks which will drop, but help yourself first before you help others. So that is a very important thing. When you go for your Art of Living class tomorrow, you'll be working on your mind, and you will also know how to love yourself. If you really know how to love yourself, then of course you'll be doing all these different things to invest in yourself. All right, looks like we are pretty much ready for the CIO panel. And I will take you through this very interesting panel: efficient and sustainable data center, how India is ready. I will take this opportunity to invite the panelists onto the dais. Mr. Jay Daga, who is the CTO of Sony Pictures, may I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Jay Daga, and put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. It is very important for us to applaud and praise and let people know that we care for them. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We will also have with us Mr. Sagar Sen, CIO, NTT Global Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure India Private Limited. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a round of applause for Mr. Sagar Sen as I invite him to take his seat. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Naveen Gulati, Vice President Technology, NICA. He is here with us. A warm welcome to you, and I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Anil Nama, CIO, Control S. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a round of applause. Where are the applauses? It's very nice to applause for everyone. Mr. A. Siju Rauthar, CIO, SBI Mutual Fund. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, sir. Round of applause for him as I request him to come and take his seat on the dais. And our chairperson and moderator is Mr. Rahul Datta, Executive Director, PwC. I request you to kindly come and take your seat as the chairperson and moderator, and a round of applause for him. Good afternoon and a hearty welcome to you. Here is Mr. Rahul Datta, Executive Director of PwC, and I hand over the session to you, sir.
Hello. So good afternoon, everybody. We are here today to have a panel on a very interesting topic. It's about data center. Data center, efficient and sustainable data center. And overall, how India is reacting towards it, how India is preparing about it, are they ready and all. I have got the privilege to moderate these eminent panel all across to discuss about it for overall next 30-40 minutes across various aspects, and we'll get views from these eminent speakers. Now to start with, this world globally, we are getting data explosion, right? Just to provide an attribute, 2022, the overall global data volume was around 45 zettabytes. What got created, got stored. There is a projection that in another 5 years, it will reach around 600 zettabytes of data across the globe. And we have to be ready to maintain that data, to store that, retrieve that, nurture that, and process that. And for that, we need data center with scale, growth, efficiency, and all other aspects. Additionally, there are global initiatives to make data center sustainable. But why? Why sustainability come into the picture for data center itself? The striking fact is that overall, global power consumption, if we take a percentage, 2 to 3% of global power consumption, electricity consumption happens through data center only, which is being planned to be increased to address this growth of data by 6 to 8%. Now, are we ready? I've talked about global peace, and then in an economy like India, this data burst is even more. And we have our own set of readiness. There are models coming in, there are players coming in all across the data center, and gradually this efficiency, the scalability, the sustainability being adopted across data center in India also with smarter technologies, devices, equipments, methodologies, and principles. Now, with that context, we have our eminent speakers. So let me start with Mr. Jay, that as the data center is evolving and media content is one of the area which is pretty rich, heavy, and contributes to a lot of data volume. And that demands for practices or capabilities like delivery, aging, and all these pieces, which is an attribute of robust data center all about. So what's your view on how these data center is evolving for the future, getting themselves ready for the future, for the data burst that is expected out of media sector overall? Jay.
Thanks, Rahul. Good afternoon, everyone. So when I was with Viacom 18, I was handling the data center, the infra and operations. Now, as you rightly said, the data has exponentially grown. But at the same time, the content has also grown very fast. Okay, the volume of content is very high. And also what has happened is there have been many versions of the same content. You see of standard definition, high definition, 4K, Ultra 4K, Dolby Atmos. So those kind of content, each, just one master now has got 10 versions of it. So that's the way the content has really gone very, very high. That's the first area which is there. So volume has gone so high that the data center has to be capable of handling the peak. Second is the latency. Earlier it used to be like you have to have 23 milliseconds of latency was okay up to that. But now there is no option of buffering. Everyone wants to have the content going smooth. There are a lot of live contents going across on the whether it's sports or non-sports, a lot of live content goes across. So data center has to be very much scalable to it. So that's where we are looking at edge data centers coming in. A lot of, and it's not just tier 1, even tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the moment you got a buffering, the consumer moves to another platform. That's very clear. That's how it is. Third is a lot of regulations are there. So you can't just have your content because a lot of standard practices there. So regulations are there. So those kind of content has to manage. And one more is the security part. Because the content is, most of the content is encrypted. It has got a watermark to it. So that's the reason storage and those becomes a very, very high requirement of a data center. So that's one area. And last but not the least is the sustainability. Because you need to have a data center which is sustainable to manage all this. The way you said the power consumption has gone really high. So with this so much of content volume, so it's there. So media traditionally before, I would say COVID has been very kind of a on-premise data center kind of approach. But post-COVID and post all this, the 5G and everything coming up, the bandwidth really increasing. We have seen the emergence of the OTT platforms and those. So now they are open to going into a lot of data center. But the one which can manage all these pointers and the areas of concern.
Thanks, Jay. So you have highlighted about latency, you have highlighted about resolution of the content, as well as the security. Now, let me move towards another sector. So let me ask Nevin about this particular sector of consumer and retail, where user experience is one of the key areas. And that demands for lot of data. You capture data all across your user base and then store it, then nurture it. That also demands for data scale across data center. And certain technologies, evaluation, evolving piece of data center to address that. What's your view about the future of data center to address these particular needs for consumer and retail?
Sure, here. Thanks, Rahul. Pretty interesting question that you've asked. And let me share an insight on how things run from a B2C and how they are different from a B2B perspective. Right, so for us, traffic is always unpredictable. We have had days where we fulfill, say, a couple of thousand orders a day. And during our peak, we fulfill more than 10,000 orders a minute. Right? So when you plan your digital strategy with such unpredictable loads, the ball game changes altogether. And that's where the biggest difference between a B2C and a B2B platform comes in. And that is where we as Nykaa, or I would say any digital native in a B2C space, relies very heavily on hyperscalers. This is a scale that is unmanageable if you're running your own show. And of course, then it's a competitive industry. We also need to balance out the cost in terms of how much investments we make ourselves vis-a-vis we use the capacity as and when required. And for a B2C platform, it's not only the scale that we have to handle when we are serving our customers, but DR also becomes a very important perspective for us. Mostly you would see in B2B DR, DRs are often run with a minimal capacity, mostly as a storage side, data storage side. As if ever it needs to be invoked, then the show has to be go on at a limited scale while the primary sites get set up. But from a B2C perspective, our DR also has to be equally competent as our primary site. If we have to invoke our DR, then we also need to serve the same scale. And I was reading this study very recently. The span of attention from a customer on a B2C platform has gone down from 11 seconds to about 6.5 seconds just over the last 2 years. So which means if we are not able to serve at the right speed with the right latency within 5 to 6 seconds, and 6 being on a higher side, by the way, our customers shifts to a different platform. And then the loyalty also starts shifting it. That's where the brand name starts getting impacted. So designing your digital strategy for B2C is very, very different, very complex, and we rely heavily on hyperscalers for our data footprint.
Sure. So designing data centers specifically for the B2C strategy and B2B strategy is important. Now let me go to Mr. Riju about that. FS is one area where these data centers, data, volume creates lot of burst because of the transaction volume that is getting increased in our India ecosystem all put together. UPI comes in, the government of India comes with digital private infrastructure to support the FS ecosystem and many other places. Now, what's your view about what kind of readiness the data center should take for the future, the FS data center should take for the future to support this efficiency, to support this scale, this growth? What's your view?
Thank you, Rahul. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the topic what we are going to discuss and continuing discussing about the data center is nothing like heart in the body. What we expect from our heart, it has to work every seconds, every hour, and every time. Similarly, data centers, what we expect it has to work 100% for uptime with 100% availability. So its data center is like heart in the organization. Now, when we look upon from BFSI perspective, definitely it is one of the crucial point because without data centers, nothing can work. The users' transactions will not happen, even though what good applications and platforms you have, it will not work. Now, looking in terms of over the last a decade, the transactions have grown more because it has become digital now. So people have moved from phygital to more from digital now. So it's completely into the digital formats. Having so digital format, the key important play of the data center is very important. When we look upon this, the data size, because the data size is growing day by day. So the expectations from the data centers are the processing capabilities. How do we bring in much more processing capabilities, bring in more agility into that? So along with the scalability, availability is no question. As I said about the heart, you have to available 100% of the time, then you are alive. So availability is no question out over there. There is no ask for the availability because that is said. Only the ask is more from scalability, agility, and how do you bring in more processing capabilities. Now data center has got transformed over the period as a marketplace. It's not only the processing capabilities what you bring out over there. You bring in a lot of other services also. So the days have gone when you used to put up 2 racks and used to run in data centers. Now it has become a complete marketplace where you want to look upon for analytic services, you can get it. You just hook up, you can get the analytical services. If you want to look upon for any of the managed services, you can look upon single window shop out over there. So the whole transformation has moved from 2 racks or 1 racks to multiple services outwards. So the data center is a services now. It's a purely which we can look upon as a services. Now for BFSI financial sectors, when you look upon, you have to key consideration comes from compliance and regulatory point of view. Because data centers has to be compliant from regulatory point of view, as well as from the certain perspective, you have to be within the geographical boundaries of India. So those are the one which are much more given emphasis at these days, being the highly regulated industries. And definitely it will not complete without the fencing of the security piece. So that's the one key consideration which is being given, because end of the day, it's more from the PII data, which BFSI or any of the financial services do the transactions with. So you have to be more considerations on the data security part. So data center is a complete built-in ecosystem where it has to be part of the deliverable models. So that's how the data center play a vital important role out in the BFSI sectors today.
Sure, and it's indeed a great analogy to say that heart in the body. It keeps on beating, actually. Now let me go to Mr. Anil. Couple of emotions that is coming out of these discussions towards data center is that security, compliance, scale, uptime, which should be added, should be continued in the future of the data center. Now, how the overall technology space, the innovation space, is growing up and contributing towards the new age data center, if you can put forward your view towards it.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. So yes, data centers are changing. I mean, just like Siju Saab said, gone are the days of 2 racks. Let's talk differently. These days, data centers talks about power. So gone are the days of 3 kW power, 10 kW power. With the advent of AI and the GPU chips, we are talking between 50 to 100 kW per rack, which means an erstwhile large bank of 100 racks consuming 300 kW will now come into a setup of 5 or 6 racks. And that too, when you go in to have it as a service, the onus is on the provider to provide the basic security, the compliance, and the uptime to his customers. So this whole digital transformation that's happening in the data center space of providing services is what is changing. As far as the security is concerned, I mean, very simply, data center is where your physical beings will be there, and therefore you could compare it to an airport security, because you would want to know where did a hard disk go, where did a RAM go, where did a server go, where did your router go physically as an asset. At a second stage comes the people who are accessing it. So just like in airports, anybody either has to be an employee of an airline or has to come in with a barcode as an end user. Similarly, in the data center, you have got very large access controls and it keeps on evolving. So earlier we had this access cards. Then we came up with biometrics. Now you have got these video analytics cameras which capture. In fact, it is also helping us to plot the experience. So we plot 2 experiences. One is the customer experience. From the time it has taken a legitimate customer from outside of DC, first camera, to going into his rack. And the second, of course, is the equipment. Because when you come to DC, you come for break fix. You want to change your router, you want to change that server, you want to change that hard disk. And therefore, the equipment also landing at the right place is equally measured, as well as you need to trace it because compliance is very, very rigid. So that's how the data center is evolving. Per unit rack, you have got KWs which are increasing. What the future holds from a data center perspective is, I mean, people can tell it to be a very, very secure place and an uptime to be, but the standards are coming in. So for example, we recently saw the digital right protection coming in. We are looking for an amendment of IT Act 2000 which gives more teeth to the end customer. We also recently, there was an announcement earlier, the police stations, there were only cyber police stations in a district. Now it is becoming pervasive, so every thana can have those digital complaints. So as these changes come in, the architecture of data center is becoming more and more transparent. Who went in? Why did he went? What did he do? When did he do? Those type of trails need to be kept, because not only the financial sector or the e-commerce with us, but it's heterogeneous. The second change that's happening, and we saw that in the example of Zscaler's presentation, which is this sprawl of network is now becoming a direct network. So gone are the days where you had 2 Mbps pipe, 10 Mbps pipe, because a 10 branch also requires today a roughly 100 Mbps pipe just to run all such apps we have in corporate. So suddenly the data center is no longer an MPLS hub, but it is rather a zone where you are terminating your bandwidth at least latency. In B2C, it's mostly internet and the latency map to the end user. In B2B, things are happening. You have got SD-WANs now, and slowly it's changing. But data center perspective, what is changing is no longer 1G, 10G. You have got 100 gigs. The whole network thing where we put routers, switches, distribution, that's all solving to be very simple DWDM networks. And the security is moving more and more as a service out instead of as a device. So these are the two key changes that we are evidencing in the data centers.
Thanks. Yes, very truly, the network analytics is contributing a lot towards data center as well as the overall security standards. Those are coming in. Now let me move to Mr. Sagar. Another aspect is about efficiency, which talks about scale, which talks about minimum latency, smarter processors, computes, overall an uber efficient data center ecosystem. Now, what's your view on what are the new technologies, new ecosystem, new players, those are coming in and contributing to make these data centers of India rich for the future?
First of all, let me tell you that how the growth of data center is, how it is growing. The demand of data center is growing. That simple example, this ChatGPT, yeah, one instruction in ChatGPT consumes 50 to 100 times of computing and power compared to one Google search today. This is what I just read. Now just think of it, that where are we going in terms of demand of data center? Having said that, sustainability and the efficiency in data center is not anymore a buzzword. These are the essence of future-facing data centers. And so first of all, it is not an operations of the data center. We need to start thinking from the design itself of the data center. The industry is talking today that our data centers should be more dense. That means it is less copper, less concrete, less space, and less power. That's where it is starting today. Second, we come to your sustainability. It's not just power today. Yeah, again, what I said earlier, that all the system, operation system that you use to operate a data center, the facility management, billing management, the monitoring of different devices, network management, has to be based on AI, more intelligent, more smarter systems that we use today. And if we take example of our entity, we have started already that journey. The next one, I would say that one approach that has been talked about is why can't you make data center as a product? What does it mean? What is a product? Yeah, it got a design. You can put that when in the manufacturing of a product, you can put it in the assembly line. You have to make it standardized. You will have to make it a quality, a standard quality of it, and a cost-saving approach. So why can't we use the same approach in developing data center? What's the benefit of it? That means that the construction of the data center and the equipment installations, okay, would go hand in hand if we take this approach tomorrow in the data center design. So that's one topic is being discussed in the industry very, very in greater details today. And the last one, the operation system, without saying that all our operation systems in today's data center operation and the future one has to be more efficient. Yeah, whether you apply AI, whether you apply your data analytics, because data is one thing that has to be monitored, that how you are going green, how you are getting sustainable. And that can comes only from your monitoring the data and the data analytics. Okay, that's where we are going to in the future data center construction as well as the data center industry. Okay.
Sure, so one specific theme that is coming out very verbose is about sustainability of the data center.
Right.
It's about making the data center green. It's about energy efficiency. It's about reducing the e-waste out of the data center and many other aspects. Now, I want to come back to Mr. Jay that investing on sustainable data center. Sustainability is also a brand today for an enterprise. What amount of value this brand carries to have an investment on a sustainable data center?
So sustainability or ESG is no more just a buzzword. You take any industry, any vertical, any area, everyone is going through some kind of a sustainable measures or environmental safety measures kind of stuff. So take this venue itself, it's a LEED certified because they have made a lot of taken, and that creates a brand, right? If you add something like this to a brand, it really makes some big sense. People are now hiring chief sustainability officers or such kind of positions in a lot of organizations because they want to add that tag, not just adding that tag to the brand, but they know that they have a responsibility towards the society as well as to the environment. Same thing is applicable to data centers and this kind of industry. Like hardly anyone is going on with their own data center or own on-premise kind of data center because they know it's not going to be a value add so much. Whereas data center companies are now giving a lot of options like a GPU as a service and those kind of stuff, wherein a media company, if it's scaling up, if there's a kind of a finale or a match or a live event going on, they know that it's going to peak very, very high. With this kind of service, you can scale it up, and then once it's done, you can scale it down. So that really helps to the environment a lot and sustainability a lot. Second is, we are also seeing a lot of security and piracy constraints. So this kind of areas, sustainability, green areas can help in that. We also seeing a lot of AI ML capabilities getting built up in this industry. We just saw the lot of advertisement, the branding advertisement that are being done. So this kind of capabilities huge, has a lot of huge consumption of compute, graphics, post-production activities. All of these make this kind of animation and this kind of VFX activities those. So it consumes a lot of energy, a lot of storage, a lot of power. That's where the data centers are going towards the sustainability part. And while it might add on to the cost, but as an organization or companies, they look for such kind of brands which has got some kind of responsibility towards it. So that really makes a lot of sense to go with this kind of and add this kind of initiative. All the data center companies need to go for it.
Sure. So very truly, so initiatives towards green data centers and sustainable pieces. Now let me go back to Mr. Riju. Government of India is investing heavily on the sustainable data centers across multiple initiatives all, majorly towards the FS phase. They are hosting environments for payments, transaction ecosystems, card ecosystems, and everywhere across sustainable data center. What's your view that what additional pieces or strategy as a government of India that can take in terms of making the data center sustainable and supporting the overall financial boom that is happening in India? What's your view?
I think it's very key, important aspect for any of the financial institutions to take a decision when we look upon from sustainability, because before we take any decision, definitely ESG score for those sort of respective platforms where we are going to host or where we are going to run our services is very much important. So as a financial services company, we look sustainability as two different models. One, how do we sustain? That's one of the key model as well. Because when we look upon per pay go use basis, that's a cost economical way of sustainability. Second, how do we contribute towards the carbon emissions? That's the second way of sustainability model which we look upon for our decision making. Now, not being a core data center services as our own independent function, we generally always leverage on the partners or the service providers like entities and controllers, and wherein definitely the sustainability models and the ESG practices are overlooked and looked and considered in terms of how the scorings for them are pertained to. That makes us more easy in terms of taking decisions. The expectations is more over how more and more subsidies can be granted, because still when we talk about the sustainability, I am not sure how much of the subsidies are being granted for these sort of sustainability. I'm sure our eminent friends will add on to it, because we still talking about lot about sustainability, but there is no difference who is running on sustainability model or who is not running on the sustainability model. So I think there has to be differentiated with the some sort of subsidies from the government side. We should be onboarded for having more and more adoption towards it.
So sustainability investment towards data center vis-a-vis cost. It's the theme for today. Now let me go to Mr. Anil. On this particular theme, on a data center revenue model, sustainable data center revenue model, what are the key drivers, or how these revenue model gets created across smart technologies, investing on that, reducing cost of operations, making data center sustainable? A very quick view on that.
So, sir, see, sustainability, for example, we take this hotel. When we enter this hotel, it very well says LEEDs Platinum certified. So when you make a building, a LEEDs Platinum certified building, it has got structural strength which you could then, take up to 25 years on your books. It's not a 5-year, 15-year building that you are creating. So a 25-year depreciation reduces the cost. Second is, the major consumer we consume is power. Electricity is consumed in data center because everything is silicon. Now, if you look at that, instead of transformers, we have started to use the HT. So we use 220 kVA AI substations. So directly your TND, that means the grid lands into the DC, we convert it. So approximately 17% of losses we can recover. Third is, let's go to the generation side. Now if you see, our thermal cost is roughly 6-7 rupees per unit. DG set cost is 17-18 rupees per unit. Lowest is hydro, that's hardly between 1 and 2 rupees. And our solar is between 3 to 4 rupees. Now, if you pay carrying charges to power grid and you bring that power onto the DC, so instead of your average 6-7 rupees, you are using reusable energy as well as saving the money, and whatever the infra additional that you put in place, that you are able to recover. Third is, all this silicon requires cooling. They consume loads and loads of water to cool these assets, right? So how do I reduce it? So what we have started is, for example, in Mumbai, we did an experiment with Vashi STP. Earlier, we were consuming 1 million liters of potable water per day. We left that connection. We connected to the STP in Vashi. We are bringing 1.5 million liters. We are filtering it and we are using it. But if you see the cost, that gets recovered. Why? Because STP is free of cost. So whatever money we were paying CIDCO for the potable water, you suddenly are recovering it. So good building, electricity from source, right? And mixed with renewable energy, and maybe reusing, refactoring certain things will make this whole endeavor not only sustainable, but also cost effective for the enterprises.
Sure. On the same point, Mr. Sagar, a very quick view on efficiency, scale provided by a data center by adopting newer technologies and investment vis-a-vis cost, again. What's your view? What kind of model that can be created and how India is ready towards it?
As I said earlier, that these are not any more buzzwords. Yeah, we'll have to do it. We'll have to do it. So what's the alternative to the present situation? Yeah, in terms of power, it is renewable energy, right? RE. So today, I can take our example that 50% of our data centers are using RE, renewable energy. By this financial year, we are going to complete 50% of the data centers. And by 2030, it would be 100%. Okay? So that's one alternative. Second alternative is that you need to use efficient systems, softwares, to operate the data centers. That efficiency should be up to that level. It can go to different servers and checks what all components of the server are not working. And based on that, just switch it off and save that power. Okay, that's one another aspect, that kind of systems we are implementing. And that across the board of operations, building management system, your security systems, then your this network, other monitoring systems, everywhere we are putting efficient AI-based intelligence systems, yeah, to save more and more power and other efficiency. Then your immersion cooling is another technology that has come to make the servers and others, to make your chillers, etc., more efficient, less power. And plus, of course, the waste management that we have. Everywhere, across the board, we need to take care of the waste management. Yeah. These are the few things that are being taken care today to make it more sustainable.
Sure, sure. So collectively, what we have heard that across data center towards efficiency, it is no more on aspirations. Investment needs to be done, smarter technologies should come in to make data center efficient, sustainable, green, and we have to create revenue models also towards that across adoption. Even the sectors, FS, retail, media, everybody is demanding for that. And overall, we can see a bright future for India also, because India has started as an early adopter, adopting all these adoption of technologies, and we think about a bright future about this data center in India. With that, with a vote of thanks to all of you, let us conclude these overall panel discussion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request our May I request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our panelists and our chairperson and our moderator. Thank you very much to our chairperson and moderator, Mr. Rahul Datta. Thank you very much, Mr. Jay Daga. Thank you, Mr. Sagar Sen. Thank you very much, Mr. Naveen Gulati. Thank you, Mr. Anil Nama. And Mr. A. Siju Rautha. Thank you very much for this very interesting CIO panel discussion. I'm sure most of you have some questions for our panelists here. So you can ask them offline as well. Thank you. We request you to take your seats in the auditorium, and we'll start with our next keynote, transforming the digital ecosystem. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Jaspreet Singh, Clients and Market Leader, Advisory Services, Grant Thornton, Bharat. He will be here with us shortly. We will just take a couple of minutes to do the setup, and he will be with us shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Jaspreet Singh, Clients and Market Leader Advisory Services, Grant Thornton, Bharat. He is going to be speaking on the keynote. The title is Transforming the Digital Ecosystem. A warm welcome to you, sir, and a round of applause for him.
Thank you.
And I hand over the session to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Slow. Hi, good afternoon. Oh God. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Khalida for, I think this is my 6th presentation in the last 10, 12 years at INFOCOM. Thanks Khalida for giving me this opportunity. But I would also like to say that every year that I have presented, either it has been in the last session of the day or it has been one session just before lunch. So maybe next time we could get a better slot for me, Khalida. So we are talking about digital transformation today. But to people sitting in the audience, first question, what are we celebrating today? Today is anniversary of one of the most important things that could have ever happened from a digital perspective. What's that? Anybody? 1 year ago, something came into our lives, at least in my life, in my professional life, it has changed a lot of things the way I operate. And I'm sure almost 80% of people sitting here would also feel the same. ChatGPT, excellent. ChatGPT was launched exactly 1 year ago. And if we are talking about digital, we can't ignore ChatGPT, right? Because that is the most fundamental shift that has happened. While I got an invite to come and speak on digital, I thought, let's do some research on why is everybody talking about digital, right? The business models are changing. Companies now are embracing digital first model. Whether it's a manufacturing company, whether it's a financial services company, every company wants to embrace digital. Hence, talking about digital trust, how will that entire digital trust piece work? To connected business models. Decision making is now in nanoseconds and not even in minutes. So if all of this has to be made possible, then you need to have a digital transformation policy and practices in place. Just few examples that I picked up from the internet, which says that almost 40% of Fortune 1000 companies will embrace digital as their first strategy by 2025, which is a huge number if you look at the business models that have been going on for hundreds of years, right? Over 40% of technology that we use from a compliances perspective will be on AI. What does that mean? That means 40% more innovation. That means 40% more efficiency will be built into the system to perform those routine compliances. Imagine, so just a question, how many compliances do you need when you set up a company in India? Just a bare company. How many compliances? Anybody? Any number? Any number? Sorry? 8, 10, 10 plus. So we approximately need 117 compliances if you have to set up a company in India. Now imagine all of this happens at a click of a button through a digital transformation. That is the area where we want to move to from a digital perspective. While researching, I said, let's look at the definition of digital transformation. What is digital transformation strategy? How will it look like, or how should it look like? And then I got so many answers. But the one which I liked the most was that it has to be fit for future. Whatever is my business model, 3 years, 6 years, 9 years, whatever is my 5-year roadmap, my digital strategy has to follow that. And whether it means having a digital enterprise, whether it means customer intimacy, whether it means supply chain resilience. Everybody's talking about supply chain today. Everybody's talking about resilience. We had the entire semiconductor crisis. How do you prevent from such crisis from happening in the future? Two, looking at value-based technology transformation, smart factories, and eventually also optimizing your costs. Because that is going to be a game changer in the future. So, how do you change as an organization? What are those 5-6 steps that you would do to make sure that you are aligned to this entire digital transformation, digital strategy piece? Obviously, number one, you need to look at your existing business model. Identify what are some of the high points of services and products in your entire value chain. Look at your CPM models. Look at what is the potential of digitally transforming some of those business models from a manual intervention to a digital intervention. And my favorite phrase, make digital a way of life. This is not going anywhere. If you don't embrace digital technology today, then you will be one of the also-rans, and you would never come out as a clear-cut winner in your strategy as an organization. So what's a digital transformation mean? It's actually a paradigm which is going to change the entire organization. So a lot of people ask me saying, I want to start a digital transformation journey. Which area of my organization will get affected? The answer is every single area in your organization. This is not something which will only impact either sales or operations or marketing. Yes, you can have a roadmap saying this is the area where I want to have the maximum impact first, but over a period of 12 months to 18 months, which is how much long it takes to implement a digital transformation program, the entire organization will get affected. And it is not only your organization, it's your ecosystems. Your vendors would get affected, your partners would get affected. It's the entire ecosystem in which you operate that it will get impacted. And it will then have an impact on the way you run your data and analytics models. And on top of it, you can't ignore the entire piece on trust and resilience. What will it do to digital trust? It's very easy to say, I will undergo a digital transformation, I'll put everything online, I will connect everything. The more you connect, the more susceptible you are also to attacks. There's a very simple term, please Google it, it's called attack surface area. It's the area which becomes vulnerable because of being connected. The more devices you connect, the more functions you connect, the more businesses, processes you make digital, actually your attack surface area is increasing. And hence, your responsibility of trying to make sure that you keep everything safe is also increasing. We work with a lot of boards, and every CXO who's present in a board meeting says that his biggest worry is they don't want to see their names in the newspaper because of a cyber breach or a data breach. But that's the reality the world has come to. Pick up any business newspaper in the last 1 month and you'll see at least once a week there is a news of a cyber breach and it hits the topmost headlines. That's the impact it will also bring to your brand perspective. But why are we talking about digital now, right? What has happened in the last 18 months, 24 months, or I'm a very big fan of WhatsApp University. And one of the jokes on WhatsApp University was flowing saying, in India, COVID is actually the biggest proponent to enable digital transformation. So why? I think the more reason is we are moving towards another phrase which I love is borderless world. There are no borders anyway. For me to do business, I could be a US headquartered company with 5 people in US, but 100,000 outside of US. My entire supply chain could be running across 21 countries. If I don't embrace digital, I would not be able to sustain my operations. I'll set up operations, I'll be able to run it, but I'll not be able to sustain it going forward. Because please also understand, we are a one-click generation. We want everything at the click of a button. And I have worked with CXOs where they tell me that I want to buy an iPhone, I should go to an app and I will not do more than 2 clicks because one of my competitor is offering a service through a digital platform where in 2 clicks you can buy an iPhone. You see, in my website it takes 7 clicks and I will not accept that. So that's the mindset that people are working towards, saying how do I bring those emerging themes in my business. These are companies, and I want to call them as digital natives, because digital is the forefront of everything that they do, everything including any business decision. And just a slide on whether it's finance, HR, supply chain, sales and marketing, everything is getting impacted by digital. Start from AP, AR, automation processes, digital finance, talk about workforce planning, workday implementations, who's coming, who's going, everything is automated. Very few organizations, even in sectors like manufacturing, use paper these days, which is very, very good. But one question when you try and implement in everything on digital is keep an eye on your carbon footprint, on the entire ESG piece. Because we started with ChatGPT, I would want to bring in ChatGPT example in between. To run one server, one installation of ChatGPT for a month takes as much electricity as the whole country of Ireland. The electricity consumption is the same. So digital, very good. You want to integrate LLMs into your business models. You want to look at the future. You want to bring in AI in your business models. Have a very keen sense on where does it take you from an ESG perspective, number one. Number two is the entire piece on vulnerability management. How do you look at the cybersecurity risks that you introduce in your organization? It's a very, very big business driver today. And whether you want to start with your customer, your brand, what's happening from a digital perspective, look at digitizing your entire supply chain on how do you manage your warehouses, digital supply chains, to the entire automation piece on your talent workforce, risk management 100% automated, to looking at the uncertainties around my customer experience. Biggest benefit of digital, you can know your customer experience in 30 seconds. How much time does he spend on my website? I can run analytics, right? And people say that if somebody is not able to find a particular product or something he's looking for on your website, in about 11 seconds, he'll move to a different website. That's the attention span we are talking about. That is what you have to enable through your entire digital transformation journey. And roadmap, I think one of my favorite slides where it actually starts with business strategy. Unfortunately, a lot of people are saying, oh boss, this guy is moving to cloud, let's move to cloud. Right? Cloud must be right for us. The answer is no. Please look at your own business. How is it best suited to cloud, if it is suited to? cloud, or if you want to remain on-prem but take on other digital initiatives. Very, very important piece. Then look at your entire enterprise architecture study, execute it in that particular manner. So what does fit for future look like? If you see my first slide spoke about fit for future. I'm not trying to become a Nostradamus here by predicting how the future will look like, but you will have your tech stack at the bottommost layer of the pyramid, which will be your ERP systems, which will be your cloud computing systems, etc. On top of that will be your financial planning softwares like your ERPs, etc., who would give you data points. But from those data points, you need to understand whether you need to do a financial transformation on it, whether you need to adopt technology in 4 key areas. Again, you want to digitize your operations, I call it digital operations. You need to look at your supply chain transformation end to end, right from how do I procure to how do I pay, the entire cycle. And often most ignored piece is how do you automate your entire front office transformation. What is visible to the sales team, to your distribution engine, to your distributors, to your customers, to your clients, etc. And obviously none of this will happen if you don't have a change management procedure in place, because this requires a mindset change. This will require something called as unlearn and then relearning. And this will only be possible if you have the HR transformation sitting on top of this. That's it that I wanted to cover. Thank you so very much once again. Thanks a ton for being such a patient audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaspreet Singh. May I request Mr. Somnath Guha to kindly come forward to present a memento to Mr. Singh. And here is Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Jaspreet Singh. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now. We'll request all of you to kindly return by 2:30 p.m. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are ready for a good laugh. So people sitting at the back, I know you can laugh harder, so can you come to the front and start laughing? There are some seats which are empty in front, and we would like you to fill up the seats on this side. To my left here, there are some empty seats here. Please come and fill up the seats here, please. Obviously, your laughter from the end wouldn't be as much clearer if you're sitting in front and having a hearty laugh. All right, now that you have had a good lunch, I believe, let's get on with some laughter. This will be good for all of us. Laughter is the best medicine, like we've always said, and be ready for a good laugh. So, let me introduce our stand-up comedian and writer, Mr. Anubhav Pal. The New York Times calls Anubhav Pal India's most intelligent comedian. And the Times of India calls him one of India's top 5 English stand-up comedians. His stand-up comedy special, The Nation Wants to Know, has had over 1,000 shows to sold-out houses across 30 cities worldwide. He's also the only Indian comedian invited to perform at Harvard University and for the Prime Ministers of India and Great Britain. His comedy special, The Empire, for BBC World Service, went viral and has been seen by 6 million people worldwide and is now part of the permanent collection at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. He is the screenwriter of 3 well-known Bollywood films and the author of 4 best-selling novels. He writes a weekly column for the Economic Times. Today, his talk and stand-up show for INFOCOM is about the importance of humor in leadership. So, well, leaders, here we present before you Anubhav Pal. Put your hands together for a good bit of laughter. Warm welcome to you.
Hello, INFOCOM. You're probably wondering, welcome back, everybody, welcome back. You've had a long lunch. They decided that it's a good idea after lunch to not have a session on technology. They wanted a comedian to wake you up. Somebody said, that's great. My name is Anubhav Pal. I am originally from Calcutta. I'm a Bengali. Any Bengalis in the audience? I like how somebody says all. There are quite a few people visiting from outside, and I thought the best way to begin would be to explain Bengalis to the world. It is nearly impossible to explain us to anybody visiting, but one of the things we are not known for, that we are not very well known for as Bengalis, is we are not supposed to be a warrior people. We're supposed to be the intellectuals of India. We're supposed to be the writers and the poets of India. However, as a Bengali, if that gentleman over there ran off with my wife, as a Bengali, I'd be very upset. I said, sir, you've run off with my wife. You think I can't do anything? I'll come over there and I'll write a poem. Don't clap yet. If you marry her, I might even write a song. I will destroy you with a verse. Any Sindhis here? Sindhis? Welcome, welcome. Not very many. You know why? It's not free. They won't be here. Exactly. Why, before I get into talking about all the different parts of India and entertain you for a short while, why comedy? Like, what is the role of comedy in leading with purpose, which is the theme. You never know, you never know. One of you might end up being a comedian. Many years ago, and the role of technology is most central to comedy. Many years ago, in 2008, I performed in a basement with an unknown comedian called Zakir Khan. In 2008. In 2015, thanks to you people, there was a thing called YouTube. And because of YouTube, his video went to 46 million people. And in 2020, Zakir Khan showed up on Amazon Prime and sold a comedy special for 7.5 crores. So, half of you are thinking, what am I doing in this line of work? Why don't I upload my own video? This could be a good session to I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But this is a session to see if this is the life choice you want to make. I am originally from Calcutta. Any people here from Calcutta? Fantastic. This is the greatest city in the world because we have successfully for 250 years figured out how to do nothing for a living. This is the only city in the world where a shopkeeper is upset to see a customer. When I wrote this speech, I went to get a Xerox copy of this speech in Gorihat. I went there and I met a shopkeeper. It said Raju Xerox. I went in, he saw me, he said, Eschin, kano Eschin? I said, I need a photocopy of this thing. He told me, Dokan Bondo, it's closed. I said, outside it says open. And then he told me a sentence that makes Bengalis brilliant. He said, Khola ache mani khola ache. Just because it's open, it's open. What a brilliant, see, non-Bengalis are confused. This is why the greatest economist from India is from Calcutta. You have no other way to explain us to other people. Bengalis are an incredible people. We are an incredible people. This is the hard part though. There are certain things about Bengal I can't understand. For example, how is the Royal Bengal tiger from Bengal? A Royal Bengal tiger is a menacing, man-eating creature. If there was a Bengali tiger, he would be hiding behind a pillar, wearing a cravat, saying, Bagda chole geche. Chole geche. Amar ekta chotto jin dao. Bagda chole geche. We are not a warrior people. We are not. I want to know, other communities, there's got to be people. Any Gujaratis here? Welcome. Thank you for running the country. Someone has to do it. You are doing it. Very good. Everyone has to take a turn. It's like running the BCCI. It's your turn now. It's very good. You are waking up. Very good. I am very fond of Gujaratis. I'm very fond of Gujaratis. Of course, they're here. The stock markets are open, but they still took the time to come. Very good. Gujaratis and Bengalis, very different people. Gujaratis, people say, oh, Gujaratis, you're a business community. That there aren't intellectuals. There aren't that many Gujarati poets and writers. That's not true. There's got to be a Gujarati person who wants to be a philosopher. You know why you're quiet? There's no one like that in India. If there was a Gujarati philosopher, he said, give me double the money, I'll give you half the philosophy. The other half, I'll sell you in debentures. I love Gujaratis. I have a very dear Gujarati friend from Calcutta. And recently, a TV show came out on Sony Live called Scam 92. It was about insider trading. And my Gujarati friend saw the show. He said, Anubhav, maine dekha. I said, acha laga. I said, but he said, ek problem tha. I said, what is it? He said, where is the crime actually? I said, you fool, he's doing insider trading. He's like, but how else do you trade? He said, what are the other ways? He said, you predict the future of the market. He said, rubbish, you're Bengali, na? Go outside and play. Very difficult. Welcome, Gujaratis. Thank you. Thank you for coming from your spiritual home of New Jersey. Thank you for coming all the way from where the spirit of Gujaratis lie, which is New Jersey. Returning to my favorite story about Calcutta. If you have some time visiting dignitaries, please spend some time in Calcutta. This is a city that the rest of India will not understand. No chance. Anyone, Bombay and Delhi are all running around. People are running. I was in Bangalore this morning. People are running. You ask them in those cities, why are you running? Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, why are you running? Because we want to be part of New India. We want to be part of Modi's digital New India. We are running. For what? To make money. For what? To retire. Calcutta's like, we've retired already. We just didn't go through that process. Everyone in Calcutta is an intellectual. Everyone. You talk to the chaiwala, to the millionaire, everyone is an intellectual. Few days ago, I was going to see a movie in Calcutta. I was going to see the movie Napoleon in Calcutta. My taxi driver, Uber driver, he looked at me, he said, Ki dekhte achen? Ki dekhte achen? What are you going to watch? I said, Napoleon. He said, Dekhben na, kharab chobi. Even he's a philosopher. I said, Ki dekhbo? Onno kichu dekhun. I said, Nana, I want to watch Napoleon. He said, Tale ami apnake ekhane nabiye dicchi. I'm going to drop you off here. Incredible people, incredible. I'm going to talk about different communities here. Any Punjabis here? Excellent. This is not Canada, so you don't have to jump up. I'm really fond of Punjabis. Lots of difference between Bengalis and Punjabis. Punjabis are a proud community, proud. They are the business owners of India. They don't let anything get in the way of business, like in education, but not important. Because they're the business community of India. They build businesses. At Bengalis, we don't have that courage. As Bengalis, we want that courage. We don't, because Bengalis, we're not very good at business, because we don't have the confidence. I look up to Punjabis, they have confidence. Punjabis can say things that Bengalis can't. Say things like, hi, my name is Vicky. I came here in an Audi. Some guy outside, he said, hi, I shot him. He said, you can't shoot me, this is a democracy. I said, utna English mujhe nahi aata hai. This is what I like. Look at Punjabis when they go out. I have a friend called Vicky in Gurgaon, and he said, Anuab, you know what the problem is with Bengalis? I said, what? He said, you people read too many books. This is the problem. Itna kitab padh ke kya hoga? I said, what do you do for fun? He said, I get into my SUV and I drive. I said, where do you go? He said, I go to Noida. Then I drive back. That is the way to live. I want to live like that. I want that confidence. I don't, as a Bengali, have that confidence. This is what I miss. This is what I miss about being. But look at the difference between Bengali and Punjabi weddings. Have you all been to a Punjabi wedding? It's fantastic. The wedding is going on in Jalandhar. People in Toronto are dancing. They're like, what is happening? Tutak, tutak. Then, have you been to a Bengali wedding? It's like a funeral. The father of the bride is standing, said, biye hoye gache, jani na keno holo. Some people are clapping about their own wedding. This is just a fascinating thing. We are difficult to explain, difficult. You see a Punjabi man, when he goes out, he's confident. He goes out with a lady for dinner. He orders. He takes the menu. He takes charge. He's a man's man. He takes charge. The Punjabi man, you will agree with me. He takes charge. He says, I will have a whiskey coke. And this lady, I will order a drink for her. I'm a Punjabi man. She will have this drink, this Kaiper. Ye Brazil se jo bhi hai, leke aao ye. Takes charge. You see a Bengali man in a nightclub. He looks like an out-of-work murderer. See a Bengali man in any night spot in a bar. He says, hello, my name is Aloysius Datta Gupta. I'm doing a PhD in astrophysics. I'm specializing in nebulae, which is a cluster of stars in the Andromeda galaxy. And, oh, the girl has already left with Vicky. No problem. I'm fine. My mother's here. We are unique. We are unique. We are a very unique people. Which is why, I don't know if you read, but the Chief Minister of West Bengal has recently issued a statement saying how she would like the Bengal economy to grow. And she said something that Karl Marx would have been confused by. Because recently she said, I want the economy to grow whoosh, whoosh. Now you are the people that will help the economy grow whoosh, whoosh. She doesn't want the economy to grow shh, whoosh, whoosh. Now these are not words the Harvard Business School has heard. But these are the words Harvard Business School need to hear. This is why this is a great place. Calcutta. Any Marwari people here? Exactly. Marwari people, welcome, welcome. You people are the employers of Calcutta. You are the people who, against your own judgment, have decided to move here and start businesses. I don't know why people would do that. But Marwaris are the industrialists of Calcutta. They have built Calcutta. Incredible people. Without Marwaris, Calcutta's whole business framework would not last. I went to school with a lot of Marwaris. I have a lot of dear friends who've invested a lot in Calcutta. Marwaris are the people, Calcutta Knight Riders, our famous cricket team, has a slogan called Korbo, Jeetbo, Lorbo, which is not a very Bengali slogan. Actually, the Marwadis who should say, basically as Bengalis, what we want to tell Marwadis is, Tomra koro, ami achi. You build businesses, we're just here. But what I like about Marwadis is after a while, all the Marwadis in Calcutta, sadly, lose their entrepreneurial spirit and become like Bengalis. I have Marwadi friends who are writing poetry. Why? This is the most frightening thing. I have Marwadi friends who are making black and white films. Terrible. This is not the world we want to live in. My Marwadi friend called me up yesterday and said, Anubhav, I'm starting a film club with my friends. Can you recommend some films? I said, yeah. Have you seen Shotrajit Rai's Charulata? He said, yeah, I saw it. I didn't like it. I said, why? He said, pura picture black and white mein tha. I said, it's a black and white film, you fool. I love Marwadis, but my Marwadi friend, I feel bad that Marwadis have to be in Calcutta and have to read all these books that we Bengalis are reading. Marwadis recently, a Marwadi friend of mine I went to school with, one of the things we had to study was William Shakespeare's Hamlet. We had to read William Shakespeare's Hamlet. And my dear friend from school, Mr. Agarwal, came up to me and he said, Anubhav, tu padha hai William Shakespeare's Hamlet? Exam mein aa raha hai. I said, padha hai. Mujhe mota mota samjha de. I said, you haven't read it? He said, no. He said, why have you not read it? He said, I have a dalda business. When will I need Shakespeare? Someone is clapping at that. A Marwadi man is clapping at that. When will he need Shakespeare? This is he said the right thing. He said, to be or not to be, mujhe kab lagega? I have a dalda business. So I explained the story of Hamlet. I said, Hamlet, William Shakespeare ka most important play hai. In it, the king of Denmark is killed by his brother, and his son wants to take revenge. He said, as a Marwadi, he immediately understood. He said, ye story mujhe malum hai. Marwadi family dispute. So he knew Hamlet. This is what's incredible. I have to ask, any Malayalis here? A few people? Excellent. My favorite people, Malayalis, my favorite people. Kerala, one of my favorite parts of India. Vasco da Gama landed in Kerala in 1540. Got an Ayurvedic massage, never left. Changed the course of India. I don't know if people are clapping for Vasco da Gama or massages. I don't know. I can't understand. Any people from Chennai? Any Tamilians here? Excellent. India's most brilliant mathematical minds. Chennai has given India geniuses. But I have to tell you something about Tamilians. They have given India its most brilliant people and its craziest people. Tamilians have given India Ramanujan, who went to Cambridge and decided he understood the intricacies of the atom. And Tamilians have also given us Rajnikant, who has shot a cigarette in half and said, Raskala, and smoked both sides of it. Incredible. Any people here from Bangalore? This is a tech conference, of course. You're not even admitting it. How many people are based in Bangalore, have offices in Bangalore? At INFOCOM, there must be a lot. I was doing a show last night at Infosys. Bangalore is my favorite city in India, favorite city. Everyone in Bangalore, most people here are in their 40s, older. Most people in Bangalore have quit their jobs. They've left their companies and they have a startup. Everyone. And the startup, even before it has a product, they have an American accent. What is startup? What is startup? Everyone is doing a startup. And every startup in India has an incredible name. I Bibo, you Bewakoof, make my trip, take my wife, endless. Jabong, ping pong, that's not an offer, don't clap. Jabong, ping pong, endless. I can't understand anything about what's going on in Bangalore. Every employee in Bangalore is 12 years old. I went to a company in Bangalore recently, and I was supposed to give a speech. And they said, sir, please come and meet our senior. He has worked in this area for over 6 months. I met the senior. The senior was 26 years old. He said, please come and meet the company mentor. He's retired. How old is he? 29. He's retired. What a city, Bangalore. Incredible. I can't understand what half the companies do. First, there was a food delivery company called Swiggy, which delivered food. Then they decided it's taking too long for the food to come. So then they had a thing called Swiggy Instamart. So food can come to you in 6 minutes instead of 22 minutes. The next development of the app, some guy will come to your house, sit on your lap and feed you. That will be the third iteration of that app. Every kind of product is sold. There's a company in Bangalore called Furlenco. And the ad for that company is, come, don't buy furniture, rent your whole, it says rent your lifestyle. So don't buy anything, rent everything. In the future, that company will have a section also, rent parents for the weekend. If you want to impress some lady, don't get your real parents, rent some parents. Return them on Monday. I'm very fond of Bangalore. I recently went to this company and I met a very senior person. He was 25. And he said, sir, I said, what does your company do? You know, I can tell what you people, you sir, you look like a very distinguished gentleman. What do you do? You sir, with the green thing. You work with Deloitte. See, auditors, very good people, very boring job, but one knows what they do. It's a fantastic thing. Deloitte, everyone knows Deloitte. I went to this company. I asked these young people, what does this company do? He said, uncle, you won't understand. I said, just try. I'll do my best. He said, we are an open-ended platform that sits on the cloud, that aggregates user-generated data and then links people looking for romance based on a variable algorithm. Then he told me he works for Shadi.com. I said, tell me in the beginning. I don't understand what is going on. Any people from Delhi here? Anyone from Delhi? Welcome to Oxygen. Air has two components. You're not used to it. It's fine. You'll get used to it. 2-3 days in any other... Ye kya hai? You're not used to it. It's different there. I understand. Anyone from UP, Bihar? Excellent, excellent. There's a rule at ITC, you have to leave your guns outside. You can't bring them inside. This is not an Amazon web series. You can't bring it in. This is excellent. Any people, you know, we're such a diverse country. Any people from Bombay? Any people from Bombay? Well, bunch of people from Bombay. I'm very fond of Bombay. Bombay, like Calcutta now, they're breaking, my most interesting thing about Bombay are all the skyscrapers that are coming up. Even in Calcutta, everywhere builders are building skyscrapers. Any builders here? Of course not, it's a tech conference. I'm very fond of builders. Builders are building all these high-rises. And one thing you notice, everywhere in India is going through a construction boom. And every building coming up in India, the name of that building has the builder's son's name and one Greek god. Every building. On my way here, I just saw Sudhir Helios. Next to him, there's a building called Rajiv Pegasus. In Tiljola, there's a building called Amit Zeus. Zeus is the Greek god of gods. Even he's asking himself, what am I doing in Tiljola? Every building in Bombay, I live across from a building in Bombay called Oberoi Splendora. And under the building, it says an address so exclusive, we will not give it to you. They will not give it to me. And this is what I know what they're doing. Every building in India, they want to create a value that is unaffordable. You can't attain it. This is high-end luxury living. You don't belong here. A man called Donald Trump, some of you may be friends with him, I don't know. You are all tech billionaires. He's building a building in Bombay and a building in Calcutta. And he's building a Trump Tower in Calcutta and in Bombay. And in Bombay, the Trump Tower, today there's an ad in Times of India. And the ad said, a building for Bombay's creme de la creme de la creme. The cream of the cream of the cream. My English is not very good. Creme de la creme de la creme. That's just milk. He's building a building for Doodhwalas. Say, Mukesh Ambani bought the penthouse. What is that? Kulfi. I can't, and the ad for that said, come live with us. Come live in Trump Tower, Bombay. Because now the millionaires of India can drive their Mercedes straight into their private pool. Creme de la drowned is what you're going to be. Why will I drive my car into my private pool? It seems a brilliant ad, but I know what they're doing, these builders. They've realized if you give something an English name, if you give something a very English name, then most people in India, you'll have aspirational value. People will want to live in that building. Like across, on the Bombay-Pune highway, there's a building called the Balmoral. It's a very regal name, Balmoral. It sounds like Shashi Tharoor lives there, Balmoral. And it said, come live with us, we'll take you out of this world. So that's not an ad, that's a threat. You bought a flat, then what happened? They came and shot me. They said, it's in the leave-in license, we'll take you out of this world. But they know what they're doing, it's called Balmoral. If the building was called Sukh Sagar, none of you would live there. Balmoral. Because for a longest time, in Bombay, there are so many buildings like that. It's in Vashi in Bombay, there's a building called Venetia. And they have photos around of the city of Venice in Italy. And if you go, the broker will show you, and he will tell you, sir, Italy mein Venice hai na, Venice. वैसा ही है यहाँ पे वाशी में. But Venice में जैसा canals है, यहाँ पे भी canals है. And I told him, वो canal नहीं है, वो drain है. And the ad for that building said, come live with us in Venetia, Vashi. We'll take you to infinity and beyond. Now, there are some Tamilians in the audience who are mathematicians probably. I thought infinity is infinite. What is beyond infinity? They'll say, why Vashi? Come. We'll take you there. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. But I'll tell you one thing I'm very proud of. The English language, I think the English language now, we have made into an Indian language. I'm very proud that we now, English is Indian language. And I like how we use the English language in India. Like one of my favorite things, my favorite Calcutta thing is the biryani. Are there any fans of biryani here? Proper fans of biryani. It's my favorite thing. And there's no better way than Indians use the English language than how we describe biryani. Because every Indian city thinks they have the best biryani. Who do you think has the best biryani? See, chaos. Complete chaos. Someone said Bhopal, someone said Calcutta, right? I'm from Calcutta, I think it's Calcutta. Someone from Lucknow will say, I think it's Lucknow. Everyone thinks they have the best biryani. And everyone is very opinionated about it. I went to Lucknow, and I love the way they speak about their biryani. Because it's Anuab, Lucknow, best biryani, all the way from Wajid Ali Shah, best biryani Anuab. You eat the biryani in Lucknow, you won't even go to Calcutta. But I have family in Calcutta. I have other reasons to go. The guy in Hyderabad told me, Anuab, you try the Hyderabad biryani. I said, what'll happen? He said, boss, you'll go mad. I said, how is that appealing? He said, you've seen Anuab, he's running around with no clothes on, he's gone mad. He ate the Hyderabad biryani. Then the Bombay guy told me, boss, you try the Bombay biryani now. I said, what happened? He said, you will forget everything. Everything, my wife's name, my ATM password, everything. But the Calcutta guy was the best. He said, you try the Calcutta biryani, Anubhav. I said, what'll happen? He said, boss, you'll die. How is that a good thing? I'm already dead. How is this a good thing? Main mar gaya hu. How is this a good thing? Now, here's the thing. Before I leave you, I'm just going to leave you with this. I am a 47-year-old Indian man. Are there any men here in their 40s? No one is raising their hands. This is a very suspect audience. Nobody's raising their hands. How many men in their 40s? See, this is the thing, right? I'm in my 40s, and as a 47-year-old Indian man, this is my problem, right? I've become half man. After 40, something happens to Indian men. I'm half man, half flower vase. I can't explain it. And this is only true for us. Something happens. Something happens. I've been married 20 years, and I don't know how it is with you people. My wife calls me and the dog the same way for dinner. We have a dog called Julius Caesar. My wife calls Caesar for dinner like this. Woof, 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 woof. She looks at me. I'm a grown man with 2 college degrees. She looks at me. You. Woof, woof, woof. You know what is really disturbing? We both go the same way also. Don't clap at that. You have no shame of it. 47, not true for any other culture. Not true for Pakistani men. No, Pakistani men, whatever happens, the older they get, the more handsome they get. Look at Wasim Akram. Look at Imran Khan. 74 years old, married to everyone in England. Brexit was just him leaving. This is the thing. We fall apart, but Indian men, you will admit, we may be old, we may think we are fat, but deep down, we think we've still got it. We think we can still be charming, we can still be enterprising, the ladies will be impressed. Even with our bellies, we think we've got it. It is a flawed logic, but deep down we think we have it. I got an invitation for my 20-year school reunion. And the invitation said, come without spouses. 20-year school reunion. It said, spicy nights. Come without spouses. Anything can happen. What can happen? Arthritis, what can happen? My friend Rajiv said, chal, let's go, chal, let's go. 20 years ago from school reunion, we'll go. I'll put on that t-shirt I wore when I was in school, which really impressed that girl, Natasha. I said, you fool, when you wore that t-shirt, Narasimha Rao was Prime Minister. He said, doesn't matter. I'll wear it now, she'll be impressed. This is what age does to men. He tried to wear this shirt. He's 47 years old. He tried to wear it. The t-shirt said, stud for the ladies. He tried to wear it, it tore from the back. He said, don't worry, she'll be impressed by my personality. I said, that was the problem in the first place. We went to a school reunion. We met our friends. There was this lovely lady, Natasha. And he thought that 20 years ago, the man she'd met, he was the same man. So he went up to Natasha and he said, hello, Natasha, remember? You had a crush on me in school when I was 19 years old. I am Rajiv. I own a business now. I have an export business. What you see is what you get. Now, Natasha, this is why Indian women are brilliant. She looked at him up and down. She said, that's why I shop online. This is what happens. This is what happens to us. And then Indian men, we are filled with they put on this music at our reunion. Music from 20 years ago, they put on Bryan Adams and said, now relive your 20s. And all the Indian men and Indian women are there. We think we are still young at heart. Bryan Adams comes on at the school reunion. All the men thought we'll impress the ladies. So all of us middle-aged married men with back problems decided we will do a dance step in unison. All of us stood in a line and we went down like this to impress the lady. Not one of us could come back up. There is nothing sadder than reaching middle age and calling your driver and say, "Gaadi piche se leke aao." It's quite tragic. It's very tragic. But I'll leave you with this. A lot of times people say, as Indians, this is an accusation. I do shows all around the world. And people say, as often, the accusation I hear most often as a comedian is people in India don't have a sense of humor. That we are very sensitive. We are very touchy people. We have no sense of humor. Do you agree with that? I mean, just by this afternoon, do you agree? I don't. I've traveled all around this country. I think we have a very good sense of humor. I don't think we have to look for jokes. I think they just happen in India. Just now on my flight, just now, I was on an Indigo flight, and there was a very well-known lady sitting in front of me. I won't name her, Shobha, not important. And there was a famous lady, and she called the air hostess, and she said, "What kind of sandwich is this? I don't like the sandwich. I fly a lot in this airline. Call the pilot." And the air hostess looked at her and said, "He flies a lot also, madam. In fact, he's flying right now. So you want to land or you want a jungly sandwich? What do you want?" You don't have to try for humor in India. It just happens. It happens. How many of you here have children? How many people are parents? Fantastic. Look, all parents. And all your children have realized, most people in India now, their children have very Western names, very cool names. Not my time where children had names like Mohan, Abhishek, Rahul. Now it's very Western. Anybody? Madam, do you have children? What are their names? Shanchali. Okay, you won't work. That's a good name. That's a very traditional name. That's very good. That's very good. You're keeping up old traditions. Anyone has children have very Western names? Avya. That's where the game is. Avya. Boy or girl? See, you can't even tell. Is that a man or a woman? Girl, Avya. Because Avya could easily be a boy. This is what I mean. All young, hip parents, they are making their children ready for California. In their head, they're already in Caltech. In their head, they're already in MIT. So all the men have names like Vresh, Vansh, Varash, Varun. And all the women have names like Anya, Shania, Tanaya, Aya, Avya. Everyone sounds like a restaurant in Tehran. I met a young Gujarati boy. He said, my name is Rupe. I said, you mean Rupen? Your name is Rupen. He said, no, the N is silent. I'm an NRI. I said, be careful. The Prime Minister will demonetize you. This is what it is. Names. Children names. Because this is the prejudice. Today, if you name your child Mohan, you know 100% deep down you think he will grow up and work for Blue Dart. You don't trust yourself. And I'll leave you with this. Young people, I am so frightened of young people. So frightened. I can't understand anything my son is saying. I can't understand a word that comes out of his mouth because I don't think I'm the parent anymore. I think Google is the real parent. Whatever I say to my son, he said, I'll check on Google, I'll come back. I'm your father, I'll check on Google and come back. It is impossible. I wanted to buy a desk. I wanted to buy a writing desk because I wanted to do some writing. My son said, Papa, don't be a loser. Nobody buys anything offline. You want to buy something, and this audience will understand this. Everything is UPI, UXI, UI, AI, everything. You have to buy things only online. So I went to a website called pepperfry.com. And I wanted to buy a desk, just a normal desk. And it said, before you buy this desk, you can't buy this desk till you read the comments of what our other buyers are saying. I can't even buy the desk. I have to read the comments. So the first comment is from @RajivCoolGuy24 Ahmedabad. And his comment is, I bought this desk and I'm sitting on it. Under that, there's one more comment. @Shirish Puna, single but willing to mingle 4. And he says, you are ugly. Now the first guy has written, come outside. This guy writes, where outside? I'm in Pune. And the first guy says, I can't come outside, I have class. Somebody below that is written, I don't like Rahul Gandhi. Somebody below that has written, if you want a massage, call this number. I still don't have a desk. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been fantastic. Have a lovely conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was, of course, hilarious. Every moment was so good. May I now request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Anubhav Pal. Yes, Mr. Anubhav Pal, please. And guess what? Are you ready for some more hilarious moments? Yes, we want him, right? We want him back. Yes, see, they want you back.
Really?
Yes. They want him back.
Fine.
Yes.
You want... I'm happy to do 5 more minutes, but what has happened to technology that a comedian, you need a comedian? What has happened to the technology world that you need a comedian at a conference? It's very concerning for me. But you know, it's really, I want to say something. You know who technology, the India that you have created, I'll tell you, it's a lovely India you have created. Now we can pay GPay, this, that, fantastic. But it's very hard for my parents' generation. My father is 86 years old, and he just got a Facebook account. And it is very hard for him. Your India is very difficult. He signed up for Facebook. And when you sign up for Facebook, they send you an OTP. And he did not get an OTP. So he complained to me. And I said, so I don't know how I can help. He said, no, I know why they did not send me an OTP. I said, why? He said, it's Sunday. They are closed on Sunday. See, there's some guy from Meta who's clapping. It's very hard. My mother signed up for Twitter. Now it's called, what is it? Today, what is it called? Every day she changes the name. Today it's called X, tomorrow it'll be called Y. It's fantastic. Now this company, X, Twitter, my mother signed up for it. And she started following the actor Shah Rukh Khan. My mother is a 77-year-old Bengali woman. She does not understand how Twitter works. She thinks when you follow someone, you are directly friends with them. I did not correct her. Shah Rukh Khan wrote, "Hey Calcutta, coming tonight for a KKR event." My mother wrote back, "Shah Rukh, I'm busy, can't come." Shah Rukh wrote back, this is what I love. Shah Rukh Khan has 600 million fans on Twitter. Only in India, he wrote back, "Okay, auntie." It's unbelievable, the country we live in. But just to return to my favorite topic, about people saying we don't have humor in India. I'll give you one example, where I think all you need to do if you want to find humor, even in technology, even when you're presenting, even when you are talking to your own teams, I find humor, all you have to do is just keep your eyes open and see what's going on around you. My favorite day, one of my favorite days where I found comedy was many years ago, the day of demonetization, 2016. The day of demonetization, I like this, complete silence. Don't worry, I'm not going to say anything political. I'm just interested in what happened that day. 2016 demonetization. Everyone in India, rich and poor, had to go with whatever cash they had, and stand in line at a bank, and deposit that cash in a bank. I know for Marwari people it was different. We'll talk about that later. But for everybody else, you have to stand in line and deposit cash. And rich, poor, it was very democratic. In my building in Bombay, an old Parsi woman came down and said, I am not going to stand in line with people, with auto rickshaw drivers. She had a class issue. She said, I won't stand in line. She called her driver and she said, "Tum jao, bank mein jao, aur bolo tum main ho." And she gave her Aadhaar card to her driver, who was a tall, good-looking Bihari man. She was a tiny Parsi woman. And she gave her Aadhaar card. And this is that moment I realized, I want to follow this driver to the bank to see what happens. I don't want to write comedy. Comedy will happen. I just have to be a documentarian. I have to document this incident. This is the day of demonetization. State Bank of India in Bandra, there's a line outside. The bank manager is losing his mind because every customer is shouting at him. Because they can't shout at the Prime Minister, they're shouting at him. They're saying, "What have you done, Kalpesh?" He's saying, "Nothing, I have done nothing. I was taking VRS tomorrow, I've done nothing." He's heartbroken, devastated. Everyone's shouting at him. "Yeah, you are a thief, you're a criminal." So he's devastated. And in the middle of this chaos, when the whole banking system is in chaos, this man, this Parsi lady's driver, shows up. Tall, good-looking man, looks like Shakti Kapoor, shows up and gives this Aadhaar card to this bank manager. And on the Aadhaar card, it says Nayantara Kapadia. And only in India, all you have to do is just follow the story. He looks at this, Nayantara Kapadia, and the bank manager looks at the driver. "Aapka naam Nayantara Kapadia hai." And the driver, this is why in India for comedy, everyone has to be up for it. The driver says, "Haan hai." Bank manager says, "Yahan pe likha hai aap housewife hai." He says, "Haan, housewife." Bank manager is also up for it. He said, "Aap kab se housewife bana?" The driver responds, "Aaj se hi shuru hai." This guy, now bank manager raises the game, changes to English. He says, "How's it going as a housewife?" Driver is up to the game. He says, "It has its ups and downs." All you have to do is just document this. You cannot, it's very hard in India to do comedy. It's very difficult. I spend quite a bit of time, half the year I live in the United Kingdom, and I do comedy in Britain. And I've realized Britain is a little bit different. I grew up in an India that had a big colonial hangover. A very colonial hangover, where if you spoke English properly, you got a job. I grew up in 1980s India, where the Indian families only said one thing to their children for upward mobility. It said, "Beta, English bolo properly." It didn't matter what you were saying. "These are my legs. These are my hands." Kya English hai? Very good. Your English had to sound like a love child of Shashi Tharoor and Karan Thapar. You had to speak English properly. It didn't matter who you were. Did not matter. You could be Albert Einstein. But if you spoke Hindi, if Albert Einstein said, "Sir, mujhe lagta hai time or space relative hai," और दोनों एक impossible continuum पे चल रहा है, और उस theory को हम relativity बोलते हैं. Someone in India would, in 1980 would say, चुप, गाड़ी चलाओ. ये साहब से सीखो, ये साहब क्या बोल रहा है? These are my legs, सीखो. So that India, I grew up in that India, colonial hangover. Because of you people, you changed technology. India became a technological leader. We were now respected for skills and not just being able to speak properly. So India has a different place now. But still, there's leftover colonial hangover. The reason we don't have a colonial hangover is because of Bollywood as well. Bollywood showed up in London, went to all the palaces in London. Karan Johar went to Buckingham Palace and said, "Yahan pe nachna hai. How much to rent this place to dance?" So we changed our colonial hangover. But still, especially in Calcutta, there is some old colonial values left. There's still one uncle. There's one uncle left who still has those values. Beta, English bolo properly. And I have an uncle like that who said, "Beta, I don't like it in India where no one speaks English anymore. People only speak Hindi, and that's why I like to go to London, beta, because deep down, I'm British. I like to go to London where I speak English properly." So uncle goes to London. No one told him it's London of 2023, which is the capital of Bangladesh. No one told uncle this. So he goes to London and he meets a young British person. He says, "Excuse me, as you can see, I'm speaking English properly. I'm looking for the Victoria and Albert Museum. Can you please tell me the way?" And he meets a young English person who speaks to him in 2023 English. And tells him, "Yeah, what you do, go straight, right? It's like a McDonald's, yeah. It's like behind that, it's like behind it, but it's like right around the corner, it's like in front of it, but you find it, it's like behind it. Cheers." And then uncle does what all Indian uncles do. He says in his head, "Ye kya bol raha hai?" And 200 years of empire is just washed off his face. And as he stands there without a country, because no one in India can understand him, no one in Britain can understand him, a young person comes up and says, "Excuse me, sir, you're looking for the Victoria and Albert Museum. Straight down on the left, you can't miss it. Have a lovely day." And he finally says, finally he's met an English person. He said, finally he can talk properly in English. He says, "Sir, your name?" "Rishi Sunak." "What do you do?" "I run the whole place." "Who pays for it?" "My father-in-law." Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a wonderful audience. Have a great rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anubhav Paul. We will now move on to a very interesting session. But before that, let me tell you that you have to be here for a very special session by Dr. Gautam Chattopadhyay, who is a senior scientist at NASA. And he's going to give you some insight stories about NASA. So please be here. It's going to be after a couple of sessions. But now we're going to have a beautiful CIO panel. Beautiful, I say, because it's all the beautiful women who are going to be on stage right now. And this is about women in technology. We will just take a couple of minutes to do the setup, and we are good to go. I hope all of you are connecting with us on social media and putting up your stories, putting up those hashtags and connecting with us, because we will definitely look at your stories, and I'm sure all these memories are going to surface. As soon as you're going to go into the next year, all these memories are going to surface. This is what happens to me because I put up a date for every story that I write. I put up a date, and if I go to Facebook, I just simply search by the name, by the date, and all my stories on that particular day just surfaces. So if I want to find out what exactly I have done on the 29th of June of this year, I will just type 29th of June 2023 and I go search for it on Facebook, and exactly that, my stories on that day surfaces. I don't know if any of you have done this, but I have done this, and I have a lot of hashtags to go with that. I have a hashtag story of my life. So if any of you any day just search for hashtag story of my life, all my stories are going to surface. All my stories are going to come through. Yes, to remind you once again, we have our Art of Living class tomorrow at 8 a.m. So to how would you be handling your mind in a chaotic world. This is what you're going to be taught, and if you are interested, please be there at 8 a.m. We will let you know where the location is. It's going to be here, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start off with our CIO panel, Women in Technology, and I take this opportunity to invite our panelists onto the dais. May I request Sharbani Bhatia, CIO, Jagran Group. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a big round of applause for Ms. Sharbani Bhatia, the gorgeous lady with wearing a gorgeous ensemble. Warm welcome to you, ma'am, and good afternoon. Our next panelist for this session will be Ms. Pooja Chatrat, CIO, OnSequest Laboratories. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Another gorgeous lady working in the world of technology. Warm welcome, ma'am, and good afternoon. May I request Ms. Sanghamitra Pine, Head IT Generation, CESC Ventures, to kindly come onto the dais and take her seat. And where are the applauses? Come on, applaud, please. I would like to request Ms. Charu Bhargava, Senior Vice President, Sheela Foam Limited, to kindly come onto the dais and take a seat. And a round of applause for this gorgeous, intelligent lady. May I request Ms. Namita Singhal, Vice President, Kyndryl India Limited, Kyndryl India. May I request her to kindly come onto the dais and take a seat. And a round of applause for Ms. Namita Singhal. And a chairperson and moderator for this session is Ms. Maya Nair, CTO, Chrysal. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat as the chairperson and moderator for this session on Women in Technology. CISO, not CTO, ma'am. I'm sorry, her designation is CISO. And I'll hand over the session to you, ma'am.
Am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today for this panel discussion on women in technology. My name is Maya. I work as a CISO for India's leading ratings, research, and analytics company. Statistics say that about 25% of the technology workforce is women. That is across all industries, all grades, and things like that. But when we look at the leadership roles that women hold, it is much less than that, which means we do have women entering the workforce, but we don't see them moving upwards very quickly or moving upwards at all. So this is the classic STEM gap, where STEM stands for the science, technology, engineering, and math. So these are the fields which is considered to be a man's bastion, and for a woman to succeed in this is a little challenge. So today, we have a panel of distinguished women leaders who have made it to the top. So let us listen to them, and we can learn from their experiences and expertise. So we have a panel which comprises of Pooja, Charu, Namita, Sharbani, and Sanghamitra. Charu, can I ask the first question to you? Can you share a pivotal moment in your career that empowered you as a woman in technology?
Hello. Yeah. So thank you. And first of all, this is a very, I would say, different panel in all. We have all women sitting here talking about women leaders in technology per se. So it's a very nice question that you have started with. And technology is one field where people think it's all about tech. But truly speaking, if you really want to grow up the ladder, you don't just grow up with technology. If you really want to grow up the ladder, you need to understand the business first. Because technology per se cannot do anything. It's more about technology, I would say, getting married to the business in true sense. That means with each step of business, technology plays an equal role to take the business up. The day leader, be it a woman or a man, understand business first and then, I would say, work around to bring technology as the leading role to enabling business to take a jump step or a quantum jump. Then only you basically can grow, or that will be a changing role for all technology leaders. So truly speaking, the day as I have been in the organization from now 22 years. I started as a management trainee. And in 22 years of my career, I have grown with the business in the technology domain. So for me, when I started understanding the business more than what I understand technology, was a changeover when we were able to provide solution to the business in building strategic advantage to the business with deliverables from technology. Then it was a changing role when you start growing as a technology leader. People also take you seriously because then you are not just a technology provider. You are a business enabler and a problem solver. Once you become this, you yourself will see a change in role and a change in, I would say, seriousness, the way top leaders take you and other colleagues take you.
Very well said, Charu. This applies, I'm sure, to both men and women. That you get into the business piece of it and then the technology becomes an enabler. That's very true. Sangamitra, if I can ask you the next question. How do you promote diversity and inclusion within your teams and the broader tech community?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So you see, in the business of essential utility service, life is a bit different and definitely tougher in respect of availability of resources round the clock. So women have had traditionally maybe tougher time. But I'm very happy to say that the percentage of women in our force, even a decade back, has increased quite a bit. And what has happened is, as more women come into the force, there is a feeling of comfort. There is a feeling of, precedence taking place. You see the women rising. And as some senior women in our organization, it is our responsibility in, I would say, two ways. One is, every worker, every employee has to capitalize on three things: talent, hard work, and basically given an opportunity. So assuming that the talent and the hard work is embedded within the person, it is up to the seniors, it is up to the organization to ensure that the opportunity is equal and, if needed, to some extent equitable. If you want to give a leg up to somebody who's trailing a bit, do not be harsh just because of gender. And at the time of making decisions, conscious or unconscious bias which might creep in, that also should be consciously addressed. And that, I think, is helped with the presence of more and more gender diverse leadership. And my final point on this is a feeling of a safe space. So when maybe a few decades back, there was a lack of a formal redressal process, not only for any harassment, but even small things, like working late at night. We used to work till 10, 11. Maybe we were too scared to go up and tell our bosses that we would need some way to go back. Now it doesn't need to be said. Across service organizations, the management, and especially the women management, take care to ensure that the women are safe in the space they are working and safe in the transit or any other way they think that they want to come to work. So that's my take on it.
Thanks, Sangamitra. See, this actually naturally progresses us to the next question to Pooja. Sangamitra spoke about safe space for women. So something in line with that, Pooja, the question to you is, what strategies have you found effective in balancing work and personal life in the demanding field of technology?
Thanks for the question. and good afternoon, everyone. So if we talk about work-life balance, so first of all, my definition of work-life balance is that meeting the deadlines and then, even then, having your happy go time with your friends and family. So if we are able to do that, if we are able to manage that, then surely we are creating a work-life balance. And what can be done for that? So there could be many ways. What I opted for in my journey was, first thing was ask for support. Support has been a very great system, and women, as women, what I've seen is we fear asking for that. We have an issue that if we ask it from the family members, maybe it's because of ego or whatever. What would me, because when a woman get married, she's coming to a new house. So her case is that if I ask for that, maybe I go down, and that could be the case. Or what would my in-laws think about my responsibility? Similarly, it happens at the office as well. When we are in the growing stages, so if we ask for it from our team members or maybe our bosses, so maybe what would they think? How would our appraisal go for it? So that are some of the basic questions that come in our mind as a women. So let's not think about it. It's good to ask for support, and that surely helps a lot. It has helped me a lot. And so that is my first takeaway, that we should not worry about it. Second thing is, again, we have to set our boundaries, set our priorities. What is our goal and what are we aiming at? It's not that every fight is necessary that we should go for. We should set our boundaries and just move towards it. These are small tips, but surely if we follow it religiously, it helps a lot. And women these days, because it's such an open culture now, and if I just compare 10 years back, 15 years back, when we were at a level of middle management, the ways were not so easy, the world was not so expressive, but today it is. So yes, that's for all the women, that we should work on these basic steps and we can surely maintain our work-life balance.
Thank you, Pooja. I really liked the point that you mentioned about asking for help, because this continues to be a problem, because sometimes we want to ask for help, but we are a little reluctant. Will asking for help mean that we are weak, we are vulnerable? So I think this is a very good point that Pooja brought up. She also spoke about the open culture. So Sharbani, the next question to you is a little based on that. How can organizations create a more inclusive environment to support the professional growth of women in tech?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be a part of this illustrious panel with my strong go-getter friends and peers of the industry. And thank you for the question. So I feel achieving gender diversity today, it's a very relevant issue. Thankfully, people are serious about it, and it is a corporate responsibility that organizations should take up. Employers should improve their hiring practices if they haven't already, and bring in a kind of make efforts to become more inclusive, to attract and retain women female tech talent in their organization. And the first step begins with the D&I policies and, very importantly, improving the workplace culture. Because many women complain, as one of the reasons of leaving, apart from, of course, motherhood, maternity, childcare, etc. Sometimes they complain that the organizational culture or the patriarchal team culture, the low inclusivity, is one of the main reasons for leaving. So I feel that organizations must break this gender-based stereotypes, these biases, certain preconceived notions that when you're hiring, will she be able to work late? Will she be due to take calls, or will she be able to travel, etc. They should break these biases. It's high time, about time, that they should do so. And when considering an individual, they should consider purely on the basis of skills and potential and capabilities, and gender should never overshadow merit. And equality doesn't mean that you push all the women to the workforce, or you have to, we want like equal numbers only. We want a level playing field where women who choose to pursue their careers, not all women, some women are happy not pursuing their career, but those who choose to pursue their career should be given an equal playing field. They should have equal access to opportunities. They should have the freedom of choice. That's what we want. While considering for promotions, a woman should not have to work harder and prove herself that much more. Be fair. And women don't need to emulate men, you know. You should be comfortable in your skin being a woman and, you know, a professional. And organizations should consider them purely on the basis of that. And in an organization, women in senior position, as somebody, one of my co-panelists also mentioned, have a special responsibility to resolve issues faced by women in the organization, act as role models to the young aspirants, be mentors, and counsel them if they're facing any issue. Because a lot of times I feel having women in senior leadership positions has a very positive impact on the female engagement and the female retention. Women feel safer, they report higher degree of satisfaction, and there are going to be less pay gaps due to gender if there are women in high positions, because we women are there to ensure that there is fairness, there's parity of pay. So I feel that is also a very major advantage of promoting women to the senior, ensuring that there are women in the senior leadership positions as well. Thankfully, the Government of India has, in the Maternity Benefit Act and all of that, already provided for extension of maternity leave to 26 weeks, and they've also mandated that any organization having more than 50 employees should have a creche in their premises. I got that. The minute this was out, I got that done in our office immediately, because it sees a lot of my young team members have comfort watching over their children from close quarters, feeding them and nursing them if required, and feeling comfortable that the child is doing well and they're able to work peacefully. So that's one of the things, if organizations have not yet implemented, must do. I think it's a very important step which gives a lot of comfort, because at the end of the day, marriage, motherhood, childcare, these are one of the main reasons why why women step off the career track, and there are fewer women as you go up, because the primary caregiver is always the woman, be it little children or aging parents or ailing family members.
Really heartening to know about this, Sharbani, that you have actually, you are leading by an example. And Namita, the next question to you is, have you or anyone known to you faced any gender-specific challenges in their career? And if yes, how did they overcome those challenges?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. See, when we started working a couple of decades ago, at that point of time, I think most of us were probably the only woman working in our respective departments, sometimes in the entire organization. I don't think so we really at that point of time even had the wisdom to kind of look at it from a gender lens. I mean, we were there, nobody spoke about gender to us. So when, I remember it started way back in college, there was a male colleague of mine, there was a male classmate of mine, and both of us had, gone through all the rounds, etc., to get employment in an organization. When I got through, I remember he walked up to me and he had told me that, देख यार, तेरे को तो उतनी नौकरी की ज़रूरत नहीं है ना, क्योंकि तू तो शादी कर लेगी. Sorry, this is in Hindi because, I was in Delhi. He said, listen, you really don't need the job so much because, at the end of the day, you'll get married, but I really need this job in Delhi. I think that was probably my first brush at somebody viewing it, because at that point of time, we weren't looking at things from a gender view. Over a period of time, I've been, frankly, quite fortunate to work for organizations where, as women, actually, we were noticed. We were given a lot of flexibility, empowerment, etc. But inside the organization, while all that is fine, you work with a system outside. And outside the system, you constantly sometimes had clients. You had clients. I have been to a client site who did not even have ladies' toilets in the entire building. They had one ladies' toilet for 5-floor building right on the top floor. Because he said, I remember asking the CIO that, how is that possible? And this is not something very old. And he said, I don't know, maybe when the building was built 15 years ago, we didn't expect to have so many women. It's just a telling comment. So, yes, I mean, you do face challenges at various stages. Some of it, when I look back, could be called as gender, but I think most of us thought of it as, you know, he doesn't want it from me. So it became personal to us. We weren't looking at it and maybe they were gender specific. What I can definitely tell you is in the recent past, I did have a situation where I was working in UK with a client where everybody at the client's side were middle-aged white males, and even at my organization side, they were all middle-aged white men. So suddenly, the middle of that entire piece, there was a brown woman who came to lead the team. It had its share of challenges, but some of it could be attributed to cultural. Some of it could be gender specific. I mean, I think when we were young, we could drink a lot and still talk and normally. But I think with age, that kind of sector has gone out. So that opportunity to network over drinks, which is very critical in UK, it's a part of their culture. That definitely, I did feel for a very long period of time that it was an impediment till I learned how to kind of, navigate around it. So yeah, I mean, there are challenges and you kind of devise your own ways. You may take some time, and I'm sure all the women, all of us sitting here would remember multiple incidents that we've had where we kind of navigated it, we learned our way and moved around. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that, Namita. Your point on the ladies' toilet is something that even I faced, because in data centers, you don't find many ladies' toilets, unfortunately. Sankamitra, in your opinion, what technological advancements or trends are most promising for the future, and how can women actively contribute to them?
On a general level, there are a number of real technological breakthroughs or industrial AI-based tools which we have put into use in the utility business, which has made life easier for our young engineers. One thing I would specifically, point out in light of the topic on hand is before COVID actually, except maybe our infra teams which worked round the clock in shifts, our application development teams which also had to work quite late. I recall, my young friends are here in the audience too, that we worked very late, we were in office, and it used to be, as I mentioned, it used to be a kind of a challenge going back far away from office. So the new ways of working which have really come in after and during, because we are an emergency sector, we didn't have 1 day of lockdown. But due to the social distancing caused by COVID, we had to take turns in coming. So then they started the concept of, working from home on development issues and things beyond ours. So right now, I observe we have, official chat groups, and I see my young colleagues working late at night from home, doing very productive things, and I recall the days, and I really am thankful that they can work from the safety of their comfortable homes and not feel, the need of a nagging pain of, having to go back after 1 a.m. or something like that. And the other thing which I'd really like to share with this house, something which actually I picked up from the ABP news item a few weeks back. I had a faint idea, but the extent, and this I'm talking about women who may not be in the organized sector, women from rural, semi-urban backgrounds who have really taken the help of technological tools in the social media. They have started using these content creation platforms to bring in wonderful snippets of their lives, of simple things that they do at home, of simple things of sharing maybe a rural lifestyle with an urban audience. And those have caught up, and they have been able to monetize their lifestyle without having to compromise, the way they are working for their families and homes. And this money that comes on into the women is actually going back to economy. And they are able to do it through the technological advances on social media, through the immense number of eyeballs that have increased on these technological platforms. And I thought it was really quite amazing and an interesting share. So.
Charu, the next question to you is a little extension of this question itself. Sangamitra has mentioned a few points on this. So if you continue with that, in your experience, what initiatives and programs have proven successful in encouraging more women to pursue careers in technology?
Apart from not just initiatives that a woman needs to take, it is the environment that actually complement things. So just not policies, but also the environment that exists in an enterprise, whether it is organized or unorganized, that plays a very important role. So for example, what Sharwani was talking or what Namita was talking, so it does not start from the environment. It starts from having a work culture, like having toilets in place, having places where people can feed in their kids, places which some are government rules, some also initiatives that you as organization, as one as organization needs to create. For women, it's more of a secure workplace. If you have that kind of a setup where women feel themselves safe, irrespective of timings, women will be able to give them more than 100%. If they feel safe, they will go an extra mile with the organization, with their teams, with their colleagues to do their best. So it's all about working around that culture to give them safety, security, a secure mindset. That plays a very important role to bring and develop women in technology. Second, this is a very big hurdle in our Indian culture, and I think this is far true with also Western world. When technology comes, it's not just technology when you need to grow, it's understanding of business. People feel very comfortable talking to a man about their different function, but when it comes to women, they feel it or they find it difficult to express a problem. For them, it becomes like, this is my domain, why is someone stepping in? To break that mindset is a very difficult one. There again, the culture plays an important role. How more you include people, women, in those kind of environment where they actually can understand things and also be productively give suggestions and how the suggestions are welcomed. That culture has to come in so that people in technology, women in technology per se can grow.
Charu and Sangamitra very nicely mentioned about the cultural changes that the organizations have to bring in this space. Namita, can you give some examples of mentorship or support that made a significant impact in your career to bring you up as a professional?
So I think, one cannot undermine the importance that mentorship, coaching, and support that one receives, and I think it is irrespective of the gender, one receives in their career. I have had a formal mentor for some period of my working career, and I think his value to me personally and professionally in the advice and the guidance that he gave has been phenomenal, because some of the risks that he kind of pushed me to take were not risks that I would have normally undertaken. He was able to, it helped that he was male, so his perspective was very different from mine. He was naturally a very, he would say, why not? Very easily, and I would say, oh, well, so twice in my life, I've kind of moved across continents. Once when I went to Africa, I think at that point of time, the whole idea of, how will it all work out? And he just came from a, perspective that, why not? It all works out. I worked everywhere, it works out. And when he would speak, I would think, actually, I mean, if he can make it work, why can't we make it work? And there, I think, for me, the support of my women support groups has been immense. Because I must tell you that for all the risks that I have taken in hindsight, most of them were decisions that I saw other women take. I saw much younger women move countries with their small babies alone. I saw women who were senior to me leave their children behind and move countries. I saw women living away from their spouses and doing well. So when you see so many people and so many examples, and like they say, you know, and that's the importance of role models. Again, what you cannot see, you cannot be. You know, we start thinking. So when I saw so many women doing it, it kind of, you know, you start thinking, yeah, I mean, it can be done. Yeah, I guess it'll be tough, but then you can make it work. So I think the help of support groups. And lastly, in all honesty, I think the biggest support group and the people that I've learned the most from are my male colleagues and my, the larger ecosystem, sometimes customers and clients. I learned from them because the way they think is so different from the way I thought. Most of the time, I have a tendency to first, dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and then stand up and say, yeah, it's workable. Most of the time, 15% of what probably I know, they know, and they'll say, yeah, it can be done. Yeah, can be done, can be done. And I'm like, but you just spoke to me, you don't know this. And then I learned from them. Because yes, it's possible, it can be done. And, so I learned a lot from all of them. So,
can I add to that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more because I feel sometimes we women are very harsh on ourselves. We kind of always allow these biases to play out. You know, we like a woman, suppose when you're applying for a job also, has to match 100% criteria and then again ask their friends or family, should I apply? And a man will maybe meet 5 or 6 and apply. So, yeah, imposter syndrome, all of us, I think. We'll always attribute our success, he helped me out, I worked very hard, I got plain lucky. But a man will always say, attribute it to his innate abilities. So I think genetically, biologically, we are wired like that. And we are only doing we're not doing a good cause for ourselves. We are very harsh on ourselves. Sorry to admit, but I think many women would relate to this also, that we are we are allowing these biases to play out. If there's a little slightest criticism, our self-esteem, our self-confidence will take a plunge. But look at a man will just brush it off and carry on. But we'll behave like it's the end of the world. No, perfectionist is what we try to do.
Lot of learnings. Women, please absorb. Pooja, how do you stay informed and continuously adapt in a rapidly evolving tech landscape?
Sorry, I didn't.
How do you stay informed and continuously adapt in terms of learning new things?
So one of the best way to stay informed is what we are here right now. So these sessions, these panels, as well as any of the vendors, like vendors discussion, that is one of the main things which has helped me a lot to be informed about the technologies which are growing in the world. You can't learn everything. It's not easy. Every second something new is coming up, and it's not possible in IT if you talk about wherein you have to handle IT as well as you need to understand the business as well. So it's not possible to study and then go for it. We are no more in colleges now. So to be active, what is going around in the world, vendors helps a lot because they come up with the new technologies. They share with us. Maybe that use cases could be helpful to us, or maybe that could be a learning art for us. Again, social networks helps a lot. These days, we have a lot of CIO groups wherein the business cases people share. We can network with them. So networking, again, is one of the main criteria, which helps a lot to understand what is going on. CIO clubs and other sessions, which every weekends we are having. Again, they are having a lot of engaging sessions where surely you have good sessions to understand what is going in the market, and again, a part of networking where you can do and one-to-one, you can discuss with your peers and understand what they have implemented and then implement. So it's not the case that you have to study everything and then go for it. So you can surely understand from many modes now, these days, and you can just upgrade yourself. That's the thing.
Thank you for that. Michelle Penny, what advice would you give to women entering the tech industry? One last word from you.
Okay. Well, that's a question very actually close to my heart, because when we started out, the world was not so connected. We did not have the awareness nor the mentors. We had to figure everything out. We could either sink or we could swim, you know. And to add to that, women were very, very few in number. You know, so many conferences, so many sessions in the organization, we women were very few in number. So my advice to the young women of today and the aspiring CIOs of tomorrow, it is that make use of this connected world. Build that network of women. At the risk of repetition, to summarize whatever they said, build that network out there. You'll feel supported because there'll be tech women, women of your field who can relate to your challenges and give you pertinent advice. It's not difficult to find a role model, as you said. So when you see someone relatable in a leadership role, your belief in yourself and your skill sets inspire you to move on and achieve that goal. Have a mentor who can guide you at times of difficulties, and if possible, find a sponsor who knows about employment opportunities, can help you in your career advancement by recommending you for a suitable opportunity in the organization or in the industry. See, as a woman, you're going to face challenges, you're going to face problems. But let me assure you that it is very possible to achieve a reasonable balance between professional excellence and personal fulfillment if you have a great support system. Support system is very important, as Pooja and all also mentioned. So without that support, you need an army at work and at home to pitch in, because only then, because you'll be handling 2 full-time jobs. Unfortunately, biology demands that you get married, have children at the same time when you are supposed to invest that extra time and effort in building your career. So you need that support. Without that, nothing is possible. Smart time management, prioritizing on what's important, sacrifice the unimportant. Delegate, learn to delegate. Because you need to act smartly. Just working hard will not help. You need to have a roadmap, a timetable, stick to timelines, delegate, and my other advice would be, see, the time tomorrow is the role of a CIO, as Charu had also started with, is more of business, less technical. So change your approach, develop a deep understanding of the business that you are serving, understand your customers, what their expectations of all the stakeholders, and change your approach. From a manager, try and become a leader. And of course, stay network and subscribe to industry journals, sign up with tech giants, use your voice, speak up. When you're in a situation of harassment or discrimination, speak up. You'll be doing a good cause for the sisterhood. Use your voice in forum, participate, speak out there, so that that myth, that gender bias is destroyed, and visibility of women and girls should come out. So all my best wishes. May our tribe grow. I would like to see a 50-50 partnership in the tech industry and more participation. The numbers are growing since I started out, but there's still a lot of long way to go.
Please do that if Tina accepts it, otherwise not otherwise.
But, there is a very famous poem of a very famous feminist Pakistani writer called as Fahmida Riaz. And this is what I want to, leave with to all you women out there. कुछ लोग तुम्हें समझाएंगे, वो तुमको खौफ दिलाएंगे. जो है वो भी खो सकता है. इस राह में रहजन हैं इतने, कुछ और यहाँ हो सकता है. कुछ और तो अक्सर होता है, पर तुम जिस लम्हे में जिंदा हो, वो लम्हा तुमसे जिंदा है. ये वक्त नहीं फिर आएगा तुम अपनी करनी कर गुजरो, जो होगा देखा जाएगा. That's all.
It's amazing.
Well, thank you, ma'am. We have to really close this. I have to ask ma'am to kindly
I
close
have
it.
no more to say because the panelists have covered it all well. Thank you so much. Thank you for the patient hearing from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Somnath Goha to kindly come forward and present mementos to our chairperson and our panelists. Thank you to Ms. Maya Nair. Thank you very much, ma'am. As a chairperson and moderator, thank you for moderating this session excellently. Please give a huge round of applause. Ms. Sharbani Bhatia. Thank you very much, ma'am, for those gems of information that you have given to our audience today. Thank you very much. Ms. Pooja Chatrat. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, Ms. Sanghamitra Pine. Thank you very much, Ms. Charu Bhargava. And thank you very much, Ms. Namita Singhai. Thank you very much to the entire CIO panel, Women in Technology. I'm sure most of you have questions which you need to ask. Please do so when they are offline. You can ask these questions, and thank you very much, wonderful ladies. We request you to kindly take your seats in the auditorium, and we will proceed with the next. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we will now start with the fireside chat. And the topic is Leaders and Legends in conversation with India's most successful ICT entrepreneurs. I will call the speakers and our moderator in a short while from now. Please give us a couple of minutes to do the setup. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to introduce before you the speakers for this session. Mr. Sharad Sanghi, Chairman, NTT Global Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure India Private Limited. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a round of applause as Mr. Sharad Sanghi comes in for the fireside chat. Topic, Leaders and Legends in conversation with India's most successful ICT entrepreneurs. We are proud to have you here today, sir. Good afternoon. And Mr. Aparup Sengupta, founder and chairman of Aaj Global Foundation. A big round of applause for Mr. Sengupta as I invite him onto the stage for this very, very important and interesting fireside chat. They will be in conversation with Amrita Gangotra, founder, IT Yukt Digital Solutions. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a round of applause, please. I will hand over the session to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Trina. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
I would like to welcome both Sharad and Aparoop for this session, the leaders and legend. I think they've had a very interesting morning today as a side panel and conversation with the startups. And there some of you may be present and therefore would have heard about the journey that both would have gone through. But just to recap some of that, I think let's start with the storytelling of their personal journey in the last few decades of how they have become a legend that they are today in the ICT world of India. Let me start with Aparoop, if I may. What's been your journey across these various decades and how have you gone about becoming a big legend in this industry?
So first of all, it's a very heavy word for me. I'm still learning. I don't think whether I've still become a legend, but I can tell you contextually and with relevance to the topic of overall a life with a purpose, is I graduated from the Bengal Engineering College and I had a standing offer from a company called Calcutta Electric Supply Corporation, CESC, where I did my management training, industrial training. And then I got an offer from CMC Limited, which is an IT company. And you know, typical, we were from maybe the middle class family. The agenda in life is chakri, BA, Shantan, Badi, Gadi. CSC offered all of those. And it's a very cushy job, I can tell you. But CMC did not have all those elements of car and stuff and all those kind of stuff. But I had an opportunity of taking a choice at that point in time that maybe I should venture out to something more exciting, something more global in nature, and therefore I took that job in CMC. And lo and behold, I was very fortunate to work on some of the pioneering work, and one of them was to work with the Ministry of Defense for the Agni missile launch. You remember those days when there was a ban for import of goods and we had to launch rockets, and CMC was doing a lot of stuff on the electro-optical tracking system. We worked with Dr. Kalam, and I still remember that day when the first Agni took off and Indian Navy near the Andaman Islands intercepted and said that it actually landed within a 3-meter radius. So a 2,000-kilometer flight with a 3-meter error is unthinkable. It was, you were feeling in cloud 9 that, oh my God, I mean, where have I landed? So from that whole skyrocketing career in CMC, I ventured into much more entrepreneurial ventures, moved to Bangalore, changed places, and then we launched India's first BPO, which is 24/7customer.com. If you remember those days, there were 3 words, .com, not com, that means you are yet not a .com, and then .gone. That happened, that burst happened, and that's the time when we started to create on this idea that if IT can be outsourced, why can't back office work that happens onshore, why can't it be done offshore? So that's how we started. We got our first client, and we remember our first ad that we gave was BA, BSc or BCom, it's time to join .com. So we were posing ourselves as .com. And then we had 3,000 people apply for 5 people hiring. The Bangalore traffic police called us that you can't do all this kind of stuff. It's created traffic jam. Because we had hoarding signs and 3,000 people applied. And starting from Ayurvedic doctors to engineers, everybody applied for doing that back office work. So I saw that there was a huge demand side potential. And of course, I pursued that career and built a billion-dollar organization in ages where we were now leading large organizations. We were doing M&A. I bought 18 companies. And thereafter moved into private equity, doing buying and selling. But over a period of time, I realized that there is something that I always wanted to do is to build a school that I will leave behind after my death. I always told my family that I may have a biological son, but I would like to create 1,000 children in my lifetime. So that dream became true when I started this Aaj Global Foundation and launched our first school in Bishnupur. But now this school has got a very different aspiration of creating global citizens out of the hinterlands of India. So today, if you go to Bishnupur in our school, a teacher has an iPad, The students are digitally enabled and they can speak as good in English. So between Bishnupur and Boston, there is no difference. That's the motto, that's the purpose that we are chasing. So that has been an incredible journey, in short, from the sky to the school. So that's the very short
Thank you.
brief.
And I would urge that every one of you really listen to the story, because there are lots of learnings in that, and we'll speak about that a little later on and summarize some of this. But similarly, you will see when Sharad speaks about his journey, the number of times and changes and how they're taking on the challenges and other aspects. Sharad, your story, please.
So first of all, I'd like to thank INFOCOM for inviting us, and thank you for moderating. I was going through Amrita's profile, and she should be actually on this side, not here. But anyway, I started. So very quickly, I went to IIT Bombay, and I wasn't sure what I would do next. Everybody was applying abroad, so I also applied abroad. And but I knew I wanted to come back to India because my parents were here. And I went to Columbia University. I was lucky that the person in charge of setting up the NSFNet backbone, the first large backbone of the internet, was from Columbia. So he came to the campus to recruit and selected me. So I was part of the early backbone of the internet in the US. In '95, when VSNL, Videsh Sanchar Nigam, was given the permission by the government to privatize internet, that's when I decided to move back to India, because I said this is an opportunity. Even though it was not available for private sector then, it was still, the fact that commercial internet was being available to everyone, I said this is a time to do something back in India. So I moved back. I became a consultant to VSNL, helped them set up a lot of the infrastructure. And then in '98, the government, announced licenses for private players, ISP licenses, as they were called, are still called. And so I then wrote a business plan to see how we can make internet for mission critical business. Because I had that exposure in the US. Most people if you look at the early ISPs, including Mantra Online and, SIFI and Satyam Info, it was called, they were all focusing on consumers. And their valuations were based on how many, subscribers they had, right? And how many eyeballs, content sites were on how many eyeballs and other. But nobody was looking at a focused play only on businesses. So that's a simple plan like that is what I did. And I was fortunate. I think one of the key thing was a great mentor. I met Mr. B.V. Jagdish, who set up Exodus Communications in the US, the first data center company. So I was not the inventor of the data center business. It was done by Exodus. We were the first to start data centers in India. I was fortunate to meet him. And when I told him what I was looking to do, he was just exiting Exodus. And he resonated with that. So it was kind of a, I was very fortunate to get his mentorship, and he came in as an angel investor. And at that time, there was this dot-com boom. So there was a huge number of dot-coms, as you just said. And most of them don't exist right now, but many of them were there, and the investors wanted someone who could provide services to them. And so we got, once B.V. Jagdish decided to invest in us, we had a series of investors who were willing to fund us, and that's how we got our first round of funding and built our first data center there. Since then, we did raise 2 more rounds of funding, but even before that, there was a dot-com bust, and that was one of the biggest challenges we faced, where our customers couldn't pay us. And so we had to literally come up with value-added services. So we came up with a whole series of managed services, including managing IT infrastructure, managing security, etc. And then from there, and gradually, fundamentally, we knew that the business was strong. We believed in the business. We had the passion. We believed in the business. We knew that this is a temporary blip. And then there was two more success. The business turned back. I think after Amazon launched the cloud in the US in 2004 or 2003, data centers came back in vogue. And then suddenly we had investors chasing us around 2007-8. And then we raised a couple of rounds of funding. Post that, in 2012, NTT acquired majority stake. There was a lot of good M&A that happened in the data center industry overseas. And then many of these players wanted to come to India because they knew India is one of the fastest growing markets. And so there were 7-8 players who were interested in us, the likes of Airtel, Tata, Reliance were not acquirable because they're all public companies, not easy to acquire. So they all came to us, and we ended up. I sold only partial stake. I kept most of my stake in the company, and then partnered with entities since 2012. And now, thanks to their support, we are the largest data center company in India by a mile. Right? We were earlier when I was doing this, by the time entity came, we had, I think, slipped to number 2 or number 3 because we didn't have as much capital. So one of the challenges we had to constantly raise capital. As most people know, data center is a very capital-intensive business. But once entity came, then capital became a non-issue. We were able to take some of our services global. By then, we had launched our cloud and managed services offerings, which entity took to all their customers across the world. And so it was an extremely fulfilling journey because we could achieve the dream of becoming India's #1 play and also take our services global. So that's in short our story.
So if you look at both their stories, I would also, sometimes I relate it with some of the things that I've gone through in my journey also. So I would say the first thing is wanting to take risks. You left your cushy job. You also came back to the US, from the US to India. So that's the first thing I think is a trait that you will commonly see among legends. The ability to change and be flexible. That's the second thing I would say is going to be an important aspect as you go through your journey. And the third, I would say, is keeping track of the market and the technology changes. We are all in the technology field, and if we don't keep and understand how the market is changing, you will not be able to align yourself. And therefore, leaders of their stature unknowingly or knowingly do that. So they say that leaders are sometimes born and sometimes groomed. What would be your comments to say what's been the trigger point, or how would you see your leadership skills grow over the years?
I think it's a bit of both. I don't think it's totally inborn. It's black and white. I'm sure there must be some qualities that you learn. I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know if it's born or learned from your parents or surroundings, but and then of course you learn a lot on the job, right? The ability to for example, you may have passion which is inborn, but then the ability to be agile and adapt may be something that you learn. You respond to circumstances, and maybe that's also partly inborn, but there are a lot of things that you learned along the way, right? You make mistakes, you learn. And so I think it's a combination of both. Adaptability is, again, something which is partly inborn, because if you're very rigid and you're not flexible, as you said, then you can't. So some of these qualities, I'm sure, are inborn, but I think a lot of it you learn, as you go along the way.
Aparu, your comments?
See, there's, as you rightly said, that it's not a genetic bonanza that there's a phrase called born leader. Frankly, I believe every individual comes with promise and potential. I mean, every individual. It is the ability to understand and switch contexts and remain focused is very, very important. Where people miss out is that they do a lot of bickering in their careers and they crib about it. This is not working. I said, then live it. Don't bicker. So I always say this, again, last time also I said this, and also in the startup forum, I say that believe, behave, and become. Become is not in your hand, but at least if you believe in, then you please behave accordingly, then you will get the results. Otherwise, life will throw chances at you and you will miss those. There will be crossroads in life. Take a deliberate decision in taking those journeys of crossroads and put your whole heart, and if required, fail. Don't look at failure or success as a benchmark of taking risk. In my mind, what I believe is that we should not chase success. That I was telling in an interview with this radio fellows. We have to chase satisfaction, because that is in our hand. Success is predetermined by the society. You are successful, you are not successful. But here I don't know whether Ranjanda is sitting here from CMC. He was part of the Impress project of Railway Reservation Project. And they did a remarkable work in those days when no railway reservation system existed, with 75 types of quota, including a musician quota, nowhere in the world. And they created that, a 20-member team who never went home. They slept in the office. They were in a public sector. It's a public sector, and they led that. Similarly, there are many stories. For example, I have somebody from maybe poverty and middle class family called Gautam, who's sitting right here, who's going to cover the next session. He's now leading a very large team, and he's in the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in NASA. So we were batchmates. So if you take all these stories, they are leader in their own way. Some are sung like us, we are fortunate. Some are unsung, but we all exist as leaders, and therefore leading means to deal with people, to understand the context and remain focused. So that's my take on it.
I mean, you could be having whatever quality, but grooming that is also important. So let's shift a little bit gear. You're running businesses. Stakeholders are very, very important aspect. And in that, keeping sight of what the customer wants, what's the customer experience like for your business, because that's the revenue generator, right? So what has been your focus around the customer base and other stakeholders, let's say?
No, so there are multiple stakeholders. I think customers are everything for us. One of the pioneers in the data center industry, their tagline was fanatic support, right? And we believed in that. So there were often times where, let's say, a customer server went down in our data center and they didn't have a redundant server. If we had something in stock, we would just give it to the customer, not worry about commercials. First, bring the site up, and then worry about fixing it. So I think this is something not only from me, but also my entire team at NTT knew that if there's a customer, this is first. All other processes can wait. Bring customer uptime for us was most important, right? Other stakeholders are also very important. Employees, your shareholders. So, but I think they're all kind of interrelated. If you do a good job, if you keep your customers happy, you're going to get good, make good profits. You'll keep your shareholders happy, and of course, if you keep your employees happy, you'll keep your customers happy and your shareholders happy. So.
No, I mean, that reminds me, Jeb goes over says that, customer is the focal point of why you think. Like, we all go to online, but the experience that you get in terms of returns or refunds, etc., from an Amazon online system is very different from some of the other sites that you would go to. So you go back again and again, and that's a revenue generator. From your side, Apurva?
Yeah, you just hit the point right. Amazon, this phrase is called the day one model. So every day they think it's the day one of their company. So that's there. And what I have implemented in my past leadership development and my organization structure is I created this organization structure that you see like a pyramid, which is you have the chairman, CEO on top, and then you go all the way down. I reversed that pyramid. I said the topmost person in the organization is your customer, because that's the one who your frontline team is serving. And you change yourself from a CEO, chairman, to a super servant. That means the people who are managers, managing those frontline, are holding them. So you transition from being a boss to an enabler. And once we have created that whole reverse pyramid, we built KPIs, were all centered around customer leadership. And as you went down and down and down, it's not up and up and up, I'm being deliberate, to those people down the line, the super servant, the KPIs are largely around how much have you supported your team to fulfill the objective of the next one, which is the next upper echelons of your organization. So suddenly the organization got a little shaken up, because that whole idea of boss, I'm the boss, moving around, bossing around, was a forbidden phrase. So that's the approach I've taken, and it has worked wonders. And most of those managers are now CEOs of companies.
Yeah. So, what I want to do, we do have 10 minutes. I'd like to open the floor to any questions that you would have for these two gentlemen, so that we can take it up. If not, I will continue my questioning. Anyone? Any specific question that you want to put forward? Yes, please. Would somebody please give the mic to the gentleman? Maybe they can give this mic of mine. Okay, here it is. Yeah, please speak up. Maybe you want to stand and introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Mukesh Mehta from Investec. My question to either of you or both of you is that now when we see last 3-4 years, so many startups coming literally every day, and many of them failing within a year or within that in Marwadi we used to say 100 days, 500 days, and 1,000 days. So what is your suggestions or ideas to those people who are on the verge of failing but still trying to survive?
Great question. I went through that, so I'll try and attempt it. In 2000, I mentioned 2001, there was a dot-com crash. And so ours is a very capital-intensive business, and there was no access to capital. Plus, the customers who were paying could not pay. So in our case, we fundamentally believed in the business. So as long as you have fundamental belief and passion in what you're doing, I think that's one of the first things. Very often, entrepreneurs get disheartened because they start, that belief is shaken. Right? They're not sure whether they'll succeed. But we had that fundamental belief because the fundamentals of the business were strong. Right? The unit economics was strong. And the thing was we had to adapt. We had to quickly adapt, and we had to quickly come up with, quickly innovate. So we had to come up with a whole series of services, or managed services as we called it, so that we could, for the same set of customers who are with us, how can we upsell to them because we didn't have space to build more data centers. So we had to try and figure out how we could maximize the revenue per square foot in our data center. And that's how our security services, our managed services, our cloud services all came because of that adversity. So very often adversity actually brings opportunity and is actually, in some sense, not a mother, but a mother of invention, they say, right? Necessity, but even adversity, I would say, is something that spurs invention. So my advice would be that as long as you have firm belief in what you're doing, you'll figure out, you can pivot, you can, many companies have pivoted successfully. They were failing, but they managed to change, figured out what else they could do. Many crypto companies have pivoted and done something else. I know a company in the US that's become a successful AI company because they had a AI enabled tool for the crypto business. When the crypto business went under, they used that AI tool to come up with a new offering. So
I think the important word here is pivoting. At that point of time, it's important that you see if you can pivot. Because if what you have started off is not successful, there is something that is missing. Either the market is too early, or it's not ready, or it's too late, or whatever. So you have to find within those means to pivot. You would like to add anything, Apu?
No, I think, as you rightly said, it's all to do with time. Startup, there are 3 T's, I call it. The one is the time. You have started either too early or too late. Either you are a me too. The other thing which fundamentally the large part of the problem is team. It's not money, by the way. It's team. That means the team is not good enough, or they are stuck between romanticism and reality. Am I right? So that booth goes away after some time, after failures. And the third is tenacity. And that's something which I found as people have not put their heart and soul. You have to be able to bet everything if you are a startup artist. I always ask this question. Have you given up your job? Are you putting 18 hours a day? Are you willing to sell your house? Are you willing to sell your gold? If that is the tenacity you have and the belief you had, you will come out successful. There is no way out that you will not succeed, because you will invariably go to pivot.
Yes.
That's the time.
And what you're also talking about is grit, the passion and perseverance. Very recently, I actually put it up on the LinkedIn also. The grit is all about passion and perseverance. If you have, then only you will continue with your mission. We have a time for only one last question, if anybody in the audience would like to ask. Otherwise, I will put the question. Yes, there's a gentleman at the back.
सर वेरी पर्सनल क्वेश्चन, आप सीएमसी से छोड़ करके अपना स्टार्टअप शुरू किए और आज इस लेवल में हैं, तो मैं एक छोटा सा सवाल ये है सर, आज से 20-25 साल पहले आप इतना डेयर करके आपने सीएमसी छोड़ कर बाहर आए और इस लेवल तक आज यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं, तो क्या चीज़ ऐसा था सर जो आपको, उस टाइम में इतना सिक्योर्ड सर्विसेज में सारे लोग रहते थे, सब सीएमसी अच्छी कंपनी थी, और आपका जो जील और पैशंस जो आज इस लेवल तक लेके आया, सुपर सर्वर, सुपर सेवक, और अपने इंटिटी ऊपर में कस्टमर फर्स्ट देन आई एम द लास्ट पर्सन, तो क्या चीज़ ऐसा था सर जो आप उसमें इतना डेयर करके छोड़ करके बाहर आए? इट्स अ पर्सनल क्वेश्चन बट आई होप.
Very difficult, very difficult to answer, but this is a very valid question. And upon reflecting, I found that at some point in time you don't grow. And in any organization or any ecosystem, you have to go to the bed and spring back next morning. So after 8 long years, when the team was set up, when business was built, and when we had a change in leadership, I found that the mojo was going away and I was not jumping up from the bed. And that's the time when I started bickering. And when I started bickering, I said, this is not the way to live, so let me do something. Like the way I gave up a CSC job and joined CMC with a choice. So at that crossroad, I took a decision, let me go back and leave the city and see something somewhere else, and landed up in Bangalore. I had a great job. I had a young son, 8-month-old, but I just moved there and said I'll get the family later. And then the rest is history. So, वो जो bold move है करना चाहिए, वो करना पड़ेगा. वो आप चुप बैठ जाएंगे तो होगा नहीं. तो आपको वो जो साहस है, वो जो क्या है, worst case क्या होगा, नीचे गिर के और एक नौकरी ढूंढना पड़ेगा. But एक बार कर लो, तो you will never have regret. You should not have a life full of regrets. I believe in that. I mean, maybe CMC would have not taken me, maybe TCS would have taken me, but I decided that I have to do it. I have one life and I have to do it. So, वही था.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. If I summarize this session, I would say I've also learned a lot from the journeys that both of you have gone through. But it is your own belief and passion and having the grit to continue to the journey that you want to. You know, and taking risk and being flexible is also important as you go through the journey. I mean, if I had questions, I would talk about, if I had time, I would talk about mentorship, coaching, and other things also that matter during the journey of being or becoming a leader and a legend. Thank you very much for joining this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting session. May I request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our speakers and our moderator. Thank you, Mr. Sharad Sanghi. Thank you very much. And I'll request Mr. Somnath Guha to do the honors. Thank you, Mr. Aparup Sengupta. And thank you, Madam Amrita Gangotra, for this wonderful session that you moderated. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sure all of you have lots and lots of questions. You can please take them offline. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. We request you to kindly take your seats in the auditorium. We will move on with the next session, which is a very, very interesting session. NASA technologies to explore the universe. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Professor Gautam Chattopadhyay, who's a senior scientist at NASA. This is going to be quite a session. It's going to be a very breathtaking session. Before I request Professor Gautam Chattopadhyay to come onto the dais, I will take this honor and the opportunity to introduce him. Professor Gautam Chattopadhyay is a senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California Institute of Technology, and a visiting professor at the California Institute of Technology, Pasadena, USA. He has been a Bell Institute distinguished visiting chair professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, India, and an adjunct professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Professor Chattopadhyay has more than 350 publications in international journals and conferences and holds more than 20 patents. He also received more than 35 NASA Technical Achievements and New Technology Invention Awards. And how lucky are we to be actually listening to Professor Gautam Chattopadhyay in a short while. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Professor Gautam Chattopadhyay onto the stage. Warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What a great honor to be here. But before I start, we had a great session today earlier, just after lunch, some comedy session. And Anubhav mentioned two things that I actually caught my attention. He mentioned about astrophysics, Andromeda, the galaxy, and also he mentioned Caltech. Unfortunately, I build instruments for astrophysics missions, as well as I did my PhD from Caltech, and I'm a visiting professor at Caltech. So, Anubhav, I am your material for the joke. So, I'm going to talk about the NASA technologies to explore the universe. 20 minutes is not sufficient to talk about all the technologies, but INFOCOM, the tagline for INFOCOM, is leading with purpose. NASA has been leading the space exploration with the purpose of doing science. Many of you know NASA for all the technologies, great, cool technologies that we develop. However, technologies in itself is not sufficient. What we do is science. And I'll be talking a little bit about science, why we develop technologies, and what kind of science that we are trying to do with it. So before I start, I want to talk a little bit about NASA. You know that NASA has all different laboratories all across the United States. Our headquarters is in Washington, D.C., but I work at JPL, that is in Pasadena, California. JPL is the largest NASA lab to do robotic missions. All the stuff that you hear about Mars or the rovers, so everything is built and developed at JPL. So I've been very fortunate to do work there. So let's start with the Big Bang. This is not the Big Bang theory you watch on TV. This is the real Big Bang theory. So if you look at this, we believe that our universe started with the Big Bang about 13.85 billion years ago. And if we are trying to understand how all these things happened, from where we came from. And if you want to understand this in the electromagnetic domain, we can go back in time only after about 400,000 years after Big Bang. So whatever happened before that, we cannot actually study that using electromagnetics, all this radiation that we receive. And fortunately, the two scientists actually discovered the first light of this universe. They were Penzias and Wilson. They are doing millimeter wave technology. Nowadays, everyone talks about millimeter wave. 5G, 6G is all about millimeter wave technologies. However, in 1960s, they were actually doing some communication experiments at millimeter wave. And when they were looking at their data, they're finding some little bit of extra noise every time, wherever they looked. And they could not really understand from where this signal coming from. And then when they scratch there, when we cannot understand something in our experiments, in our laboratories, some students that as a student we used to do, what we say? So it must be experimental error. But they are smarter than that. So they actually realized what they were detecting is the first light of this universe. And for that work, they went on to win the Nobel Prize in physics. So next time we do something and cannot really understand, don't think it is an error. You might win the Nobel Prize, who knows? So as I mentioned, in NASA we do science. And what we do, we are trying to understand big science questions. So the biggest science question today is, are we alone in this universe? Is there life anywhere else outside our planet Earth? I want to make it very clear. Whatever you read on YouTube, see on YouTube, whatever you read on WhatsApp, don't believe. We have not found any aliens. We have not found a single cell even outside our planet Earth. If someone tells you they found an alien, please come and let us know so that we will stop working on all this. That problem will be solved. But we have not. However, we are actually trying to find it. So people ask me, what is the possibility of finding life outside our planet Earth? You can do some back of the envelope calculations. You know that we live in the Milky Way galaxy, our galaxy Akash Ganga, Milky Way galaxy, we have about 100 billion stars in our Milky Way galaxy. In our universe, we have about 100 billion galaxies. And we are finding that most of the stars have at least one planet, even multiple planets. They're called exoplanets, which means there are trillions and trillions of planets out there. What is the possibility of finding one such planet where life can exist? What conditions are such that life can exist? That probability is non-zero. And that's why we are actually trying to find which are those planetary bodies where you can find life. So far, we found about 5,000 plus exoplanets. And many of them are in the habitable zone where life can exist. What is the habitable zone? Habitable zones are where water can exist in a liquid form. You might say, when we are talking about life, we are talking about our kind of life, the kind of life that we know, that is hydrocarbon-based life. You might say life can be of other kind. Absolutely. How do you look for that? I am a Bengali, we are in Calcutta, we are wrapped in Rabindranath Tagore. And Tagore wrote a beautiful poem. And one of the lines of that song is, Janar majhe ajanare korechi sandhan. Akash bhora surjo tara, that song. What it means is that we are trying to explore the unknown within what we know. And that is what is happening, because here we know about hydrocarbon-based life, and that's what we can actively look for. And we have done that. So we have not found anything yet. But how do you find those kind of exoplanets? They're all far away. If you look at this, how we do this, there are all these stars out there. If you can isolate the total amount of light that is coming from one of these stars, and when a planet goes in front of it, the overall light dips a little bit, slightly. By measuring that, we'll be able to say there is a planet out there. And by measuring how much time it takes to go in front of the star, we can say what is the orbit, and we can know so much more. We can know what is the volume of the planet, what is the density of that, because centrifugal, centripetal forces, many of you might remember from your high school days. So through all this calculation, we can actually find out what is going on. And we can find out if water can exist on those kind of planets or not. So that's what we are doing. So I said there are trillions of planets out there. How come we found only 5,000? The reason is we haven't looked really far. We have looked only in a very narrow area of our own galaxy. The reason is we don't have the technology. The technology leaders are here. Please come and help us to develop the next generation of technologies so that we can actually be detecting more number of planets and find an answer to this huge question. So those are the planets that are far out there. The nearest of the planet where life can exist actually is it takes 40 million years to go to this technology. We cannot go there. So is there possibility of life in our own solar system? Answer is yes. Look at this. This is Saturn moon Enceladus. What you are seeing here is that water is gushing out. And this was detected by an instrument called HiFi on Herschel Space Telescope. I was involved in building that instrument. And that detected this. And we are finding, Enceladus is a very cold planetary body. If water is gushing out, it has to have some source of energy inside. If water is there, if energy is there life? We don't know what else is coming out from there. So we are actually having a mission to go to Enceladus. We are working on currently some instruments to detect what else is coming out, if there's any organic materials. Organic materials does not necessarily mean life, but is a precursor to life. So that's what we are doing. Another very interesting planetary body is Europa. Many of you know. Europa is the moon of Jupiter. Again, it's a very cold planetary body. However, it has an ocean world underneath thick ice shell. The thickness of the ice shell is about 15 to 100 kilometers. If water is there, and there has to be a mantle, because otherwise how can we have liquid water? So that is source of energy. Is there any life? NASA is planning a mission there. If NASA, we came to you and told you, okay, we are planning a mission to go to Europa, so what kind of instrument you are going to send to find out if there is life? The obvious answer is we send a drill a hole, lower a bucket, and see if there is any fish. Of course, we are Bengalis, we like fish. Problem is, it takes 7 years to go to Europa. And total amount of energy that we have, power that we have for this kind of missions is 300 to 400 watts. 4 light bulbs, less than all these lights. How can you have a drill to drill 15 kilometers through ice with 4 light bulb worth of power? We cannot do that. So we are actually we have to think differently. We are doing high resolution spectroscopy, trying to find out if there is organic material that is coming up on the surface of that. And also GPR, ground penetrating radars. I actually am involved in developing some of these technologies. Of course, we keep going back to Mars. Mars, why you go back to Mars? India has been very successful. There was a Mangalyaan mission from ISRO. And because if you look at the early history of Mars, it resembles very much like our own planet, planet Earth. But if you go to Mars today, it looks very different. Question is, was there life on Mars at any point of time? Is there life on Mars today? So we have been building to answer that question. All these instruments, look at this. We have Pathfinder. These are all rovers. You know, we have Pragyan rover recently on Moon. Landing on Moon is very challenging. We all know that. And kudos to ISRO for Chandrayaan-3. But landing on Mars is a different challenge altogether. But we have been building all these instruments. Look at these. We have Pathfinder, we have Spirit and Opportunity, Curiosity, and the most recent one, latest one, is Perseverance rover. This is a huge, this picture is actually taken in our lab. Is a huge clean room where we assemble all the spacecraft. The big rover with a lot of technologies. As I mentioned, it's extremely challenging to land on Mars. Think about it. We get the opportunity every 2 years to launch for Mars because the distance between Mars and Earth is the shortest every 2 years. And when we launched this mission, July 30th, 2020, you can see the distance between where the Mars was and where our Earth was. It launched. The spacecraft velocity, cruising velocity of the spacecraft is about 77,000 kilometers per hour. It's a huge speed. And we'll have to arrive at the peak point there on the top just before Mars comes. The reason is if we are arriving a little bit late, then Mars will bypass us. We'll miss it altogether. We'll have to slow down very much because you slow down to about 18,000 to 20,000 kilometers per hour so that Mars gravity can capture us. And then we can actually go in. That's what happens in February 18th. The rendezvous happened, then we are inserting in Mars. Mars atmosphere is 1%. The density of Mars atmosphere is 1% of planet Earth. So it doesn't slow down that much. Friction is not enough. So we'll have to insert the spacecraft at 11 degrees very precisely so that we have maximum friction for landing. A lot of things has to go right. That's why it is such a big challenge. These are the pictures, real pictures from Mars. This is not our planet Earth. Look at this. If you look at them, it's so much similar. If you drive to Calcutta, if you look at these, you might think, oh, maybe this is the Calcutta, one of the Calcutta roads during monsoon. But that's not the case. This is from Mars. And we get this kind of terrain only when there is flowing water. If you go to Mars today, we don't see flowing water. But at one point of time, we had flowing water. So question is, what happened? Where did the water go? Can it happen to our own planet? What can you do to stop that? So these are the very fundamental questions we are trying to answer. That's why we keep going back to other planets and learn about it. One of the technologies that we actually are doing right now, recently, just last month, these pictures are very recent. Last month, we got some materials from an asteroid. This is called NASA OSIRIS-REx. We went to an asteroid, collected samples, and brought it back. Question is why? Because these are primitive bodies. If you study them, our Earth actually evolved very much like them. So we are actually trying to understand what happened there. You can see this is the first glimpse of the material that we captured from that asteroid. We have not analyzed yet. We just started analyzing it. But think about the technology that we needed to develop to go to an asteroid and then capture the material and then bring it back home. Another thing we have just launched last month is called Psyche mission. So recently, last week, you must have read in newspaper that in the Psyche mission, we did that long distance, the longest distance laser communication for the first time. The distance that we was 50 times the distance between Earth and Moon. We did the laser communication so that we have a larger, higher data rate for the future missions. That's a tech demo, and we were able to do that. But we are going to an asteroid who is a metal asteroid. It has 40% nickel and iron. So it was just like our planet Earth. But what happened is their outer layers have all gone, what is left with the core. So we cannot go to our core of our planet Earth. If we go there and understand, then we'll be able to tell what happened, how our planet was developed. This asteroid is in between Jupiter and Mars. It will take a long time to go there. So, but we have launched it, and we are on our way. Oftentimes, you read on WhatsApp that next week, an asteroid is going to hit planet Earth, and everything will be destroyed. NASA said that. Whenever people write fake news, they always say NASA said that. I don't know why. Next time, they should say ISRO said that. However, that is not true. I don't think there will be any asteroids coming and destroying us anytime soon. However, NASA is actually keeping a tab on all those different asteroids. If you look at them, the different sizes that can do a lot of damage, the probability of happening them is really, really low. Still, we keep a tab. And this mission that we did, DART mission, we wanted to see if something was coming on our way, what can we do? What we did, we actually sent a 570 kilogram a spacecraft and hit one of the small asteroids that was going around a big asteroid. And at the end, when it was going, you can see we actually took a lot of pictures. Look at these asteroids. Look so much like our own planet. It's very interesting. And then, was it successful? Yes. This is such a small asteroid. To hit it with a 570 kilogram spacecraft is not easy. We were able to successful, and we found that we changed the orbit of that asteroid from 11 hours 55 minutes to 11 hours 23 minutes. And that is enough to, if we hit an asteroid that is coming on our way, it will change course. So we have now technology to save our planet Earth. So next time you read WhatsApp message, please don't believe, and my colleagues, actually, a lot of my class batchmates are here. Aparup is here, Abhijit is here, Ashish is here, Sunit is here. We have in our group, they will ask, is it true? Gautam, is it true? Please, next time, don't send me messages. Don't believe them. But it is not true. So last item that I want to talk about, I have only about 2.5 minutes, about water. As I mentioned, water is the precursor to life. Do you know that when our planet Earth was created, there was no water? Scientists believe that comets brought water to Earth. Comets had a lot of water. But this theory has not been proven. We have only made 10 such measurements. All of you are leaders, and I tell everyone is a scientist. And we become good leaders by asking questions. When I say comets brought water to Earth, you are going to ask me, how do you know? Very good question. It turns out that there are different kinds of water. Water that you are drinking right now is H216O. Oxygen has different isotopes. That is the most abundant kind of water, stable water. But there are H270O, H218O, HDO, one hydrogen, one deuterium, and one oxygen makes water as well. And heavy water, D2O, everyone knows for nuclear plants we use heavy water. If you take the ratio of the abundance of different kinds of water, you will find that ratio is very similar to some of these comets, which are called Jupiter family comets. The ratio will be same if the source is the same. So what we are doing is we are actually building technologies, and in our group, we are building very small spacecraft, shoebox-sized spacecraft, to go to different comets and answer this question. Main of the instrument I call WhatsApp. Water hunting advanced terahertz spectrometer on ultra small platform, because it is trying to answer the question, what's up with water? And we have built that instrument. You can see here it is very small, a kind of a shoebox size instrument, and we put it on a balloon gondola to do some experiments. You can see here there is an alien, Bob the alien, also sitting on my balloon, because we launched this balloon from a place called Roswell in New Mexico. If you have not heard of Roswell, Google it. You will know. They believe the first alien landed on Roswell. Since our balloon is going to crash land somewhere in Roswell, we thought we'll have our own alien as well, so they can find the second one. And it's very successful. Right now, we are waiting to get a ride. Idea is that when we have a big mission, then we'll tag along. They'll throw us away on the way, and we'll go to those comets and do the measurements. So that's what we're waiting for. I'll take 2 more minutes and end with something called helicopter. Have you heard of Mars helicopter ingenuity? Last mission, for the first time, we have a helicopter on Mars. This is the first time we flew something on another planet. So what is the big deal about flying a helicopter on Mars? Because we have been flying helicopter here all the time. The big deal is that when you fly helicopter here, as I said, the RPM, the revolution per minute of the blade, is about 600 RPM. But atmosphere of Mars is 1% of planet Earth. The blade has to move 3,000 RPM to get the lift. So that is the biggest challenge. If you have a small thing, moving at that high speed is never stable. So we decided that what happens is when we send a rover to Mars, the rover cannot go everywhere. It takes 8 minutes for signal to reach from here to Mars. We cannot do self-auto driving from here. So we tell them where to go. Idea is that if you have a helicopter or a rover or a drone, whatever you call it, and it will take off, go around, see everyone, is really